What a pleasant alarm that is. Folks, you're watching Dangerous Television. My name's Ezra Levant, and my friend Sheila Gunn Reid is in Alberta, Canada. I'm in Toronto, but we both are fascinated by the U.S. presidential election. And for the course of the next, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 hours, we will be your hosts watching the events unfold. Sheila, great to see you again. Thank you so much for joining these live streams. I've come to really look forward to them.
I enjoy them too. It's kind of fun to be able to babysit your boss for a few hours, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 hours. I think it's fun because it's fun to interact with my Rebel colleagues like you or David when we host during the day. But I also really enjoy interacting with our Rebel supporters. Unlike the mainstream media, we have, I think, a deep connection and I think a closeness to the people who support us and watch us. We welcome their feedback, and these live streams are a great way for people to support the work that we do.
That's for sure. First of all, I like the chat. I like the fact that people talk amongst themselves in the chat room, but I also like those super chats, which is when folks throw a few dollars behind their chat. It makes it into a bright color. If we don't catch it in real time, Justin, and tonight he's assisted with Margaret, are capturing all the super chats, and then they're sent to us, and we read every single super chat because we think they're super also. One reason which is that YouTube actually gives us 70% of those revenues, which is important when you're being demonetized like we have been. Sheila, I got a question for you.
Sure.
I don't know if the CBC is hosting a live stream tonight. Sometimes they do live streams about American events. I find they are as partisan as the Democrats, as ill-informed as the Democrats. I think they're un-Canadian in their despise for America itself, and they do not actually engage with their viewers. I would therefore like to invite everyone who's watching now, we got 1,000 people on the line right now, to help me beat the CBC's viewership stats for tonight. And so what I would like everyone to do, please do me this kind favor, it's very easy. Just click like right now and click share right now. Why? Because I want to get 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, maybe 10,000 people watching tonight, because I want to do my best to match what Trudeau's CBC state broadcaster does. And why? What's our value proposition? We're not spending $5 million tonight on satellite connections and fancy everything. We've got a fairly bare-bones show. We've got some nifty graphics, and we've got some interesting guests. But what we have that they will never have is a sense of fair play and honesty to tell the other side of the story. The media party is as partisan as the Democrat Party. We will tell the other side of the story. And so I want everyone who's watching right now who agrees with me that the CBC is simply not credible when covering this election, that they've shown their partisan colors too often, to help spread the word about tonight's live stream, because I would like to beat them in terms of raw numbers.
Yeah, and just giving us the little thumbs up, that's a great way to help us get around the YouTube algorithm that sort of silences conservatives, that puts us, higher up in that. But I think I should explain the super chats for some of the newer people that are here. We've already talked about the live chat. There's quite a little community growing in the live chat there every single day of the week. There's a lot of the same people there, which I think is fantastic. And we do something that the mainstream media doesn't do. We allow comments. If you go to a mainstream media, either their Facebook page or on their website, or often even on their YouTube channel, they don't really allow comments. We welcome them. This is a free speechy kind of place. And so we welcome your live chats. But if you'd like to support the work that we do, can I encourage you to do something called a super chat? Just go to the bottom of the live chat there. There's a little $sign there. Click on that. And the more money you give, the more characters you get, and stick a comment in there. Stick a prediction. What's your prediction? How many electoral college votes do you think Trump is going to get? If there's a comment, query, question, concern, even a story you want to put on our radar, do it in a super chat. Ezra or I will see it. If we don't see it, then Justin will send it to us, or Margaret will send it to us. And everybody else will see your super chat also. So even if people come back and rewatch, your super chat will still appear. And it's a great way to support the work that we do, completely willingly, unlike how Justin Trudeau forces you to support news that you nor anybody else really watches when it comes to the CBC.
You know what? I just asked everybody to share a link, so I'm going to tweet it right now. I'm tweeting, we're live all night at Rebel News Online. Join Sheila. I'm going to write that. Sheila. And you know who else we have? Sheila's going to be on. We're going to have most of your Rebel fan favorites on.
Yes.
And we have a special ringer, a special guest who's going to appear every hour or so, my friend Ben Weingarten, one of the smartest guys around.
Yes.
He's the author of an amazing book called American Ingrate. Just stop for a second and think who that could be about. Obviously, Ilhan Omar. So he's an expert on that. He's an expert on the radicalization of the U.S. Democrat Party, especially the Squad. But I find him so knowledgeable about many issues, including foreign affairs. We're going to check in with him every hour to get his, I've got lots to say, Sheila's got lots to say. But I think he's a real ringer. I think he really knows his stuff, and he's going to be one of the fun little additions to our live stream tonight.
I think we're very lucky to have him. Whenever he's on your show, Ezra, I feel slightly inadequate. He's such a big thinker when it comes to American politics.
I'm looking forward to that. I just want to tell you that we have another special thing tonight. We have asked our talent to make little ads, fun ads, just little things to talk about shows that we have or items in our store or other funny things. And I just saw these for the first time today. I haven't even seen all of them, but I've seen a few of them. I've seen one by Drea, and I've seen
hers
one
is great.
by Keean. And I don't want, in my hands here is a schedule that Justin has given me of a rough outline. Obviously, we don't have to stick with it. But I want to say, I watched Keean Bexte's little video that
It's good.
and he edited himself. I didn't even know.
Did he really?
Yeah, I didn't even know he could do video editing. And it is so funny and
That's
so
good.
well done. I had to call the lad up immediately and congratulate. He's so funny.
He is funny.
I haven't seen that side from Keean before. I've seen Tough. I've seen High Energy. I've seen Go Get 'Em. I've seen
Puzzly.
Adventure. What do you say?
Puzzly. I've seen Puzzly.
Yes, he's a puzzler. But I have not, he keeps his light under a bushel, that one. I did not know he's got such a sense of humor, and you will see that. I want to keep you watching. In this I got a rough schedule for the night, is what I'm saying here.
Yeah.
And Keean is scheduled for 10:45, and I know that sounds like ages from now. We might have to move it earlier, but
Yeah.
it is so good. Let me tell you, I don't know what you're planning on doing tonight, folks. There's a chance we'll know the bad news. If there's bad news, we'll know it soon. But if there's good news, we may not know that good news till very late. I recall with perfect clarity, November 2016, me and the missus were staying up late. We couldn't believe what was happening. We weren't doing the live streams back then, Sheila.
Yeah.
And Florida was iffy, and it was 1 o'clock, and it was 2 o'clock, and me and the missus said, I'm not going to bed thinking Trump won, having a wonderful night's sleep and dreams, and then waking up with the hangover of reality. I said to the missus, and she agreed, and we both did, we're going to stay up as long as it takes so we know this win can't be unwon. And I think we stayed up till 3. This may go to 3. If Trump loses, we'll know quick. If he wins, we might be here for hours. And I've got just off screen, I've got lots of little cans of drinks here. So I'm going to stay hydrated. And of course, when the cans are empty, they serve another purpose. I'm sitting in this chair here. I'm planning for 6 hours, 7 hours, 8 hours. I had chatted casually with Justin, our editor-producer, in advance. And I think we both sort of agreed 3 a.m. We're going to aim for 3 a.m. I mean, I'm not saying it's going to go that long, but it might, and I'm ready.
Well, I don't know. I've got quite a little stash underneath the desk here of pepperonis and cheese and bubblies and maybe, just maybe, a celebratory drink. We'll see. But yeah, or something to drown my sorrows. It could go either way.
That's a very good point. I think we have some, well, you know what? On DoorDash now, they deliver all sorts of beer and, actually, I think all of the delivery services deliver alcohol. So depending on if we're celebrating or drowning our miseries, we may engage in that too here as well. I remember, Sheila, when you and I were covering the Conservative Party of Canada's leadership. And
what a night.
What was supposed to be 1 hour turned into really almost an all-nighter. And we got a little bit silly. It was 8 hours. We got a little bit silly. But that was some of the best TV ever, and I wonder if anyone watching now is watching them. Again, I just want to say a shout out to the 2,800 people who are now joining us. Thank you very much. Just to reintroduce myself, my name is Ezra Levant. I'm the Rebel Commander here at rebelnews.com. Our chief reporter and a dear friend of mine, Sheila Gunn Reid, is holding the fort, co-hosting with me all night. And again, we have a rough outline for the night, but we're going to follow the news as it comes. We understand that Florida's results will start to come out at the top of the hour, 7 Eastern. That's very interesting to me. Such a battleground state. It's actually the state in which Melania and Donald Trump both voted. It's a state that has Republicans at the state level. Oh, it was a very tight battle for governor. The difference between how the state of Florida and how the state of New York handled coronavirus was day and night. The governor, Cuomo of New York, Democrat, son of a Democrat, basically shipped ill people, sent sick, contagious people into the seniors' homes. It was a massacre. It was a massacre because he deliberately sent people who were sick into the seniors' homes, wiped out thousands. Florida took a more liberty-oriented, science-oriented point of view, didn't go heavy on the lockdowns, didn't go nuts. Their death toll was much, much lower, but flipped the media around. The praise for Cuomo, unlimited. The demonization of Florida's approach, unlimited. So it just goes to show you that the real challenge to Donald Trump in this election cycle was not the Democratic Party. It was what we call the media party. And that is why I say watch Rebel News tonight, because we tell the other side of the story. If you watch CBC's live stream tonight, may I ask why? May I not just suggest that you go straight to the Democratic Party's website? You'll get the same content just half an hour faster and at no cost to yourself, unlike the CBC. So if you are with us, you're going to get the other side of the story. And to the newcomers who have arrived here in the last 10 minutes, may I invite you to help support our independent journalism that doesn't take a dime from Justin Trudeau, and click like and share right now. Sheila, we've had a little hello. We explained to people what the super chats are. I see the super chats coming in hot and heavy right now. I do promise we'll go to them. We read every single super chat, even if that means we stay up to 3 a.m. But I'm looking at the rough schedule that Justin has outlined, and he says, Ezra, time to introduce Ben Weingarten, and what a great pleasure that is. Justin, how are we doing in connecting to our friend Ben? We're going to dial him up. We are very high tech. Look at that gorgeous flag. And what's that building? Look there. That's the Capitol building. That is the Capitol building behind me, thanks to Mike, who did that beautiful graphic for behind me and Sheila. We can't compete with the CBC 1.5 billion taxpayers' dollars that go into bells and whistles. But you know what? It doesn't actually cost any money to tell the truth, which is what we do here. And joining us now via Skype is our friend Ben Weingarten. Ben, how you doing tonight?
Ezra, I'm well. How about you?
I am great. My head is pessimistic. My heart is optimistic. My head is full of polls and images of voter fraud I see in Pennsylvania, and the drumbeat of gaslighting. Oh, Trump has no chance. Everyone hates him. He's a racist. My head is pessimistic. My heart says, come on, come on. I think he can do it. Look at that. Look at those crowds in the rallies. I am on a knife's edge, Ben. I don't know how it's going to go. How are you feeling about tonight?
I feel very similarly to you. My heart has kind of been going up and down all day. As you see, for example, some very encouraging results. It seems in terms of voter turnout based on party ID in Florida, where the Democrat margin was wiped out almost within minutes of polls opening today. So I think that's a very bullish signal, obviously, because often as Florida goes and as some of Florida's pivot county goes, so goes the country. Based upon some of the rhetoric that we've heard out of the Biden campaign, I think there's a real tell there in terms of his campaign manager saying, well, we could lose Florida, we could lose Pennsylvania, we still have paths to 270. If I was the candidate, that's not what I would want to hear my campaign manager messaging early in the day on election day. But I really do think what this comes down to is if you're the president, it's not just about retaining the states that you had last time and fighting in some of those states where he won by a fraction, by a very small margin. You have to beat the litigation and the fraud margin that exists this election.
The margin of error, you're so right. And it makes me nervous. Justin, do we have a clip of that Pennsylvania voting station that devolved into chaos? And what scares me is that Trump has these massive rallies. For example, in Butler, Pennsylvania, I heard reports there were over 50,000 people at that rally. That's an impressive number. But, you have 50 Democrat party workers, Antifa party workers, BLM party workers counting the votes in Philly, and it can neutralize them. Here, take a quick look at this video.
You're not letting me in? Well, no. It's not taking. Call the police. Do it. If you legal, call
the city guy is usually there. He'll be there.
Okay.
Call that number. Tell him to call somebody.
I have a citywide watcher certificate.
It's not for this location.
It's not for this. It's not. Is this the city of Philadelphia? This is the city of Philadelphia. This is the city of Philadelphia. This is the city of Philadelphia. You wanted to talk. You wanted to talk outside. Let's talk. I have a watcher certificate. I asked you to read the line. The line said it's good in every ward and division in the city.
The man outside was a Republican scrutineer, is the word we use here in Canada. I think there's a slightly different term in Pennsylvania. He was certified, authorized for the entire city, but you saw the Democrat poll keeper, observer, watchers keeping him out. Who knows what was going on in there that they didn't want him to see? You can have 50,000 Republicans voting in the Butler area, Ben, but if you have 50,000 frauds going on in that building there, that'll neutralize them. That's what worries me.
Yeah, it appears the only way I would describe it is sort of intimidation or rule breaking when it comes to poll watchers. And I've seen other video footage of this as well out today and some anecdotal evidence from folks on the ground in Pennsylvania as well. And it just so happens that you seem to have problems at precincts that just happen to be the Republican predominating in the Republican predominant areas in many states, including Georgia as well. So, it's overcoming all of these different forces at once. And the turnout has to be that strong, and there have to be enough Democrats that cross over. All that we see at the macro level is data showing that Republican turnout is outpacing where it was last year, for example, in Florida, that Democrats sort of cannibalize their vote in the early voting. And so the real question is going to become, is the turnout of Republican voters and then crossovers and independents today enough to beat that pace that Democrats were on that's really fallen off today? And again, to this point about the litigation and fraud margin, I think if you're a Republican, you want to be in a place where as this night progresses, Pennsylvania is not the state that this all hinges on. If it comes down to that one state in a contest of litigation and fraud, I put my money on Democrats, generally speaking. It doesn't mean Republicans won't fight like hell. It doesn't mean they can't win. But I think, first of all, it tells you something about who the Democrats are, that litigation and fraud is where they would dominate. But it's a situation that you don't want to be in. And so what I'm looking for in kind of the early going tonight is, how will the president do in Georgia and North Carolina? If he's doing pretty well in Georgia and North Carolina, I think he'll probably take Arizona too. I think he feels confident in Ohio. And then it becomes a contest of, can you win one or several of Nevada as a smaller state, but then Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota? Can the president get one of those states? And it may well be that if he has a good night and retains essentially the South up into Virginia and Arizona and Ohio, then maybe it's a clean sweep in those states. We just don't know. But I really think it's on a knife's edge. You could have a split of those Rust Belt states, or it could fall all one direction. I think ultimately it's a question of turnout and intensity. And the Trump campaign has it, and the question is, will it be enough?
Yeah. I want to show one more video of ballots, questionable conduct. And you're right, I've seen reports of heavily Republican precincts in Nevada and Georgia have technical problems. Isn't that lucky? I think we got one more clip from Pennsylvania. Take a look at this.
They don't know. So when you go in, and you know, I'm not trying to be ignorant, but no, we don't know you. So you go in and you give them direction, and they feel they're supposed to follow it.
Ma'am.
That's not happening. Not going to happen.
I'm not giving them direction. It's the election.
She's with the PA Dems, and
she's outside. She's not staying on the inside.
Form to your ideology about this situation. But I just believe the conversation is over with.
It's a senior citizen building, and we're really, really concerned. For real. So for me, for just understanding that, take the voting stuff out of it. She can go in.
You know, there's so many clips. I'm not even going to play more of them. That's not even the one I had in mind. There's so many little instances like this. And I don't know if that's 10 votes in question or 100 or, God forbid, 1,000. We'll see how the night goes. Ben, thanks for joining us. We're going to talk to you at least once an hour. I didn't properly introduce you. I really like your book, American Ingrate. It is the definitive investigative book into Ilhan Omar, just outstanding. But you have a wide and deep interest in American politics, including foreign policy. I think you're a scholar with the Claremont Institute. Am I right with that?
Yes, a fellow at the Claremont Institute as well. I appreciate that.
Give us a little bit of a bio. I didn't properly introduce you. I jumped right into talking about the night with you. Give us 1 minute for folks who haven't seen your interviews on my show before.
I appreciate that again. I'm a columnist at Newsweek, which may surprise some given my political orientation, a senior contributor at The Federalist, and a fellow at the Claremont Institute as well. To your point, I published American Ingrate this year, the book about Ilhan Omar as the personification of the progressive Islamist nexus that I believe is dominating in the Democrat Party. And I think we've seen it in this election. We see it in the Biden-Sanders unity agenda and the like. And to your point, I have a focus on national security and foreign policy, but the problem, the challenge that we face today, and the challenge has always been to America, not the external problems, the problems from without, but our strength from within. And what I fear in this election, if it does not go the way that I hope it goes, and I suspect many of your viewers hope it goes as well, is that we will find ourselves in a place where we are back to an agenda of appeasement, submission, political correctness trumping all else, a lack of law and order, the rule of law, justice, and of course, the free enterprise system that underpins much of our strength as a nation and really the strength of Western civilization. So I really do believe this is a civilizational kind of election, and I hope voters took that to heart today. I think with the intensity we've seen on the Trump side, perhaps they did. We'll just have to see as the night plays out.
Well, it's great to have you with us tonight. I'll let you go now. I think we have a cover of your book. I just want to put it on the screen to show our we don't have it yet. We'll bring it back up next time we see you. The book is called American Ingrate. And why do I talk about that book so much? First of all, I can't get over the title. It perfectly summarizes folks like Ilhan Omar who come and take all of America's blessings and then do nothing but disparage it and undermine it. But more importantly, because I think it describes, Ben, if I may, I think it describes the part of the Democratic Party that has the energy, the momentum, the youth, that is pushing. I mean, Joe Biden looks like a 90-year-old. He's 78, I think, or 70. I forget his age, 75 or something. He looks like he's 90. There it is, American Ingrate. Ilhan Omar and the progressive Islamist takeover of the Democratic Party. She may be young and she may be rough, but she and Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and the others in the squad are the ones driving Joe Biden's policy. I truly believe that. So, Ben, congratulations on that book. We'll check in with you in about 45 minutes or so and come back and work your trap lines, Ben. Check your Twitter sources, check people. When we talk to you again, let us know if there's any interesting things you're observing out there.
Yeah, look forward to it.
Good to see you. There's Ben Weingarten. of Newsweek magazine, which is outstanding to have a voice like his in that place. Well, I think we should take a moment and go through some of the super chats. I want to thank everybody for the super chats, as Sheila and I mentioned earlier, because we take no money from the Canadian government. That makes us an anomaly. Trudeau's CBC state broadcaster gets $1.5 billion a year. And shockingly, every newspaper in this country lined up to take Trudeau's $600 million newspaper bailout. The number of journalists who are not on the take is less than 1%. There's the good folks at True North. There's a handful of others. Blacklocks is one in Ottawa, but here at Rebel News, we are the resistance. We are the leaders of the opposition to the media party. Well, let's bring Sheila back in because I know she'll want to whip through these super chats with me. I just want to answer one of them I saw flip by as I was going on. Someone from the United States said, "What's your lapel pin, Ezra?"
Yeah.
And I think Sheila was wearing one too. This is a Remembrance Day poppy. I think it's called Memorial Day in the United States, or maybe have a different Veterans Day. I'm sorry. In Canada, November 11th is, of course, the day where we remember our war dead. And our tradition, it's a similar tradition in the United Kingdom, is to wear a cloth and plastic poppy with a black or green inner, and it's got a little pin, and you see them everywhere. And our American Legion, which is like the veterans organization in Canada, they sell these pins, and it's a little fundraiser for them. And it's a unifying thing that all Canadians wear. I've seen it in the Brits do it too. Theirs looks slightly different. Yep. And it comes from the fact that in World War I, which was a particularly devastating war in terms of casualties for Canada, Canadians fought in Flanders Field in Belgium, and that famous poppy in Flanders Field, the poppies grow between the crosses row on row. There were so many war dead there, and there was poppies on the ground. So to this day, more than a century later, we remember the war dead with our poppies. And it's a tradition in Canada and the UK to wear poppies for several weeks before Remembrance Day. So thank you very much for that question. I think that, I don't know if that was a super chat or a regular chat, but that's the answer to that. And Sheila's got hers on too. Sheila, welcome back. We just had a great chat with Ben. Thank you for coming back. I want to whip through these super chats. You want to get it started?
Sure, let's do it. We've got one from Matt B300, gives us $2. Did you have a nap this afternoon, Sheila? Hi, Ezra. I did not. I had my regular work to catch up on, and then my mom errands. So I quickly ran out, did those, made supper, ran downstairs, and here I am. Bernie Time gives us $10. It's a bowing pear emoji. Thank you for always describing those, Justin. And they say thank you. Ant Crazy gives us $2. Hope you have another super chat storm, Sheila. Boy, did we ever. I don't know if you were watching, Ezra, but David and I had to go a half an hour into overtime this afternoon, and we didn't get to anything that we had planned that was in the title of the YouTube video because people were just super chatting the daylights out of us.
Thank you, everybody.
It was great. Yvette Moore gives us $2 Australian. Australians for Trump. Stay safe and enjoy. Did you see Avi's latest video, Yvette? Boy, that's really something else. I don't know, maybe we'll show a clip of it later on. James Smith gives us $5. Sheila, this is hearkening back to something I said off the cuff earlier today. Sheila, my wife, also thought Lady Gaga was showing some signs of pandemic plus sizing. Rebel rocks. I'm just saying that she should be maybe not opting for super cans of beer. Maybe go for a spritzer or something. Chad Stocking gives us $3.99. Go Trump, go Rebel News. Thank you very much. Garrett Waugh gives us $5. No message, but a very generous super chat. Thank you. Unjust Untrudeau gives us $5. Dictator Mo, that's Scott Mo, has mandated masks in Saskatchewan already for Regina and Saskatoon and Prince Albert. Please get your exemptions list updated for those cities. Took him 1 week.
I'm so thank you for that.
Yeah.
We have pins called maskexemption.ca.
Yes.
The buttons, you wear them, and it's a way of saying I'm exempt. And the website itself, maskexemption.ca, if you go to it, lists every mask bylaw in the country and the exemptions therein. I thank you for reminding me that we have to update that now. And if there's someone on the team who's watching, please remind me and I'll contact. We have a lawyer draft that, so it's very meticulous. Sounds like we got to get it. By the way, I would say, why is Scott Moe, who's such a good egg, Why is he doing this? First of all, can't he just say, I'll leave that up to the cities? You don't trust the city. Why are you mandating from it on high? And second of all, he claimed to be a more light touch premier than the NDP just a week ago in the election. And now this. I'm disappointed in Scott Moe. Hopefully we can help roll him back. And thanks for the tip to the viewer. We'll update our maskexemption.ca website. Let's keep whipping through these. I'm going to try not to go down too many tangents, but I just felt like...
Oh, I don't know.
Well, I'm going to try. Now, by the way, there aren't any results that I can see yet. And I'm sort of checking here. Justin, you're checking. And Margaret's checking. Who else? We got a lot of Yankees here. Who else we got here? Sounds like there's a bit of a party outside this. Everyone's here. We're having... Alex is here. Everyone's here. It's a party. And let me just whip through some of these here. Pardaman Cassidas says, $5, I agree with you that CBC is evil. I love Donald J. Trump, the only one who's building the wall. Trump 2020, 315 electoral votes. PK, 315 electoral votes. It could be. I spent some time poking. There's a lot of sites out there where you can click on them and see the math, and that's very helpful. Because first of all, you got to give California and New York, and you got to give those away. And by the way, Texas is not a sure thing. I think Trump's going to hold Texas. But my God, Beto O'Rourke came within a couple points. And, I mean, Texas they're turning it blue. They're turning it blue. Texas is going for Trump today, I'm pretty sure. But you got to add it up. I mean, Ben Weingarten sort of talked about the states. You got to do the math. Got to do the math. Some of those maps are fun. MVP, $5 Australian. A Trump victory would be a win for Western values. You were so right. And a Trump loss, you're from Australia, I think, judging by your super chat, would be a win for China. And that would be bad for Australia. It would be bad for Canada. It would be bad for Taiwan. It would be bad for Thailand, Vietnam, Philippines, Japan. A win for Trump would be a setback for China, our chief strategic rival. I'm afraid, and I'm not just, I hear, Mayor, some results are coming in. All right, Justin, give it to me. What are the earliest? And which those are electoral votes. Where are those from, Justin? Kentucky. So, and do you have a source for
Fair
this?
Enough.
Or is it just, Kentucky? It's being reported in various places, including, I got to give credit. The New York Times is just awful with their bias. But in terms of websites for data, they're pretty quick because they have such a massive team. I think 3 from Vermont for Joe Biden, not a surprise. Vermont, that's Ben and Jerry's country. I mean, those folks are it's practically Canada. So you're going to see states like this that close quickly, and it'll be extremely quick to call them because the margin will be so decisive. There's no chance. I mean, they're not even in doubt. The only reason they're not being called now, like seriously, you could call California now for Joe Biden. The certainty is so high, but I think that just out of good practice, they're waiting till the polls close before saying so. We have that problem in Canada too. Is that people on the West Coast, sometimes the results are known before they even close the polls here. Why don't you take over some super chats, Sheila, while we're going to keep our eye for, I think the first interesting one's going to be Florida. Am I right on that, Justin? I think so. I mean, that's and Florida, as Ben said, how Florida goes, and Georgia and North Carolina, those are all in the east there. That's going to be interesting, an interesting bellwether. Boy, I hope can you grab, I don't know if you have it, there's an ad called Latinos for Trump.
I loved it. I love it.
And it's a song. And it is so catchy. And it's Yo votará Trump. I don't know. I can't do the Spanish accent.
Please.
But it is so lovely. Justin, if you can find that and put that up, let's share it with our viewers. Sheila, why don't you keep going on the super chats? Let's see if we can get through a few of them.
Sure. I think we ended at Kevin M. Clerks, gives us $5. I want a Trump landslide, but I'm predicting 282 electoral votes for Trump. We just got to get over 270, right? So, I think you might be closer to reality there, Kevin. Trevor Peropolkin, I believe, gives us $20 Canadian, hashtag Red Wave. Boy, I hope so. Viking Insane. Viking Insane is a regular viewer and a regular super chatter. You always read my stupid comments. Thanks for that. you keep super chatting us and we'll keep reading them. Bradley gives us 99 cents, no message, but thank you very much. Elena Fraser, I think that's Elena Fraser from Twitter. She gives us $5, and it's that pear emoji again doing bicep curls saying keep it up. Kim Price Finnemore, also a regular super chatter, gives us $10. Landslide win for Trump. God's steering this ship and he's the man. God and Trump are quite the team. You know what? It doesn't matter what happens tonight because God is still in charge. Beheaded Christian gives us $20 Australian, and it's a pear emoji cheering. It says goal. Colombo gives us $50 Canadian.
Thank you.
It says go Rebel News go. You know, for $50, you had a lot more characters than what you used up, but I think you got your point across. Mark Cougar, also regular super chatter, gives us $20. How about Roxham Road? Will the Conservatives close it down? Will the Conservatives limit immigration, even though it's a very popular idea on all sides of the political spectrum? No.
Not at all. So, just last week, Justin Trudeau announced 1.2 million mass migrants rushed into Canada in the middle of a pandemic, 9%
record unemployment.
1.2 million. And what did the Conservative leaders say? Nothing. What did the Conservative critics say? Swear to God. We need to give more resources to Immigration Canada to help speed them through. 1.2, you can't leave your home. There's a lockdown. We just heard about new mask bylaws. Lockdowns in parts of Quebec, lockdowns in Ontario. You can't go to a wedding or funeral without limits. You can't travel without a quarantine. You want to drive down wages some more. Why? You're going to bring in 1.2 million, and the Conservatives said, can we help? By more spending. Unbelievable.
Well, I will say to Jason Kenney's credit, last week he said that he didn't want any more temporary foreign workers coming to Alberta while our unemployment is so high. So it feels like this Justin Trudeau announcement, like so many of the things he does, is just petty spite. Yeah.
Well, only one of them's in charge of our national borders, and his name is Justin Trudeau.
That's
Mark
right.
Cougar, $20. Oh, we just read that one. Wesley Arnajalam, $14. Pear emoji that says #1 fan. Thank you. Matt B, $300, $2. Shout out to Justin. Can we get a little guitar riff?
Justin.
There you go. Lisa Bruce, great to see you again. $10. Thank you, Ezra, for Rebel News. You're the best team yet. I have a special place in my heart for Keean, as I learned about Rebel through him. Sheila and David, who are so courageous. You are all an inspiration. Well, that's very nice of you to say. And let me tell you that our plan, as mapped out by Justin, is that at approximately 10:45, you were going to see this very, very special video by Keean Bexte, as we're sticking around for. Annalisa S., $7. Trump needs to win. Keep up the great work. Love you both. Thank you. Andrea Summers, £10. A cartoon fox that says good luck. Thanks, Andrea. I don't know if you saw, but we just rolled out fightthefines.co.uk. We're helping folks there who are unfairly attacked by the pandemic police. I hope you had a chance to watch that video. A very brave lady from Yorkshire named Amy, and I encourage you to watch that vid. Garrett Waugh, $5. Thank you. Truby D, 44, $10. Ezra, what is the meaning of your lapel pin? I may have missed it. Hello from Kentucky. I explained it. It's our Remembrance Day for fallen veterans, for fallen soldiers, rather, and it's veterans sell them, and it's our way of remembering.
Or cadets.
Pardon me?
Or cadets, but the pandemic is really...
Thank you for adding that.
Go ahead.
Peter Toth, $20. I'm going to start off with the predictions. After watching the rallies and taking into account the rampant voter fraud from the left, I still feel Trump will win in a landslide. Ooh, I want to believe that so bad. Mike, 519, $10. No message. Thanks, Mike. Larry Sullivan, $15. I watch your YouTube channel daily. I spoke with my sisters in the USA, both Canadian citizens, and both were very disturbed about major cities boarding up. Is that not inviting violence? Well, I don't think it's inviting violence. I think it shows that everyone knows how Democrats react. No one's boarding up their stores because they think a Republican's going to get angry. You show me a single riot over the last 7 months in the United States that a Republican was behind. They were all Democrats, and they were all permitted and in some cases defended by Democrat mayors, Democrat attorneys general, Democrat police chiefs. Now, I think it was the police chief in either Seattle or Portland, one of those cities, African-American woman police chief. Very rare to have a woman of color reach such a high station in a police force. That's still a glass ceiling that's broken. So here you have an outstanding police officer who quit. Can you help me remember which city that was, Justin? Was that Seattle? You're busy. Seattle.
It's Seattle.
Seattle. Literally
Best.
quit in disgust and protest that her own mayor and police commission and city was throwing the cops to the wolves. And I could tell you, if a woman of color police chief had quit because of something Trump had done or said, it's all you would have seen for the rest of your life. You would have seen national TV ads about it. But because she was thrown to the wolves, because that city loves the rioters so much, Republicans don't riot. Republicans do not riot. Republicans back the cops. Do you want to take over a few super chats, Sheila?
Sure.
Oh, you know what? Hold on. Hold the phone. We got some results from Florida. Now, can you tell us, Justin, where these results are coming from? Is it possible to know that? 13% of the vote estimated. As you can see, Trump is in the lead. I think this is very exciting. In Florida, 13% of the votes are counted. I want to just say, while I have the info in front of me, polls close in Arizona at 9 p.m. Polls have already closed in Georgia. Polls will close in Michigan at 8 and in Minnesota at 9. Other states to watch? Oh, the one so many people are riveted on. Pennsylvania, the polls close at 8. So we will not have some of the information from there. But look, I'm looking at some of the counties around Florida. And Tampa is going Democrat by about 35,000 votes. It's 200,000 to 243,000. There's some, Monroe County, Brevard County. We have not heard from Miami-Dade. Miami-Dade, obviously huge city. You've got a lot of Cubans who love Trump.
Yes.
But it's also a very Democrat city.
Yep.
Florida is not as large population-wise or geographically as Texas, but almost. Going from memory, I think Florida is the 4th largest state. And it is so diverse. You've got the Panhandle, you've got Jacksonville, you've got Miami. It's a microcosm of America.
Yeah.
And Trump went to Miami, what was it, 2 days ago now? Do you have that Latinos for Trump ad? I love it. And they were playing that music. It was, I had flashbacks to Miami Sound Machine. Come on, shake your body, baby, do the conga. Let's take a look at this vid. Donald Trump and Latinos for Trump. I love it. I love it.
Ay, 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 por Dios. Yo voy a votar por Donald Trump. La buena vida por Trump. La economía por Trump. Hazlo por tu familia. Latinos por Donald Trump. Ay, 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 por Dios. Yo voy a votar por Donald Trump.
I'm Donald Trump, and I approve this message.
If that don't get you moving, if that don't get your toe tapping, you got to check your pulse. Ay, 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 the economia por voto. I don't, you know what? I don't want to pretend I know a word of Spanish, but familia, economia, I could understand enough of that. I love that the Cuban community loves Trump, and why? Because they know what socialism looks like. Socialism is a secret word that gets you to communism, authoritarianism, brutality. Everyone in Cuba who fled to Florida knows what they left behind. And it is so recent in their memory and their family's memory that they have not forgotten that freedom is not an accident. It didn't happen painlessly or bloodlessly. And that the freedoms that America enjoys today were hard won. And the thing is, sometimes life is too good for so long that people think that's how it always is, instead of that America is an anomaly in the world. You want to see what more places are like? Oh boy, it's tightening up in Florida. And in fact, 22% reporting. You know why? Because boom, Broward County, which is just north of Miami, Broward County just came on the line. And overwhelming for Biden right now. Only 1/6 of the votes are in for Broward County, and Biden has 122,000, Trump only 40,000. So it's literally 3-1 for Biden in Broward County. And when Miami-Dade comes in, boom, get ready for more of that. That's what scares me. Not that there's Democrat parts of the world, we know that, but that are there Republican scrutineers watching those places? I sure hope so. I mean, there's a lot of Republican lawyers. And Miami is physically a condensed place. Miami hasn't come in yet, but boom, that flip in the result there, you just heard from Broward. Now you go a little bit further north, and you got Palm Beach County. Just barely a few results in yet. I can hardly wait to see what comes in the north. Jacksonville, et cetera, is going to be very, very exciting. Don't mind me. Florida's so important. Florida's so important. It's a big state population-wise. I really think Trump needs it to win. That we heard earlier, Ben Weingarten was saying that the Biden team is saying, oh, if we don't win Florida, we can still win it. That sounds like someone who's seen a ghost. If you're starting to make excuses for losing Florida, you don't say that if things are going well. But I got to tell you, it's tight right now. Florida, 49.7% for Biden, 49.4% for Trump. 1/5 the votes counted. The difference between the two men is 0.3%. Again, Florida couldn't be closer. Oh my goodness sakes.
And it's so important because I think it's 29 electoral college votes. Donald Trump won it by 1.2% against that crooked old crone Hillary Clinton in 2016. So that it's so close is very frightening. Frightening, I think, is the right word.
Yeah. I mean, I think that Donald Trump has made the case to Hispanics, Latinos. I think he's made the case to black Americans in a way that no president of either party has for so long. Even Barack Obama. I think Barack Obama absolutely took black Americans for granted. Trump, funding historically black colleges and universities, focusing on
prison reform.
Yeah, prison reform, economic development zones, as Tariq Nasheed would say it, tangibles. Mm-hmm. That's the last thing the Democrats talk about. They don't talk about tangibles. The Democrats say, oh, don't vote for Trump, he's a racist. Okay, you've scared me now, but did you get me education? Did you get me jobs? Did you get me economic development? No.
Is the garbage picked up? Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. That was one of Kimberly Klasich's campaign points. All right, I want to keep my eyes peeled on the news. So far, everything is so preliminary. I mean, frankly, we probably shouldn't have even going deep on Florida there, because more than 2/3 of the votes have not even come in.
Yes.
So Broward County, okay, I was scared, and the numbers are bouncing around. Right now, Biden's a few points ahead. It's too early. It's too early. Let's not scare ourselves. The only two states we know for sure are Vermont and Kentucky. Why don't we go back to the Super Chats?
Sure. We've got Chrissy Molnar gives us $20.99. Thank you so much. I don't see a super chat there. David Anderson gives us $10. My prediction, just for fun, Electoral College 319 for Trump. I like your confidence. Plus the popular majority. Wow.
Well.
Also, the
whatever
Senate
you're having, I want it too.
Yeah, I do. I like your confidence. Senate stays Republican. House flips to Republicans. Democrats, Delenda Est. Alberta shall be free. You know what? We were talking about this today on the noon live stream, David and I. If the Democrats do lose, will they see this as a wake-up call for them to, pull back from the radical far left? Because really the radical far left is in charge of the party. I mean, the Kennedy Democrats, they don't even exist anymore. It's it's run by crazy people, Green New Deal types. Will they realize if they lose this time around that maybe they need to right the ship? I'm not so sure. Never underestimate the ability of a liberal to not learn from their mistakes. Mike Mayer gives us $5. That's Mike from People versus Predators. Gives us $5. Thanks for everything you do, Sheila and Ezra. You are the heroes we need to stop tyranny. I don't know about that, Mike. You are a veteran. And so you've done your part to advance freedom in the world. Daniel David gives us $20 and says, Canada is so lucky to have you. Thank you, Rebel News. Thank you very much. Rag JR992 gives us $5. Remember when people were saying poppies were racist against Muslims or something? Remember when Don Cherry got fired because he told people to wear them? Yeah. I mean, it seems like a million years ago, but it was last year at this exact same time. Matt B300 gives us $5. Here we go. And Don Cherry saying wearing a poppy was apparently a wrong thing and got him fired. Never forget those who gave their lives for us and for freedom. Rafael Banquero, maybe I said that right, probably not, $5. If Trump loses Pennsylvania and Michigan and holds on to Wisconsin, we have a 269-269 tie.
I don't know my constitutional law well in America. I'm worried that goes to a vote of the Congress, which means Nancy Pelosi and her Democrats. I think it goes to the Congress. I don't think it goes to the Senate. So if it's a tie, I think, and maybe there's some constitutional experts watching who can correct me, and I apologize if I got that wrong.
Maybe Ben will know.
Yeah, well, Ben would know for sure. Janet Grant, $7, no message. Thanks, Janet. K, £5. Stupid woke people in the UK going crazy about the poppy, saying it's offensive. Yeah, I saw Femi saying that. Femi, the anti-Brexit activist. Oh, can't you just turn off the wokeness machine for 30 seconds when talking about the people who literally gave their lives for your freedom to disparage them? How about just shine your light of cruelness and cancel culture on how about anybody else besides the people that gave you your freedoms today? These people need to find somewhere else to live. Trump 2020. Thanks, Kay. Donald, sure, $10. How can we get rid of Trudeau? He's so evil, really dark energy. I live in Arizona and follow you all the time. Go Canada, freedom. Well, I think it starts with having a conservative leader who isn't afraid of his own shadow. Just a moment ago, Sheila and I were talking about how the Conservative Party here won't even criticize the open borders. I mean, it's almost like they like losing. They're afraid to take on the media most of the time, too.
It's not going to be my problem when Alberta leaves. Yeah. You'll have to sort it out, Ezra.
Troy's 117, $10. If Biden wins, then there is no safe haven left on the planet. There's some truth there. Nabil Iqbal, sorry. $5. My baby's mother's not letting me see my child because he thinks I'm a racist. Liberal culture has really destroyed the family structure. Well, I have heard the most terrible stories, usually told by women, I'm afraid, when their husbands are Trumpists. How many women have disowned their husbands or divorced their husbands? I don't think the shoe's on the other foot. I haven't read a man who's a Democrat saying, first of all, I've never heard a Republican say they're leaving their wife or husband because they're Democrat. I don't think Republicans think that way. It's like, my whole life being a conservative has made me the oddball. So if I didn't tolerate liberals, I would have no friends in life. So I think every conservative has friends who are liberals, because otherwise you'd be very alone. But not every liberal has a conservative friend. And I've never seen a Republican say, I've ditched my wife or husband because they're a Democrat. I see a lot of Democrats saying, I ditched my husband or wife because they're Republican. How about you, Sheila?
Yeah, I've seen the same thing. A lot of liberal women just completely doing away with a perfectly good man, tearing apart their entire family, kids be damned, because they don't have the same political ideology.
And they write about it in these woke websites because they're trying to get some clout with the online. You go, girl, live your best life. Yeah.
You go, girl, live your best life. Be so selfish that you tear apart your children's family over petty political squabbles. Yeah. And we're all supposed to be impressed.
I want to give you some more news from the great state of Florida. What an amazing place. Miami is starting to weigh in. I'm very pleased to say that Miami itself is not as deep blue as Broward. Broward's just north. I don't know if you've had the pleasure of being to Florida, but just all up and down that south coast, it's just towns and cities. It's almost like a big megalopolis. There really isn't an ending in one city before you get the next. Miami-Dade, if I'm reading this right, you got 84% of the votes in, and that's where a lot of the Cuban community lives. Biden's only leading 54% to 45%. Now there's about 1 million votes counted so far. It's Broward County that scares the heck out of me. It's still 3-1. Now you go further north, Palm Beach. Now not a lot of votes in yet. Starting to see some numbers. Clay County, Jacksonville itself, Duval County, is slightly Democrat. 3/4 of the votes in there. I don't know. It's going to be a very, very interesting result. And I get the feeling we'll have a sense of it by 8 o'clock, Sheila.
Well, I knew. Fox News is reporting that the Trump campaign claims that they have historic GOP turnout in Florida. I hope so. They really did try to get the vote out. I mean, how could you not vote for Trump if you're from the Cuban community after you saw that Latinos for Trump commercial? It was just beautiful.
It was really nice. All right, let's get back to the Super Chat. I want to promise our viewers, when there is news of note, I promise we will tell you. Right now, it's either too marginal, or frankly, it's slightly misleading. When Broward first came on, I panicked a little bit because I forgot. I mean, that was the county, for those of you who are my vintage, back 20 years ago. Yeah. When you had the hanging chads, that's what they call that little punch. You know, when you have a vote that punches something out and it like a piece of confetti or something, like a hole punch, they call that a chad. And so they were inspecting these votes. It was crazy shenanigans. Broward County was one of the, the margin of lawyer, and thank God, the Democrats were stopped that day. Okay, let's whip through the Super Chat. Sheila, why don't you pick it up?
Sure.
Let's see how many we can get done. And I promise you, folks, when there's interesting news, when there's news that moves the numbers, we'll break in. Pennsylvania doesn't close for another 34 minutes, if my memory serves. So that's not coming until 8 o'clock. It's only 7:26 Eastern now. Sheila, let's deal with as many of these Super Chats now. I just want to say thank you and welcome to everybody who's watching. We got over 7,000 viewers. Can you do me a quick favor and share and like this? Why am I asking you to do that? Because unlike the CBC state broadcaster here, we don't take any of that Justin Trudeau money. We rely on our viewers like you. That's why we love the Super Chats. And I don't have $1.5 billion from Justin Trudeau to promote this live stream. I just got you. But you know what? I'll take you any day over Trudeau. All right, Sheila, over to you.
Great. CPAS gives us $5, and he says Scott Moe in Saskatchewan did this because the NDP won most of their seats in Regina and Saskatoon. And he says it's payback. MEC gives us $2, says thank you. No, thank you very much. Mon gives us $25 and no super chat, but that is very generous. Lap Chi Duong gives us $50. That's very generous. What are your predictions for the Electoral College? I would love to know. I don't have any predictions. I'm just a ball of nerves. I've been a ball of nerves for 2 days, and I'm not an anxious person. I think I'm cool as a cucumber most of the time. Ezra, what are your predictions? What do you think?
Know, I tooled around on those. Hey, Justin, can you find the Jeb, the map that's 100% Jeb? It's a funny meme. I gave away the punchline. I was going to text that to Justin. It's just a meme of Jeb winning the whole thing. It's a funny joke. Because remember, of course, the establishment Republicans, if they had their way in 2016, would have nominated Jeb Bush, and he would have lost. He would have been crushed. And in some ways, I pity him. He had so much family pressure on him to run. His dad was president. His brother was president. And
I don't think he wanted it.
I think it's better that he didn't win. That's the one. That's the one. I don't know if you know, but thank you for finding that. There's so many websites that let you click and choose. And they really make you think, because how do you get to 270? And are you really serious that you think Trump can win Pennsylvania? I think he can. Nevada, I don't know. How about Wisconsin? How about Michigan? Are you dead serious about it? Because you start clicking on it, and boy, it gets down to brass tacks. I like whoever came up with this one. It's all Jeb. Total victory for Jeb. And I don't know why I thought I'd show it. In answer to your actual question, I don't know. I put in answers that made me scared. I put in answers that I knew were sort of a fib to make me feel better.
I don't know.
You know what? I see that voter turnout is heading towards the highest turnout in a century. Now, you could say, oh, very, very, very motivated voters. Okay, or is it very, very, very fraudulent voters? all that mail-in voting. I don't know what to make of it. Who's better organized on the ground? My default hunch has always been Democrats are more organized on the ground because they basically activate the labor unions who go out and do the groundwork. But I tell you, you look at 56,000 people in a field in Butler, Pennsylvania, and you think, oh boy, there's fearsome enthusiasm on the Republican side. That is why I simply think we will not know. But the longer the night goes on, the more likely, in my view, it's Trump. If Biden's going to win it, he'll win it quick. We'll know it quick. If he stole it, we'll know it quick. I don't know. Let me check in Florida. He got 58% of the votes cast. And oh my God, could it be any closer?
I don't want to look.
58% of votes cast. It is literally 49.5% for Trump, 49.6%. Oh my, it just changed. Now Trump is ahead by 0.3%. It's going to drive me crazy.
I can't.
You know what? I mean, it's, oh my gosh.
I know.
We're starting to get, the first results are in from North Carolina, literally 15 votes. I'm not even going to tell you because it's too little to have any meaning. The first 77 votes are in from Pennsylvania. I'm not even going to tell you who they're, because it doesn't matter. It's 77 votes. They could be all Trump or all Biden. It means nothing. But we're starting to see the trickle. I don't know how we got those Pennsylvania votes because I thought they weren't opening until 8. All right, we'll keep an eye peeled. Sheila, let's do 10 more minutes of Super Chats. Then we'll bring Ben back, and then it'll be 8 o'clock, and it'll be an explosion of news. So over to you.
Great. Matt B300 asked a question about our earlier stream, David and I. Did you find David's Black Bull Scotch? I did go looking. I did run an errand to the liquor store earlier today, and I did not find David's Black Bull Scotch, but I found something from Rig Hand Distillery, but I'm not going to drink it because I plan to survive the night. Oh, there's champagne there just in case in the office. Okay. Lisa Proust gives us $2, says, Ezra, I'll help with Spanish. I was born in Colombia.
Thank you.
Very nice. Thank you. Murray Reinders gives us $6.99. Hopefully Trump wins. From your lips to God's ears, Murray. Dave Cunningham gives us $5. Trump 2020, and he guesses 281 electoral college votes.
Very precise.
Okay. Yes. Lord Pamplemousse gives us $5. Keep it up, Rebel. You guys are the truth in Canada. Thank you very much. Luke Devereaux gives us $10. God bless America and freedom for all. Lou Elaine gives us $5. Great to see you, Sheila and Ezra. Happy USA election night, Trump 2020. Long may he run. Well, this 4 more years, hopefully. Cohen 27 gives us €2. Yeah, from the Netherlands. Very exciting. I've never had a super chat from the Netherlands before. Right Honorable Eat Bugs gives us £5. America Expat in London, UK. My first time voting, and I'm voting for Trump. Alberta B. Yusuf Karamov gives us $10. Trump is the leader of the free world. Yes, indeed he is. Mario Milinovsky gives us $2 and says that the Conservative Party of Canada is the same as the Liberal Party of Canada on many issues. There's no daylight.
For 1 second, I apologize for doing so. I just told our folks we'd let them know news when it comes. It is news, but hardly surprising, that West Virginia has gone for Trump. And I believe that is 5 electoral votes. I think West Virginia actually had the highest Trump percentage of any state in the union. It's
coal country.
It's coal country. It's poor. It's folks who have been hurt hard by China.
Yep.
And it is. So anyway, I didn't mean to stop your train. If people are wondering why the electoral vote count for Trump just went, but that's one of those things completely unsurprising. It's like North Dakota or South Dakota. I'll tell you right now, they're going Republican. We just can't tell you that now because theoretically they're not. Okay, back to you, Sheila.
Yeah, those are states that will get leveled by a Green New Deal. The big LFB gives us £5. Hi from the UK. Trump to win. I hope we have some serious problems here, i.e. COVID immigration. So keep up the good work, Ezra and team. Love ya. Parker Mott gives us $55. Thank you very much. Trump landslide. Ezra, listen to your heart. Ezra's unsurety is making me unsure, because I remember in 2016, I was not sure about Trump at all. I wasn't sure if he was a conservative. I still am not all that sure if he's a conservative, but he governs as one, and that's all that matters. But Ezra was convinced he was going to win, and Ezra said, look at those crowds. Look at those crowds. He's going to win. And the crowds are the same this time, but Ezra is apprehensive. So I don't know. I look to the boss, but I'm not.
A psychological defense is that if my expectations are low, I can't be hurt, Sheila. You know what? You can't have your heart broken if you don't give your heart. So I'm,
that was the dating service, how you met your wife, right? Lowered expectations.
So I'm trying to protect my heart. I don't want to come out and say, I don't want to put it all out there. Because, I know. And by the way, I'm a Canadian, so I should be a little more seemly. Although I think an enormous amount for Canadians and Brits and Australians rides on this. We've had people here from other countries as well, Netherlands, you mentioned. A lot of the world rides on this. I mean, how America goes, so much of the world goes. I mean, who would be the leader of the West if Joe Biden were the president? Boris Johnson, Angela Merkel. Frankly, Emmanuel Macron has had a good week. But come on, it's got to be America fighting for freedom for the whole world and being the 10th pole that, it's got to be the leader. It's got to be the leader of the world, not for its own sake. I mean, we want that. It's got to be the leader of the world. It's got to lead for freedom for its own citizens. Back to you, Sheila. Let's see how much we can get in before.
Sure. And by the way, with regard to Macron, do you think that he would be as vocal against radical Islam as he is if he didn't know that Trump would also be on his side? I don't think so.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Okay. Unjust on Trudeau. Also, that's a regular viewer, regular super chatter. I wouldn't be anywhere else to watch Trump win. Oh, I hope you're right. Hard Money gives us $3, and that's the pear emoji with a fist bump printed on the pear's knuckles, like Ezra's beef ribs tattoo that he wants to get. Magnus Athios gives us $20 Canadian, but I don't see a super chat. That's awfully generous, though. Dominic V gives us $10. Thanks, Rebel, for the coverage. Dominic from Toronto, Trump 2020. Thank you very much. Lock and Dash Hunter gives us $5. Thank you, Rebel News. Thank you very much. Chris Gallagher, incredibly generous, and I don't see a super chat. $50. Thank you very much. Travis Coulson, that's another regular viewer, regular super chatter, $6.99. Trump 2020, great work, Rebel. Watch over out brothers and sisters down under. I think you mean watch over our brothers and sisters down under. Mr. G gives us $25. Love you folks. Tonight may be the end of democracy. After this, things get ugly. I think if Trump wins, things get ugly. Because there will be riots. And I think if Trump loses, things get ugly for a very long time. Matt B300 gives us $10. Everyone watch today's video on Roxham Road from Keean. It has an eye-opener and a great video. Or it is an eye-opener and a great video. What are they really hiding? I'm interested to see what we find out. Thanks, Justin, one more time. LOL. Kathy D gives us $5. Good day, eh? I hope to make it through the long haul tonight with two of the classiest journalists I've ever seen. I've never been called classy in my entire life, Kathy. So I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Scott McQueen gives us $5. Hey, guys, love you're wearing your poppies. Can't even find one here in Montreal. Also, can we get a shout out to Adrian, our homie in Kitchener? I guess I just did that, didn't I? If you go on the Legion store, you can order poppy merchandise there, too, to support the Legion. Without the cadets out selling poppies this year because they haven't been allowed to because of the pandemic, the Legions are taking a real hit. And they're already under a lot of financial pressure right now. So might I recommend that you do something like that. Kathy D gives us another $5. Keep fighting the good fight. And agreed, my fellow Albertan, God is still in charge. That's an anchor. Take a break, Justin. And Crazy gives us $2. Red wave in Miami-Dade. Oh, I hope so. Lisa Proust gives us $2. How can anyone except his wife vote for Biden? Does Biden even know that that's his wife?
Well, his son, he thinks that's right. There was that classic video where he didn't recognize his wife. She had to correct him. Well, his son will vote for him, too, because that's his source of income. Sheila, I'm so glad you're going through these super chats, and and I want to thank everybody for making those super chats. I hear in my ear from Justin that Virginia has gone Democrat, and that's so interesting because although only a small number of the votes have come in, based on past results, based on other factors, it's sort of like calling West Virginia quickly. The funny thing is Virginia was not always this way.
Yeah.
But mass immigration and liberals just controlling every...
It's the government town.
Yeah.
It's the government state. So.
Yeah, that's a big part of it. Sheila, I want to bring in... Thank you for reading this. I want to bring in Ben Weingarten again, because I know that since we've talked to him about an hour ago, he's been checking his trap line, checking those key states. He's got those connections. I'd like to bring him in for an update. For those who have made super chats that we haven't read yet, I promise we'll get to them, even if we get to them after some of the news hits. So now that the news is starting to come in a bit faster, I don't want to take quite as much time on the super chats now. I promise you we will come to them, but and some of them are really fun, but I want to make sure we cover the breaking news. And as I mentioned, Virginia is for Biden. Florida is trending Trump. But what about the other states like Georgia, North Carolina, and Pennsylvania? Joining us now again is our friend Ben Weingarten, who's a scholar, a fellow at the Claremont Institute, and a columnist with Newsweek. Great to see you again, Ben. What have you been finding as you've been checking your trap line, calling your sources, checking your emails, and, of course, just following the results as they trickle in? What's your mood so far?
Well, first of all, one thing I noticed, you were just talking about Florida and Georgia as well. The New York Times estimates have both of those states. In the case of Florida, over 90% forecasted win for the president. And in Georgia, at last check, over 60%. So that would obviously be pretty bullish for the president. You know, the way that I usually try to analyze these elections, and oftentimes the analysis isn't there to do it particularly well, but is what are the kind of pivot counties that might tell us something, serve as proxies for other states, other battleground areas. And in Miami-Dade County, for example, it appears the president has done very well, particularly, and that's a county which is dominated in part by Latino voters. So certainly there could be a trend there. Now, obviously, Florida has its own phenomenon in terms of the makeup of that Latino voter demographic and an anti-socialist bent to that demographic as well. So we'll see how that applies going forward in other states. I also took a look at some other interesting counties as well. There were some reports earlier about Cuyahoga County in Ohio, which is dominated by Cleveland, for example, where turnout's was down significantly in the county in general, and in Cleveland in particular. Now, those numbers have trickled up over time, but it doesn't appear necessarily that they're even going to hit 2016 percentages. So that's something to keep an eye on, because that's a county which was Hillary Clinton at around 2/3 of the vote last time, obviously crucial for Joe Biden's hopes there. Also, rural Nevada, all the numbers that we've seen coming out in the relevant counties appear to be coming out very strong for the president. Nevada, of course, was a loss last time, and Democrat turnout appears to be underperforming in that state. So also something to look at. Pinellas County in Florida, Republicans are up there. This is a county that President Obama won in 2008 and 2012. The president won it in 2016 as well, and usually serves as a bellwether. And I say the president up in terms of Republican ID voters turnout, which we assume president will dominate there. Lastly, Dauphin County, Pennsylvania. Trump lost there by 4,000 votes in 2016. It looks like Republican precincts are at least matching their turnout from last time, and Democrat precincts in that county are down. So that would obviously be significant if a county last time that went for Hillary Clinton actually flipped to President Trump this time. So those are some of the bullish signals that I'm seeing, and we'll have to see as more results roll in what it says about this head-to-head contest.
You know, that's very exciting, and I'm looking at those Miami numbers, and it's 54% to Biden, 45% to Trump in Miami-Dade, and that is remarkably close for what is such a blue county. I mean, I don't know the stats from last election in front of me, but I got to imagine they were, you know, Trump wasn't within, you know, I mean, 45% in Miami for Trump. That's that Cuban vote, isn't it?
Yeah, it absolutely is. And, there's data out there showing that as Cubans get further removed generationally from living under the tyrannical Castro regime, that they tend to start going more blue. And the Cuban population in America, of course, has traditionally been a Republican, a staunch Republican constituency. I think it's very telling if you have second and even third generation Cubans in America, Cuban Americans, who are starting to go back towards the Republicans. It's an indicator of fear of, again, a socialist-dominated Democrat Party. And I think it's a fear with great reason. So absolutely worth keeping an eye on. I would also point out Jeff Rowe, who was the campaign manager for Ted Cruz in 2016, has pointed out a couple districts that we ought to keep an eye on tonight. And those are Missouri 2 and Oklahoma 5. One of these seats is a Republican seat. The other is a Democrat seat. They're heavily suburban. They're in districts that have traditionally had a Republican tilt. If there is a suburban bloodbath for the president and that ends up trumping gains in terms of turnout in rural areas, in terms of winning a greater percentage of votes among Black Americans as well as Latino Americans, those may be sort of telltale congressional districts in terms of looking at places that are sort of on a knife's edge. And we'll see if the suburban vote is really something that does the president in. So we've talked about some of the bullish signals. Those are some of the signals to look at from a more conservative perspective.
Yeah, well, and that is terrifying. I mean, I'm pleased that Florida, which was such a battleground in 2000, I mean, that was where it all came down to, and was pretty close last time. It looks like Trump's got that. And I think it's, even though numerically right now he's not ahead, judging by how he's moved up in some of those deep blue counties, I think it's safe to say he's likely going to win them. We'll check in with you again maybe in 45 minutes or so. Keep us posted on those bellwether districts that you mentioned, counties. You've told us some of the hopeful signs, and we do need to know the pessimistic signs. But right now, would you say that Trump is overperforming what the pundits had said?
Yeah, I absolutely think that he is outperforming what the poll has said. And the question really is, and I think if you look at this from a macro perspective here, you have to adjust these polls for non-representative samples, for the fact that some pollsters have a vested interest in, I believe, trying to demoralize the Republican vote, adjusting for the shy Trump voter, let's say that's somewhere between 2 and 4%. So the question really is, where does that all shake out? Is that enough to cover the margins that we saw in many of these battlegrounds? And when you looked at the real clear average of battleground states this time versus last time, it's pretty close. It's still, another point or two in Biden's direction, a margin relative to Hillary Clinton. So we'll have to see as the night plays out. But these bellwether counties are certainly quite telling. And, we'll see where we go with Georgia and North Carolina and the like. And if the president is able to hold those, then it really does come down to these Rust Belt states, I think. And it'll be a fascinating finish to this evening. And we'll see if it's a finish to the race or if the race really picks up over the next 3 weeks or more.
Yeah, that's crazy. Ben, great to talk to you. We'll talk to you again in about an hour. Thanks for your time.
Sure thing.
All right, there you have it. Ben Weingarten, columnist with Newsweek and a fellow at the Claremont Institute. I want to let you know, I see the super chats coming in. For example, there's an amazing $100 super chat from Dex01Z Wing Zero, $100. Keep up the good work of uncovering the truth. I appreciate that. There are a lot of incredible super chats coming in. Oh my God, there's a $200 super chat from LOF Defense Systems, $200. Hold the line, Rebel. Love what you're doing from an Edmonton manufacturing company. Well, I thank you, and you stay strong in these challenging times. We will get to all the super chats, I promise you that. I want to make sure that we cover all the news. And I did mention earlier that we have special little videos that our team has made. And the first one is by our newest rebel, Drea Humphrey. And she's based in Vancouver. And her very first video was about Trump supporters in Vancouver, including black Trump supporters that are supposed to not even exist. So we've asked all our talent to make fun little ads. Sort of, not really ads, but little vignettes to break up the flow of tonight. And here is Drea's, which I have to say is very friendly and a little bit funny. Take a look.
Drea Humphrey here with Rebel News. I don't always read politics, but when I do, I read China Virus by Ezra Levant. You ever wonder why Trudeau took so long to close the borders to China? And why did he give so much money to the Wuhan Virology Institute? $838,000 to be exact. You got questions like that, then you need a better understanding to why the big virus that's plaguing Canadians is actually Justin Trudeau's relationship with China. Get China Virus book at chinavirusbook.com. Now let's get back to this election. Trump 2020, baby! Oh, wait a second. Is this like whiteface?
That is funny. Drea, how you doing?
Was I funny?
That was funny. Whiteface. I think you're allowed to do it. If Justin Trudeau can go in blackface, you are allowed to go in whiteface.
Exactly.
You know, I tell you, wear that Trump mask in certain places, it would terrify people.
Well, I actually bought it with the intention of wearing when it gets to the point that I can't walk into, let's say, a grocery store. That's the mask I'm going to wear since there's no requirements on the mask.
That's a great point. That mask, you could go into a store and say, what? I'm wearing a mask. Now, in one of your, it might even have been your very first video, you talked to black Trump supporters who are not supposed to exist in the media narrative. And it's usually a media narrative spoken or written by white liberals. And there's been a real movement in Make America Great Again campaigns of black conservatives. Kimberly Klacik in Baltimore being an example that I've focused on. I went down and I met her in Baltimore and she toured me around the worst neighborhoods and said, look, the Democrats have run this place for 40 years. It's so dilapidated. What have we got to lose? If you really think Black Lives Matter, how about these Black Lives? I found it a very compelling argument, but I'm a white guy. Can you measure, do you have a sense at all if Trump's outreach to the black community is working? Other than, there's some very visible signs, like, whether it's a rapper like 50 Cent or Lil Pump, who was actually at one of his rallies in Miami, I think, or a Kim Klacik, is it percolating down to grassroots black voters?
Well, I'm actually in a lot of black conservative groups as well. Prior to 2020, I didn't like being in a group that was only for black people, but everything's about race now. So I am in that. And I see that there are a lot of black Trump supporters. Now, some of them, which is interesting to me, they say that they're conservatives, but they're still talking about voting for Biden this time around. So one of the things I've noticed in those groups is there isn't a lot of fighting. There isn't a lot of talking down to each other for different opinions in the black conservative groups or the black political groups that I'm in, which I thought is nice. But when it comes to some of the white liberals, they seem to be very quick to kind of put black conservatives in their place that want to vote for Trump or that say good things about Trump. I feel like they're the most outspoken and they're the most judgmental, which is quite ironic.
Yeah. Well, I think of an incredible interview between Jimmy Fallon, a white liberal, and Chelsea Handler, a white liberal who used to date 50 Cent. And the both of them were having a conversation about 50 Cent being a Republican. They didn't invite 50 Cent to the conversation. And Chelsea Handler says, I've got to remind him he's black. And then she said, I guess I'll sleep with him to seal the deal. As if, it was condescending. A couple of white liberals saying, no, that black man's not thinking right. We got to change. And I just thought, that's the entire Democrat Party. As Joe Biden said, if you're not for me, you ain't black. And the thing, I think he gets away with it. I think it was only conservative activists said, what, that's racist. I think the mainstream media would tear apart someone who wasn't a Democrat who spoke that way. What do you think?
Of course they would, and they just turn a blind eye to it. And what's even more shocking, it seems like liberals turn a blind eye to that stuff as well. That's as racist as it gets. And when she said that about 50 Cent, it just reminds me of being put into your place. Like, this is the box we have. It's taking us back so many generations. You might as well take us back to when we were not allowed to vote if you were going to pick our votes for us, right?
Are there any neighborhoods you're paying attention to? I had the pleasure of walking with Kimberly Klacik through her neighborhood, and it's Baltimore. It's so deep blue. I think she's going to get a record result for Republicans, but I can't honestly say I think she's going to win. To me, the best outcome would be Trump presidency, Kimberly Klacik getting an executive appointment by Trump to have, some sort of inner city renovation, rehabilitation project. Listen, if she would win, that would be amazing. I just know there's some things that are a bridge too far. Are there any neighborhoods, districts, counties, states that you've got your eye on tonight?
Well, I was really interested. I mean, I agree with what you said, and I'm watching California closely, not to, see it be all red, but just to see if it's going to be more red than last time. And I do have a lot of friends in California as well, and some that are voting for Biden and stuff like that. And, there's a lot of places, like look at Hollywood and that area, like it's totally run down and things like that. So I'd be interested to see if it's going to do better than last time, but I'm not holding my breath either. Yeah.
Well, it's a very exciting night. I'm out of the corner of my eye, I'm checking in. I think it's safe to say Florida is going for Trump. I mean, just 80% of the vote is in. Trump is basically a dead heat. Actually, Biden's ahead by 6,000 votes, and there's over 9 million counted. But, the fact that, it's pretty certain Trump's going to win it. I'm getting nervous about other places, but so far, so good. What do you think? I mean, I don't dare to hope. I don't dare to hope because I don't want my feelings crushed. Are you a hoper or a be carefuler?
I've been Trump for 4 more years, like this whole time since everybody's been talking about the debate the last 4 months or so. But yesterday I got very nervous. Very nervous, I'm not going to lie. I don't know what happened to me. I wasn't doing very well yesterday, and I woke up and I had a little bit about that. But since about noon today, I've been so excited, and I'm believing Trump is going to win. Well,
listen, you're doing an amazing job. You have been such an asset to Rebel News. I love the stories you cover. You're holding the fort for us in Vancouver, very important city. There's so much news out there, and I love how you dig up stories that the mainstream media doesn't support. I love your support for freedom, including with the Chinese community against communist China. I love your support for the Falun Gong and for the Uyghurs. I think you're doing an amazing job. I hear so many people talking to me about your work. I want to thank you for being part of the Rebel team.
Thank you so much for having me as part of Rebel team, and I am honored to be a Rebel.
Well, it's great to have you, and thanks for the friendly plug for my book. All right, Drea Humphrey, it's great to see you. We'll talk to you later.
Okay.
There
bye.
You have it. Oh boy, she's great. I'd say it's our lucky day when she joined Rebel News. I encourage you to go to our, elsewhere on our YouTube page. Maybe not right now. Stay with us for now, but later on you got to watch Drea's vids. Very interesting, including a lot of stories about communist Chinese fingers in British Columbia, which is a real issue. She's also been an expert reporter from the anti-lockdown protests in her city as well. All right, let's just check. I'm checking the list provided to me by Justin, and he says, Ezra and Sheila super chats at 8 p.m. We will do that, but we will do that looking out of the corner of our eye for the states that come online at 8, including the one that has us all so nervous, Pennsylvania. Florida, people say, even Ben said that Trump's doing so well in some of the counties. I'm going to stop worrying about Florida and start worrying about other places. Justin, I'm hearing in my ear from Justin that Trump picked up South Carolina. I don't think it was ever in any doubt. The one that's in doubt is North Carolina, and oh my gosh, if the Democrats get that, that's going to be a heartbreaker and hopefully not a bellwether. Sheila, how you doing? Were you poking around looking at any other results or anything that caught your eye?
News, which is updated very quickly, very fast. Their website is. I was reading that the RNC has moved their election night headquarters from D.C. to an undisclosed location, citing security concerns and, of course, potential civil unrest. It's funny because if you watch the mainstream media, and I wouldn't, except it's sort of my job to know what the enemy is doing all the time, they keep talking about how Trump will not hand over the reins of power should he win. But it's been ongoing now for 4 years. Democrats haven't accepted a loss, and it seems as though they aren't going to accept this one either, if it indeed goes that way.
And the violence, it's just, when I see the boarding up of the stores in D.C. and other cities like that, those are not Republican rioters. So everyone knows this is going to happen. I want to show you a video by our friend Millie Weaver. I don't know Millie well at all. In fact, I had never really dealt with her until she was arrested a few months ago, and I put up a crowdfund for her, and we helped get her out of jail. So we're sort of chummy now. I don't know her well. But she did a video. I just sent it to you, Justin. She got access to some Zoom calls where Antifa were organizing their riots tomorrow. I don't know how she got on there. And she recorded them. And I just want to play a little bit for it. And I know this is getting off topic, and I know we got news to report, but this is part of the story too. Fraud, margin of lawyer, recounts, mail-in, but this constant violence from the left is part of it too. Justin, you just give me a signal when we're ready to go with that. We won't play the whole thing, but Millie put up a new vid. Immediately censored by YouTube, Twitter, et cetera, taken down from this and that. Why? Because it's talking about violence? Well, that's the news. She uncovered Antifa planning to riot, and extremely technical logistics. Like, this isn't just some organic mob. They were talking about the exits of the White House and this building and that building. Did you get that? Yeah, Justin's just keying it up. In the meantime, I'm going to let you know that Miami-Dade County is 53.9% Biden, 45.6% Trump. That is amazing to me that Trump is doing that strong in a historically Democrat place, and it just makes me so proud. I'm going to stop worrying about Florida now, and I'm going to start worrying about North Carolina, Georgia, Ohio, Michigan, Pennsylvania. I still have a lot of worries.
Yeah.
Got 99 problems, but Florida ain't one.
Should we get to some of these super chats while we're waiting on
super
Justin?
Chats and Justin will tell us when we have that video ready.
I'm not sure where you left off because I ran upstairs to get a coffee while you were reading super chats with Drea, or before Drea got on. Was it Engine Kid 88? Is that the last one that you read?
Let me check it. I'll check right now and I'll let you know. But Justin has the vid from Millie. I don't want to play the whole thing, but let's play a minute. Here's Millie Weaver, who got onto one of these Zoom calls from Antifa. I just want to show people how organized, professional, and diabolical they are. And then Sheila will come right back in the super chats.
Our undercover inside the Sunrise Movement was able to obtain exclusive video footage inside Zoom chats where Shutdown DC, BLM, and other leftist organizations are coordinating a multi-level coup action exercise utilizing insider help from Democrat Party members as well as federal employees and intelligence contractors.
I'm a management and programs analyst.
I work in the national security community.
I spent 3.5 years as a contractor at DHS HQ.
If you read the mainstream press, they all have Signal accounts, text them, leak everything you can. The journalists I've dealt with have been super ethical in ways to shield me, to be the source of the leaks.
Groups on the outside being able to show solidarity with federal workers.
Making sure that we're naming what is happening as a coup.
Totally agreed in the Shutdown DC conversations that I've been having, and that's not on the federal side. We also are often saying that call it a coup.
They plan to shut down Washington, D.C. and other major U.S. cities starting November 4th until Inauguration Day.
Do we have any plans for how to respond if there's a coup?
Come to BLM Plaza anytime after 4 p.m. on election night. On the 5th, we're going to shut down the White House.
Map the White House and know every access point so we knew we could blockade it.
On the 6th, we're going to shut down larger parts of Washington, D.C.
We've been working on a target map and a framework for scenario. So where are all the police stations? Where are all the key government buildings? who are the Trump boosters?
Members of Congress that are coming in, we're going to meet them at the airports or at Union Station and send them back to where they came from until we deal with the situation that we're in.
We are going to be in a crisis, but we want it to be one that we are creating. Whoever's got the guns can win. Let's take over the buildings. If there are people that are willing to do that, we should support them. Get ready to shut your city down on the 4th or the 5th.
Regardless of who wins, the left plans to take over.
You know what? Those are real people, and you can call them the deep state, but they're far more than just grudging Obama holdovers. Those are true radicals, Marxists, anarchists, communists, but it's not just their ideas and words. They are planning violence, and the fact that you tell me the Republican headquarters has to move, it says that the terrorist threat is that severe. That's incredible to me.
I didn't quite catch the name there, but I think I recognize one of those ladies, the older sort of obvious aging feminist lady there. I think she is from Occupy Wall Street Times. I believe I saw her in, oh boy, the name of the movie escapes me. But it was the Andrew Breitbart movie about the Occupy Wall Street movement. And I think she's in that. So that's interesting that it's the same people kicking around since day one. And this is just their cause. And it's interesting that they said, whoever has the guns wins.
Yeah.
And so it's no wonder that they're pushing so strongly for gun control, because they don't mean to disarm themselves, do they? They mean to disarm everybody else.
Yeah. Just a quick update, and then Sheila will jump into the super chats. Lots of obvious states being declared just because the polls have closed and the results are known enough. Oklahoma, Mississippi, Alabama, Tennessee, South Carolina going red. No surprise there, really. Illinois, where Chicago is, going blue. I mean, again, it's very, very early, but there's enough information to know it. You knew that Maryland, you knew that Delaware, you knew that New Jersey, you knew that Connecticut, Massachusetts were going blue. That's where the source of these numbers comes from that have been updated on your screen. Florida has not yet officially been called, but it looks like with 85% of the votes tallied up, Trump is now chugging along. I think as the other counties come in, he's going to compound the win. So I think that's happening. I don't know. I'm nervous. I was more optimistic at this point 4 years ago. The New York Times sometimes does their guesstimates even as the night goes on. They look at what the counties were at last time. They look at voter turnout. They project that Trump's going to win Georgia, but they equally project that Biden's going to win North Carolina. They don't have such a guesstimate yet for Ohio or Pennsylvania. And as Ben Weingarten said, those are the states that really matter. Those are the Rust Belt states. There's fracking, tons of fracking in Pennsylvania. There's some in Ohio too.
Yep.
Michigan's a Rust Belt state that Trump really focused on. But my God, it's been Democrat for a generation. Those are the ones that Florida was a gotta have in my mind.
Yep.
I'm nervous about the others. Sheila, do you want to say anything else about the numbers before we jump back to the super chats?
No, let's jump right back into the super chats. But I was right. I did catch that out of the corner of my eye. That's Lisa Fithian. She is in Occupy Unmasked as one of the leaders of the Occupy movement. And on Breitbart, they caught the same thing I did. She's in a Zoom call, Lisa Fithian.
Sheila, I'm so impressed that you just glanced at that and you saw her. That is uncanny. That's amazing.
I recommend everybody at home watch Occupy Unmasked. This has been unfolding since at least New Orleans. The hurricane there, that's when the leftists moved in. And it's just been like a rolling machine through the culture since then. And it is all the same people.
Where do you get access to that movie?
It used to be on Netflix. You can get it on Google Play Movies for a couple of bucks, but I cannot recommend it enough. If you want to know the who's who in the zoo, really? As David Menzies says.
You said Occupy Unmasked, is that what you called it?
Occupy Unmasked, that it's, I think Andrew Breitbart was the producer of it. is where you'll get all those like the famous clips of Andrew Breitbart saying war.
Yeah.
And that it's from that movie, and I cannot recommend it enough. If you want to see where we are today and where it started, start with that movie.
Oh, thank you. Now, I just see out of the corner of my eye, Frank Szabo chipped in $250 for a super chat. Frank, that is amazing. That's incredible. Thank you very much. We will put that towards our project. We now have over 20 people working at Rebel News. You're going to see some of them tonight. We just had a great chat with Drea. Isn't she the best? We got a lot of other Rebel talent. We're saving Keean's very, very special video for 10:45, which is not very far away from now, by the way.
No.
Now, I honestly lost track of where we finished up when we were reading Super Chats last time. Lisa Proust said she would help me with Spanish, so we read that one. Murray Rangers, $7. Hopefully Trump wins. Did we have Dave Cunningham for $5 saying Trump 2020 would get 281 seats?
Yes, I think we got all.
I meant.
I think we got all the way to. I left off with Lisa Proust asking how anyone except his wife can vote for Biden. I think that's where I left off. So I think you went a little bit past that, but I'm not sure. I'll just whip through them. If I say them twice, then whatever. Anna Babina gives us $10. Thank you for your amazing and honest work. Engine Kid 88 gives us $10. Alan Lichtman, election forecaster, has never been wrong in his prediction, says no one has ever won if they failed 6 of his 13 keys. Trump failed 7. Lichtman says Trump can't win. I'm worried. Well, Andrew Campbell gives us $34.99. Thank you so much. Canadian Oil and Gas supports Rebel Media. Thank you so much. Mugwump666 gives us $5. Hello from Florida. Thank you, Rebel Media, for all you do. Evan Sales gives us $4.20. Trump 2020, 4 more years. Love you, Rebel. Thank you so much. 2010 SJ gives us $5. Thank you, Rebel, for sparing me from having to watch election coverage on the mainstream media. You know, if Trump wins, you're going to see some excellent clips from the devastation of the mainstream media tomorrow morning.
I'm going to try to keep it together if Biden wins. If Biden wins, I promise myself no crying.
I'll pour out the coffee cup that holds my pencils over there. I'll put a quick hoot of Fireball in there. I'll feel better right away. And you know what? Conservatives, they'll just work harder. They won't riot. They won't do anything. They'll just work harder and try something different. Lori Ann Turrier, I think. $5, no message. Thank you so much. Unjust Untrudeau, $2. I'm pretty sure a tie goes to a riot to decide it. That's fun. Rupee Harry gives us $5. No super chat. Michael Lefebvre gives us $10. This election is the reason Trudeau is quiet on every front. He is waiting to see if his liberal friends get in. He makes me sick. I don't know if you saw my story today, Michael, but Justin Trudeau, I think, thinks Biden has this in the bag, although he thought Clinton had it in the bag too. So he's, whatever.
Yeah,
but he appointed that. Go ahead. Yeah.
Oh, I was going to say, Justin, can you grab that vid that Sheila did of Roger Cuzner today? Trudeau's new, is that the one you're talking about? Trudeau's appointment to be the consul general in Boston, which is basically Canada's diplomat in Boston. Every country has an embassy, but in secondary cities they have consulates. It's largely ceremonial. It's a real gift. It's like a patronage gift. Who wouldn't want to have a luxury lifestyle in Boston? Wonderful city. You get a huge hospitality budget. You don't have a lot of work. But who did he choose? Sheila, I won't steal your thunder. Justin, when you cue that up, let us know. I want to show. Oh, you got it ready? Here, let's watch a little bit of Sheila. I know I'm getting in the way of the super chats, but you did a great job in this video.
Oh, thank you.
I just want to show folks. Here, let's take
Canada has a new diplomat in Boston, and boy, is he Trump deranged. What could possibly go wrong? Today, the government of Canada announced a long list of new diplomatic appointments. Just look at this. October 30th, 2020, Ottawa, Ontario, Global Affairs Canada. The Honourable Francois-Philippe Champagne, Minister of Foreign Affairs, today announced the following diplomatic appointments. Now, there's a few of them. The only one I'm going to be talking about today is this one. Roger Kuzner becomes the Consul General in Boston, United States of America. Mr. Kuzner replaces David Alward. Now, who is Roger Kuzner? Oh, he is a Liberal loyalist through and through. A former 6-time Liberal MP for Cape Breton Canso. Now, the mainstream media is all over this appointment for some reason. Now, a Liberal getting a patronage appointment, just hopping back on the Trudeau gravy train with biscuit wheels is hardly news. It happens almost every single day. Here is CBC Nova Scotia's reporting. Kuzner served as parliamentary secretary to former Prime Minister Jean Chrétien in 2003. He also served as chair of the Nova Scotia caucus and party whip. In 2019, he announced that he would not seek re-election, telling reporters he was tired and cranky. I did find evidence of that. Anyway, Kuzner worked in the private sector as senior advisor at Rubicon Strategy in Ottawa prior to the new appointment. So he worked in the private sector for what, like a year? That's all he spent in the private sector before he was embraced back into the warm, heaving bosom of the Liberal cronyism creature. But I'm going to show you something about Kuzner today that you won't see reported in the mainstream media. He's going to work to advance Canada's interests in the United States, but he hates the current president like the Pope hates the devil. Don't take my word for it, though. Take Kuzner's. Here's one of his tweets. Trump is a dirty old man. And then he links to a breathless Huffington Post article that reads, Donald Trump's vulgar words reveal a vulgar character. Donald Trump trumpets the fact that he can sexually assault women and get away with it because he's a star. Well, that's a weird article for Kuzner to tweet, don't you think? Since Justin Trudeau, his boss at the time, and I guess his boss again now, groped a woman at a BC music festival and said that he would never have done it if, and only if, he had known she was a reporter, as in, if Trudeau knew this woman had some power, he would not have assaulted her. I guess he likes them vulnerable. Anyway, Kuzner might not have known that back in 2016. I'll concede that he might not have known what Trudeau had done at the Kokanee Music Festival, but he certainly knows now, and yet he still took a job from him. Then there's this tweet Kuzner sent last year. As a sitting Liberal MP, applauding the work of Daniel Dale, the journalist weirdo who made a name for himself, harassing Rob Ford at his home. Dale does Trump fact-checking now. Look at this. They keep a great check on the number of times Trump lies. Has anyone tried to track down how often he uses, quote, we'll see what happens? Justin Trudeau is a liar. He lied about balancing the budget and just recently admitted to lying about fixing the drinking.
Sheila, it's a great report. I'm going to cut it off there because I want to get back to the news of the day. But not a single other journalist in Canada. I mean, first of all, I think it's Roger Kuzner. I love how you call him Roger Kuzner. And I'm going to start calling him.
Sometimes I say their names wrong just because. I know I've heard it right somewhere else, but I don't care.
It's like Tucker Carlson said Ottawa. The capital of Canada, a place called Ottawa. I thought that was very funny. Yeah. You know what? Why would you send a Trump derangement diplomat to a diplomat? Look at the word diplomat. It'd be diplomatic. It's about winning friends. And I know that Boston is a liberal city in a liberal state, but you're working at a state-to-state level, which means the federal government. I think that shows either that Trudeau is betting big that Trump loses tonight, or that Trudeau doesn't care and he wants to snub Trump, or even that Trudeau just isn't even alert to these things, that he doesn't even know this, and his staff just think this is a hoot. I don't know. None of those answers are good. Should we take a quick look at the stats up there now? Should we take a look at how we're doing? And by we're doing, I mean the free world. Right now, again, those are the easy states. None of those are controversial ones. The controversial ones have not been decided yet. Florida, it's that Miami-Dade County. You know, the other counties are pretty much how they're supposed to look. Trump is ahead based on those Cubans. Viva those Cubans. I don't have any Spanish. We need Lisa Proust to do some translating. What's next on the schedule? We got Ben Weingarten coming in about 10 minutes. Should we bang through some super chats?
Yes.
And I promise if we get meaningful news from other states, we'll go to it. What's incredible is that Texas, and I think this is going to be swamped when other regions come in, Texas is way closer than it should be. In fact, right now, with 32% of the vote in, Biden is leading in Texas. If the Democrats take Texas, the Republicans will never be president again. There has been a real campaign by the Democrats to turn Texas blue. Some of it is basically swamping it with refugees from California. A lot of it is open borders immigration from Mexico and Central America. If you cannot hold Texas for the Republicans, then you just will never win again, ever. I don't think that's happening tonight. But
It's
right
like-
now, bizarrely.
It's like the Conservatives losing Alberta. They never win again without us.
Yeah, and right now, about a third of the votes are in, and Biden has a 10-point lead. Again, I'm not saying that's going to last. I don't think that's going to last, but it is still awfully disconcerting to see that.
Well, it depends on where those votes are coming from too. Are they coming from Austin? Probably, because that's the Democrat stronghold.
Let me be clear.
Yeah.
I do not, I mean, they're coming from Dallas, they're coming from Houston, they're coming from Austin. Of course they are. And I'm not saying the Democrats are going to win there, but I just don't like the looks of it. And there's been a few close shaves like that before. Beto O'Rourke coming within a couple points of winning the Senate seat there. That ought to have been a wake-up call. And I tell you, there's got to be a lot of work done to beat back that blue insurgency in that state. Anyways, we don't have any more important news right now. In Pennsylvania, the results are so preliminary. Only 3% of votes are in. Not worth reporting because they'll change so dramatically. Ohio, 41% of votes are in, and it is leaning towards Biden right now. I don't like it, but it's too early to worry. Indiana looks fairly strongly toward Trump, but again, only 30% of votes in, so I don't want to speak definitively about any of those states. I'm ready to call Florida for Trump. Can we get that Cubanos music again? And I'm not even going to try my Spanish. Can we get that Yo votar of Trump? It's
La economía.
Economía, la familia. I just need a little pick-me-up. It's 8:21. We're coming up on finishing our second hour, entering hour 3. I need a little bit of a wake-up. I need a little bit of a feel-good. Can we get that Trump, Latinos for Trump? And, you know, the fact that he was dancing.
His dancing is made for that commercial.
Yeah, you got to dance. Here it is. Take a look.
Ay, por Dios, yo voy a votar por Donald Trump. La buena vida por Trump. La economía por Trump. Hazlo por tu familia. Latinos por Donald Trump. Ay, por Dios, yo voy a votar por Donald Trump.
I'm Donald Trump, and I approve this message.
La buena vida. That's what we're all after. The good life.
Yeah. I'm Sheila Gunn Reid, and I approve that song. I love that. I think they performed it live at his rally in Florida the other day.
I think they did. All right.
I would pay money. I would pay money to go to that concert.
You know what?
I would.
It just makes you want to dance. All right, let's get into the super chat. So let's whip through some more of these. I can't remember where we left off.
We left off at Philippe, gives us $20 Canadian. I hope Trump will have his second term. North America needs Trump. Canada needs Trump. Since Justin Trudeau is basically a CCP pawn now, keep up the good work, Rebel News. We need you in Quebec.
Well, you know, there is so much news in Quebec that is very interesting. The pandemic lockdowns there are shocking. But there is other amazing good news there. We see, for example, Francois Legault, the premier, that's standing in full solidarity with the freedom of speech and freedom of expression of French cartoonists to caricature Mohammed, so much so that Emmanuel Macron, the president of France, actually telephoned the Quebec premier to say thanks, did not telephone the coward Justin Trudeau, who said bizarrely that freedom of speech has to be exercised responsibly. And by that he meant, don't say anything that radical Islam doesn't like.
Right. Dr. McGillicuddy Very generous, doctor. If you're really a medical doctor, I'm not sure if I would take a prescription signed by you, but $50. Big shout out to the Menzoid. Let me buy him a beer. Love Gunn and Bexte. Also love the new faces out west. Don't stop with the Roxham Road coverage. We're really the only people doing it. The mainstream media is located a lot closer to Roxham Road than Keean Bexte is. But why does Keean have to fly out there to do the news? And actually, when Keean was there, he ran into CBC and they were doing very favorable coverage of the situation at Roxham Road. Matt B300 gives us $5. Hey, Ezra, what are the chances I could get you to sign my books sometime? Maybe at a YDS protest or some other location in the GTA?
Yeah, well, listen, I love signing books. It's my favorite thing in the world to do. We had so many events last year. I think we had 14 or something across the country. We even had an event in London, England. But boy, our wings have been clipped like everyone's by the pandemic.
Mm-hmm.
So my answer is I hope to see you soon. I just, unfortunately, it's probably not going to happen before the end of the year.
It's too bad. Those book signings are so much fun.
They are.
Yeah, and we got protested by the CCP at one, which was sort of fun.
That's right, yeah.
Heba S gives us $5. Diplomats need to mediate between rebels and undemocratic leaders. Sorry for all the lives lost. Matthew Phillips gives us $13.99. I feel people worldwide view this election as a statement. Regardless of how powerful the political establishment is, can the people choose their leader? No wonder power-hungry politicians hate Trump. Endless Freedom gives us good gracious. I don't know what that currency is, but Justin kindly broke it down for me and says it's approximately $6 Canadian. Can you put down Biden picture? He just likes to sniff hair. So disgusting just by looking at his face. Breitbart had a really great compilation of all the creepy times that Biden was sniffing people's hair. Here it is, the supercut.
Yeah. You know, I mean, and the touchy and the handsy and what is he doing? And you know what? The thing is, if you hear his words, I don't know if there's any volume here. He says things like, he says, don't date boys till you're 14, come talk to me later. Like, look at that. Look at her pull away there. So, what is with that?
Yeah.
What a creepy freak. And you can't ascribe that to senility. This creepy freak just can't stop touching women. Look at the thumb. Look at that. He pulls her over. And just like Justin Trudeau, he does this in public so that girls are afraid to scream or push back or punch back because they don't want to embarrass their family at this key. Look at this girl. So uncomfortable being groped by a dirty old man. A dirty old man.
Ugh.
Look at
Poor
that.
girl.
And she doesn't want to slap him or pull away because this is some important day for her dad. Look at that hand. Look at that. And that thumb, just what is he doing? Hey, Angel, how old are you? I'm 12. You're 12. What's your name? How old are you? How are you? I'm 12. What is he doing?
Oh.
What is he doing? What a creepy freak. What a creepy freak. What a dirty, look at that girl pull away. She knows not to let strangers touch her like that. Stranger danger. What on earth are you doing touching her face like that? You freaky creep. You Weinstein.
And he's doing it in front of all these cameras. You can hear the cameras flashing. And he doesn't care.
I think he does it all the time. But one of the things about doing it publicly, like I say, is that those women can't panic, lash out, run away, hit back because they don't want to embarrass their dad, who's getting an appointment. So gross.
I would be murderous if that were my daughter.
Oh my God. So,
right off the rev limiter.
Let me go through some of these.
Sheila Varma is the next
Sheila Varma, $10. Thank you very much. John Lima, $3. Dancing Paramoji. Thank you very much. Endless Freedom. The repeat of the same one. Yeah, we just showed that Biden clip. Mark Cougar, $10. Sorry to distract, but in Aylmer, the mayor has declared a state of emergency because of a freedom protest by Pastor Henry Hildebrandt for November 7th. What the heck? Mark? We're all over that like green on broccoli.
Yeah.
Patrick Bateman, 20 pounds. Thanks, you guys, from England. Well, thanks, Patrick. I look forward to returning to your fair shores as soon as the travel restrictions are lifted. John Taylor, $2, no message, but thanks. Ela Varma, $5. Rebel Media, you guys are amazing. Please tell Menzoid he's my favorite guy. We will tell him. JJB Hugs, 549, linking dots, Trudeau and PRC and Biden is COVID hoax. Well, all of them are China lovers, that's for sure. I hear in my ear that we have Ben Weingarten, who is ready to give us an update, a bit of a report, and I see little strands of hope there. North Carolina looking slightly more promising. Let us go to Ben Weingarten, I just want to give you some updates on the numbers. Florida, 90% of the numbers are in. Trump has a 2-point lead. I feel confident calling that for Trump. North Carolina, which is really in play, it's tight. Biden has a lead right now, but again, judging from historical counties and mapping it to today, Trump is slightly ahead. Slightly ahead of Biden, I mean. Boy, I'm nervous about that. Georgia looks like it's going Trump. That would have killed me too if that went Democrat. I'm not even going to contemplate Texas going blue. I don't have the emotional capacity, and hopefully I never will need to. How are we doing with Ben? Do we have him ready on the line? We just need one more second there. I'll give you some more updates from out and about. Pennsylvania, which everybody's watching and talking about, the results are so preliminary, only 4% of votes are counted. So although Biden is leading, I don't even want to talk about it. I don't even want to talk about it because when only 4% of the votes are counted, that is not a large enough sample because the votes come in from different counties. So you can have typically urban county, typically goes Democrat. You'll get those results perhaps faster than a rural county. That's just traditionally how it's been. They have strange voting in America. Here in Canada, you just mark an X, but they have all sorts of voting machines, and you saw some of the problems we showed earlier. We won't know news from places like Minnesota and Wisconsin for a little while. Those are going to be interesting too. I don't know if it's possible for Minnesota to tip red, but Trump did visit there in recent weeks, although the Democrats sort of blocked him from having more than 250 people at a rally, which was, I call that election interference. We got Ben on the line right now. Ben, how you doing? What have you been looking at? You've been poking around, checking the websites, checking the Twitters. What do you have to report? Oh, I don't know if you can hear
for
me,
what it's
friend.
worth, first let me just say, with respect to Minnesota.
Oh, go ahead.
Can you hear me, Ezra?
Yes, I can hear you. Sorry about that.
Yeah, first, since you were just talking about Minnesota, interestingly, Keith Ellison, the Attorney General, tweeted out something earlier today around, I believe, 5 o'clock Eastern time, saying, we need more votes. We need you to come out. We need your votes, something to that effect. Now, an Attorney General should not be saying that we need votes, in particular, of course, for his party. And what happens if it turns out in Minnesota that it is a dead heat of a race and law enforcement or the election officials are forced to come up to some rulings and the like? I mean, you can see the corrosive nature of an Attorney General voicing his opinion. By the way, same thing in Pennsylvania. The Secretary of State there tweeted out infamously that if all the votes are counted, Democrats will win in Pennsylvania. And he also tweeted out today that if there were any issues at the polls, that people should reach out to the Pennsylvania Dem voter assistance line.
Yeah.
So I think it's a good representation of where the Democrats are, and the left loves to talk about an independent, impartial justice system, and then look at how their attorney generals and secretaries of state act. As for what we're seeing out there, I think Florida and Georgia going the president's way obviously bodes well. He needs to retain these southern states. North Carolina, New York Times forecast was showing it at about 67% Biden as of about a half hour ago, and at last check, it was actually at 56% Trump. Now, this is with, I believe, less than 1%. It's a forecast number, so this is hypothetical. What they saw that made them change their minds, I think, is interesting. And we have to be patient because all of the early numbers across all of these states are the early voters. And that obviously trended significantly Democrat in most places. And then, of course, on Election Day, Republicans substantially outperform Democrats everywhere. So we have to take the early numbers with a grain of salt. But I think it is interesting that North Carolina shifted, at least in the New York Times forecast. Lastly, with respect to Ohio, it seems a bit as the turnout in the big cities there, and maybe this is a trend that we'll see across the country, was down in those cities. And then you had President Trump, it seems like, picking up a slightly higher margin than last time. And there have been a lot of reports out there showing that, as a general matter, the votes of Black Americans come in at lower rates than last time, and Donald Trump is taking a bigger proportion of those votes. Now, the other side of the equation, the other part of the coin is, it appears that in the suburbs, Joe Biden might be outperforming Hillary Clinton relative to last time. And if that holds, that offsets what we're seeing in the more urban area. So, again, as I mentioned before, that the question of the suburbs, which in many ways had already been trending sort of liberal, elite, progressive in terms of their culture, we're seeing that in the votes as well. On the other hand, the trade-off has been that Republicans are winning blue-collar, middle American voters under President Trump. And will that be a permanent realignment? We shall see. That cultural divide even matters, it feels like, more than the ideological divide at this point.
Yeah, you're right. We interviewed a professor from George Mason University, Frank Buckley, who wrote a book called The Republican Workers' Party. And at first, that's such a strange phrase. You don't see Republican Workers' Party like that's just opposite. But no, I think it's crystal clear that people who work in factories, people with hard hats, people who work outdoors, people who extract things from the ground, chop trees, mine mines, that used to be, a lot of those are union jobs, some are not union jobs. That used to be the heartland for any Dem, but those people have gone to Trump. And part of it's because of his infrastructure plans, part of it is because of his reshoring of factories, fighting China with tariffs. And I think it's also a cultural thing. So it's not just money issues. It's not calling voters chumps, which Biden did, not calling voters deplorable. Trump had a few rappers endorse him, and it was very funny because some of them are very, very different than your average Republican. Lil Pump, the rapper who was there in Miami, he's very funny. He's a Republican aesthetically. But the party of the celebrities, the party of Lady Gaga, is not the same party as a steel worker in Indiana.
Yeah, the Democrats have become the party of and then what they've tried to create in a dependent class in America. And the Republicans have really become the party, or at least a Donald Trump-led Republican Party. I do think that his gains are going to echo for years to come, and I do think it is going to transform what conservatism means and what the Republican Party stands for. At least it should, otherwise the party won't exist for very long. He has converted it into a party of union workers, the police, military veterans, those who are common sense, patriotic Americans who've been forgotten and left behind by the political. And have to credit, Carlson had a monologue about this the other night, and he basically said that Donald Trump is a big middle finger to the political elite, the political establishment. And so the love of Trump in some ways is proportional to the hatred of an establishment that has forgotten about these forgotten Americans who helped build the country, fight America's war, and were our labor force in heavy industry for decades. And I think it's a positive shift in the Republican Party. And we'll see if the Democrats can hold that coalition together for long. Is that really going to be a winning strategy long term?
Ben, thank you for that. I want to throw one more thing at you. You mentioned earlier that the New York Times has such large resources, so many reporters, and although their editorial line and their biases are so pronounced, the one thing, because they have such resources, they can do the kind of calculations county by county, voter turnout. So when it's no commentary, just like sports scores, there's no commentary. You either scored the goal or you didn't. And I think tonight is that kind of night. All the bluster and BS is done. It's just what's it looking like in Miami-Dade. And so the facts are the facts. Trump's going to win on that basis. You mentioned earlier, one of the things they do is based on those sort of entrails, reading the entrails, they give a day of prediction. Now, yesterday, if the New York Times said Trump has a 10% chance of winning, I'd say that's BS, that's predictive, that's polls. But today, if they say Trump has a 10% chance of winning this county, I know it's based on voter turnout and trends. So I actually give some credence to it today because it's not guesswork, it's based on these factors we've been talking about. When you and I last spoke, the New York Times was saying that Joe Biden was quite likely to win North Carolina. Or is that about 2 hours ago that happened? Right now, the New York Times is saying that Donald Trump has a 71% chance, I don't know how they give it that precision, of winning North Carolina. So over the course of the last 2 hours, that state looks increasingly red, and I should tell you that 2/3 of the votes are in. That gives me a flicker of hope, Ben, a flicker of hope. What do you think?
Yeah, look, it makes the path seem much more realistic in terms of retaining those core states that the president had last time and just needing to win one or two of these Rust Belt states. Now, again, of course, it may well be that given how similarly some of these states are comprised of voters in terms of the demographics and the ideological inclination, that if you're going to win, let's say, a Pennsylvania, then all of the states are going to fall. And you're going to win Michigan and Wisconsin, and you're going to come really close in Minnesota like last time. But retaining these states in the South, I think, is critical for the president to have a chance against what the odds showed themselves to be. And again, my running theme is you don't want this to come down and hinge on just in Pennsylvania, because again, the litigation and voter fraud margin is just too strong there, and we'll be counting votes for days of these absentee ballots that maybe weren't even sent in at the proper time, where you can't verify the signature, but because of terrible court rulings at the state level and then at the federal level, these ballots will be counted, and they'll keep counting them until you have a Joe Biden victory. So yeah, again, we have to look at these states like in North Carolina. That was a bubble sort of state. Democrats harbored these hopes of winning in Georgia. Plenty of pollsters had Biden winning in Florida. We'll see where Arizona shakes out as well. And Texas had been talked about as well. And I saw a statistic before we came on showing that in Harris County, which I believe has Houston and several other more Democratic-leaning cities and suburban areas, that the votes are not there for Biden to win Texas. Obviously, if Texas fell, it would be a catastrophe for the Republican Party. The fact that all of these states that the Democrats harbored hopes of winning are all falling obviously bodes pretty well for the president. Let's see where we are in another hour or so when it comes to Ohio and Pennsylvania as more results trickle in. And again, as we get past the early vote count, which is going to make it look like a Dem victory in many of these states.
Yeah. Ben, it's great to talk with you. You have such breadth and depth. We started by talking about Minnesota, so I want to remind folks, and let's show the cover on the screen. One of my favorite books of 2000, and I think it came out in 2019. When did he publish it? Late last year or earlier this year?
It was actually February of this year, but it does feel like years ago.
You know what? Because it was pre-pandemic in my mind, it was last year. The book's called American Ingrate. It is the authoritative biography of Ilhan Omar, but it's more than just that. It's how, well, look at the subtitle there, how she's basically the progressive Islamist takeover of the Democratic Party. And you know what? I fear that she is the future of the party. Ben, we'll catch up with you in about an hour, so thanks for being so generous with your time and your wisdom.
My pleasure.
All right, that's Ben Weingarten. He's a fellow at the Claremont Institute, and by the way, he's a columnist in Newsweek, which I think is great because I actually didn't realize it until recently that Ben was writing for Newsweek, and I'm very pleased that they're giving his point of view a forum. Now it's 8:45, and I do promise to update you when we have news that I would consider breaking news. So far, 85 Electoral College votes for Joe Biden. None of them a surprise. So far, 61 Electoral College votes for Donald Trump. I'm not going to say any of them are a surprise, but I'm pleased and relieved. And they're all slam dunks, like South Carolina, Mississippi, Alabama, and Arkansas. That's not including Florida, which is almost locked up, and Georgia. So so far, if I had to give you a report on the night, I'd say better than expected. Better than expected. Boy, I don't want to. Now we have, did you say is rally vid, is that what you're talking about? And all right, I told you before we started that each of our talent has produced a little video. I saw Drea's, that was the one about the China's virus book. I've seen Keean's, we'll show you that in 2 hours. I have not seen Andrew's yet. So you will be watching this with me for the first time. I literally have no idea what it's about, no clue at all. I've just been pretty busy. Without further ado, Andrew Chapados.
Hey guys, this is your pal Andrew, aka Andrew Says. Thanks for tuning in. As I'm sure you're aware, YouTube makes it difficult to find videos like ours because they don't consider us authoritative sources. What's that mean? It means that if you search for a topic or a news headline, instead of showing you the most relevant videos or the videos with the most views even, you're going to get CNN, MSNBC, Fox News, or even the Young Turks, really? Since I know that you probably love live streams, I mean, you're probably even watching one right now. If you go to rebelnews.com/livestream, you can sign up to receive alerts whenever we go live on YouTube. Whether it's Ezra's commentary or Sheila Gunn Reid and David Menzies' stories, and he's got a lot of them, you won't miss any of our updates. Sometimes we even go live for a big story. Sometimes we'll have guests like Drea Humphrey from Vancouver or the real Keean Bexte, not the fake one. You might even catch Avi Yemini live from Australia. Does he even exist? Does anybody know? Watch to find out. So head over to rebelnews.com/livestream to sign up, and don't forget to hit the notification bell so you don't miss anything.
Well, I'm persuaded. I'm completely, and look at him there. Andrew, how you doing?
I'm doing well. I love the pronunciation of my name that you just had.
Is it Chapados? Is it Chapados or is it Chapado?
If we want to be straight Anglo-Saxon, we can just say Chapados, or we can say Chapados, or the Spanish. Yours sounds most like a Spanish version.
Yeah, well, I've been trying to practice my Latinos for Trump music, and I've been very poorly. Now, I think you told me earlier that it's actually a French name. Is that right?
It's French. It's Greek. It's everything.
Wow, you're a man for all seasons. I think that's wonderful. Now, just a couple of days ago, you were down in Traverse City, Michigan, for one of the very last Trump rallies. Now, I say very last, I think he was doing 5 a day. So there's an awful lot of people who could say I was at the very last one. Tell me a little bit about Traverse City. I'm going to. Do we have a produced vid from there that we can show also? Give us a preamble, and then we'll throw to one of your produced vids. And again, I haven't even seen them yet. I've been so busy. So give us an update of what it was like down there.
Well, me and producer/cameraman Efron drove all through the night to get there in time. It was freezing cold. Probably 0 degrees the whole time, lots of snow and flurries. People waited outside for at least 6 hours to get into this Trump rally at the airport. People packed in. There was loud music. There was a food vendor. There was everything. And people were so happy when Trump finally came onto the stage. As like I said, the music was rocking. Mike Pence gave him he was the opening act for him. And we got to see lots of great stuff. We asked a lot of people questions, which I think is about what you're going to see.
You know what? I'm so glad you went down there. I'm a little bit jealous, frankly, although it does sound chilly. Now, I understand we do have a produced vid that you made when you were down there. Again, I haven't seen this yet, and that's just simply because we've been so busy around here. So, Andrew, I'll throw to this vid, and then stay where you are because we'll come back to you afterwards, okay?
Okay.
Okay, here we go.
I just hope that the guy has an easier 4 years. He deserves it. He doesn't deserve what he's been getting. I hope he can just move forward and have an easier time than he's had to accomplish things for the American people.
What's something we hope Trump can accomplish if he's given another 4 years?
I would say the same thing he's exactly done already, right? The freedom, as my buddy's saying here, and continuously lead us in the way that any president should, or as he has said and as we has known, as any other president has done, he has done tremendously greater than any other president known in American history.
Go Trump!
Go Trump!
Woo!
That's it. Go Trump!
Go Trump!
What's up, you guys? It's Andrew Says here in Traverse City, Michigan. We're here at the Trump rally. We're going to ask people what they're doing here, where they came from. Why not Joe Biden, you guys? Come on. Let's go. Guys, what's the number one issue for you guys in this election?
I'm just sick and tired of being sick and tired, man. I'm just ready for change, as it has been for the last 4 years, and I'm excited for what's to come in the next 4 years through President Trump.
What do you guys...
Wait. Mine is freedom.
Freedom.
Freedom. Yes, I'm dead serious.
Yes, sir.
So what's the number one issue that's important to you in this election?
The number one issue to me is that our president is a man of strong moral conviction. He is a man that stands up for the rights of the unborn. He is a man that stands up for prayer in our schools. He's just been a really morally strong guy. And the people that he's surrounding himself with, Pence, Ben Carson, all the people, his cabinet, they're just also morally strong people. So it's important.
And then what's the biggest issue you're voting on this year?
Second Amendment.
And you feel like that's going to be taken away?
I don't like where it sits with the other guy.
Are you old enough to vote this year?
No, I'm 2 years short.
Okay, what's the biggest issue do you think that people should vote for Donald Trump for?
Probably so we don't have socialism in our country. I think socialism will destroy the United States and the free world.
Can you guys tell me a policy or something Trump's done in the last 4 years that makes you guys support him?
The China policy I like, the trade agreement, the USMC trade agreement, a lot of different things. The wall being built.
Everything he does.
I like everything he's done. There's not one thing I don't agree with.
He has done more for this country than any president ever.
He stood up for true Americans, created jobs, and made it so we could all be one.
And what's the number one issue for you guys going into this election?
Oh, go ahead.
Antifa fighting against people that don't love this country. 100%.
I mean, employability for the different people, the black communities help so much, all kinds of things that are just amazing.
I don't know what more Trump can do. He's already done just about everything, that he talked about. It's all about the country going forward. I think if we had Biden in there, we'd be going backwards.
One issue for me would be the economy. When the economy goes, that's kind of the way the election goes in most cases.
I mean, I got them all. The abortion thing, the tax thing. I'm just a regular guy, and I don't like. We already gave Biden how many years? He's been around for a million years, and I didn't like the 8 years they were here. It was horrible. And then everything was fabulous until somebody bought the Wuhan and brought it over here, and that took care of that. That's what they're trying to use to get Trump with. It's not going to work.
Keep making America great.
Exactly.
What's something you hope Trump can accomplish if he gets in for another 4 years?
To make America great again. A lot of what my governor has done has harmed more people, and I've had to watch it for the last 7 months, and it's infuriating.
Can you go into more detail on that?
I don't really want to, but I actually was more of a moderate, and I can't support any candidate that doesn't follow the Constitution and refuse to work with other lawmakers.
Like, I don't want to get told my business has to shut down, or I can't go to the sauna at the gym or the steam room or the whirlpool. I 100% believe in freedom. You can try to protect things, not me. Help our government back off so we can be free. I want to be able to do what I want to do.
I just hope that the guy has an easier 4 years. He deserves it. He doesn't deserve what he's been getting. I hope he can just move forward and have an easier time than he's had to accomplish things for the American people.
What's something we hope Trump can accomplish if he's given another 4 years?
I would say the same thing he's exactly done already, right? The freedom, as my buddy's saying here, and continuously lead us in the way that any president should, or as he has said and as we has known, as any other president has done, he has done tremendously greater than any other president known in American history.
I hope he gets rid of abortions in our country, because if you look at it, it's 1 million deaths a year. That's basically a genocide. And I hope he brings the country together instead of further dividing us.
Is there something you hope Trump can accomplish if he's reelected for another 4 years?
Just keep on doing what you were doing before they brought the virus here. You're done. Keep going.
Why not Joe Biden? What's something about Joe Biden that you don't like or that makes you want to vote for Trump more so?
Joe Biden is not able to lead this country. Not at all.
And what's something that you can point to that Joe Biden stands for, or maybe something he said that you don't like?
I mean, is there anything you said that you do like? Come on. There's not even any time to put in enough effort to talk about it. So Trump has been there for us since day one. Biden's been against us since day one. You put a real Democrat in there to run against Trump, we'll talk.
Is there something Joe Biden has said or done that makes you not want to support him?
Everything. Destroy the oil industry.
He doesn't even know who he's running against.
Anything else? Is there anything good we can say that Joe Biden's done in his career?
Joe Biden's probably a nice guy, but he's a little past his time.
Is there anything positive we can say about Joe Biden?
Asking Republicans at a Trump rally for something to say something good about Joe Biden, you were really asking them to reach into a very warm part of their heart. I mean, there's a very partisan night, but it looked like a very exciting, it looked chilly, that's for sure, but it looks like an amazing time. I mean, that was in Michigan. Michigan results, only 11% are in. The fact that Donald Trump has a lead there is so irrelevant, I shouldn't have even mentioned it. 89% of the votes still to come. Obviously, Detroit, a big city, extremely Democrat. Do you think Trump has a chance in Michigan?
You have to hope he has a chance in Michigan and all these swing states. Obviously, it's a small sample size to take. That particular county where Traverse City is, they voted for Trump by a small margin, but they voted for the House Republican for a wider margin. So there's a lot of talk about him as well. Excuse me, at the rally there. So they're hoping obviously that they can widen this margin, because that'd be a good sign for all swing states if they can do that. Pennsylvania, of course. I'm hearing Florida is extremely close. I've heard you say that as well. And what do we else? We got Pennsylvania. We've got Wisconsin. We've got all these places that, and hopefully Texas isn't as close as you're saying, Ezra.
Yeah, well, it's a very interesting night. Andrew, thanks very much for joining us, and thanks for going down there to Traverse City. You take care. We'll keep going from here. See you later.
I just wanted to show that I'm not wearing my poppy because I just came back from the States, but that's my beret from the military. So
you know what? There you go. I'm glad you mentioned that. Andrew is a military veteran, one of several we've had working here over the years, and we're proud of you, and we thank you for that.
All right. Thanks, Ezra. Have a good night. And thanks, Sheila and Justin and everybody in the room there.
Right on. Cheers. Well, that's great. I'm glad Andrew reminded us of his service, and that's pretty cool to see his beret there. All right. Well, I'm just checking at the list I have in front of me here, presented to me by Justin. We're staying more or less on schedule. I see that we were planning on bringing in Tamara Ugolini in a few minutes. Is that going to be Tamara herself, or is that going to be the video that she did? Both. All right. Well, we have a couple minutes. Why don't I do this? I'm going to just quickly go around the map. Again, I don't want to oversay it, but if you're looking for electoral college votes, it's 85 for Biden, 72 for Trump. But again, those are just the slam dunk states that we knew about. That doesn't even include Florida. I see a lot of folks online, campaigns or media, calling Florida. I feel comfortable saying that. Why don't we go ahead and in our own tally, if we haven't already, put the Florida numbers up. Georgia, I think Georgia is pretty clearly going for Trump also. These were the must-haves for Trump. What makes me nervous, and I'm glancing ahead, are those Midwest states, Pennsylvania, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, and maybe, possibly Minnesota. I should say that Indiana has gone for Trump. There's a bit of steel there. It's the kind of place that the snooty, snobby coastal Democrats don't like. So that's, again, a hopeful sign, because that's in the neighborhood of Ohio and Michigan and whatnot. I want to go to Tamara. It's a couple minutes early. Are we a little early going to Tamara? You know what? We'll say hi to her, and then we'll play her video. All the talent has made these little videos. And then, after that, we're going to go back to Sheila with the Super Chats. So I know so many of you have been making amazing Super Chats, and I have not forgotten that, and I am not taking it for granted. It's very important to us. Just some incredible Super Chats going on right now. I've mentioned some of them. I mean, I see RP with $70. I support Rebel News because free speech and an independent news source is essential for democracy. RP, thank you very much for that. And we fight for freedom every day. Even just fighting for our right to tell you the news is a battle that we hope redounds to the benefit of others. I understand we have Tamara on the line. Let's put her through. Tamara, how you doing over there?
Hey guys, good. How are you, Ezra?
I'm great. And I just want to introduce you to some of our viewers who might not know you. You too are a fairly new arrival. We found you, or you found us, I think.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I did.
Through our FightTheFines.com program, where we helped people who were given false or outrageous fines for the pandemic. You were one of our clients, I suppose, and we were so impressed with how articulate and passionate you were in defense of freedom and in opposition to lockdown. We said, well, my gosh, we shouldn't just help her fight the fine. We got to make her a rebel, and the rest is history.
Yeah, thank you for that. It's been a learning curve for sure, but I'm having lots of fun, so that's been great.
Well, I'm so glad to hear it, and you are so well received because you're a true believer, and that's what we love here at Rebel. We're not neutral about the big questions of good and evil and freedom and tyranny. We're not neutral, and we're certainly not on the other side like the CBC. Well, what is your observation of the night so far? I am more optimistic than I was 3 hours ago, but I'm still nowhere near saying Trump's got this. How about you?
Yeah, I'm really nervous over here. Not only is this my first live stream, but it's, an unprecedented or a very important presidential election. And I'm just following along on one of the interactive maps here. And I mean, I'm just really nervous. I feel like I could go into early labor, and that wouldn't be very good.
That's right. Well, you're a little bit preggers, which is extremely exciting. I didn't want to raise it. I didn't want to mention it. A lot of people think I'm preggers, and they say it, and then I'm sort of embarrassed because I have to tell them, no, I'm not actually pregnant. I don't know if you've ever made that mistake of thinking someone's pregnant when they're not. That happens to me all the time. So anyway, I'm joking around. Listen, Mazel Tov, and we're delighted that you have a little one on the way. I'm just joking around a little bit. Now, you made one of these fun little vids, and I caught a glimpse of it earlier today. Let's put that up on the screen to show our viewers, and then we'll come right back to you.
Sounds good.
We all know that Trump will keep America great, yet Canadians are stuck up here with the constantly filibustering Trudeau Liberal government. I'm Tamara Ugolini with Rebel News, and if you're like me, more and more Canadians are getting fed up with the continually corrupt, scandal after scandal, cover-up loving government. So come on, patriots, help us make Canada great again. To support our freedom fighting and government accountability work, while sporting sassy swag, check out all of our gear at rebelnewsstore.com. We have everything to fit your liberty-loving needs, from shirts to hats to mugs to stickers. And of course, this sweet Make Canada Great Again toque. Head on over to rebelnewsstore.com and check out all of our catchy taglines and order your swag today.
Well, that's pretty friendly. We are getting better at our stuff. We're slowly getting better at our merch. We got some fun shirts, and I don't want to give it away, but Keean Bexte has a super duper ad for later today about one of the shirts.
Well, I'm glad you said that, Ezra, because I was wanting to wear one of these shirts tonight. So I was going to ask where they are, but they're on the way.
You know what? I mean, and we are getting better at shipping. Shipping has been a bane of our existence. We also have, can we show them the unmask.ca? Tamara, you and I both share a sense of skepticism about the pandemic rules, including the insistence on masks that came in August, September, 6 months after the pandemic peaked. It was sort of crazy. But there are some situations where people absolutely are forced to wear a mask. And so we made something at the website unmask.ca. It's a mask that literally says masks are useless on them. So if you're forced to wear a mask, but want to let the world know you are not submissive, and you do not do so voluntarily, and you're doing it under protest, you can get one of these masks that say masks are useless. at our website, unmask.ca. So we have a few fun things like that there. Thanks very much for showing that on the screen, Justin. Well, let me ask you one last question, then we'll let you go, Tamara. If you had to guess, would you say Trump's going to pull it off, or do you think it's going to just slip through his fingers tonight? What do you think?
I don't even want to guess. I just want to say that Trump has it, because can there be any other way? This is a big election. So,
well, from your mouth to God's ears. Great to see you, my friend. Keep up the great work, and Mazel Tov again on the baby.
Thanks, Ezra. Take care.
Very exciting, and a little person on the way is just wonderful. All right, well, it's 9:04 p.m. I think it's time to get back to the Super Chats, and let me just go to my list. I want to let you know that if you make Super Chats and we miss them at the time, Justin and Margaret are jotting them down, and they zip them over to us. And let's bring Sheila back, and let's go through some of these Super Duper Chats. And I want to say thanks to everybody. I am looking at the map. I want to let you know the polls have closed in the West, in the heartland, North Dakota, South Dakota, Nebraska, Wyoming. There is absolutely no doubt that those were going to go to Trump. If you know anything about North Dakota and South Dakota, Kristi Noem is the governor of South Dakota, my favorite governor. North Dakota, that's fracking country, that's the Bakken geological formation. It borders Manitoba and Saskatchewan, Wyoming. Those are small states, though, so that's the thing. The number of electoral college votes of Wyoming is 3. North Dakota, 3. South Dakota, 3. Nebraska is 5. I think Nebraska is one of the states where they split the electoral college votes. I think that's why Trump visited Omaha. I don't want to get wrong on that, but New Mexico, I had seen a report earlier today that New Mexico was a hopeful for the Republicans. It doesn't look like it's going to be that way, but again, too early to say conclusively. I'm pleased to say that Trump looks strong in Georgia, North Carolina. I think it's a certainty that he's in Florida. What scares me is Midwest. Pennsylvania, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin. It's too early to comment. Only 15% of the votes in Pennsylvania. I'm worried about the jiggery-pokery, about the rigging and the fixing in Philadelphia. You can do great in Washington County. You can do great in the rural parts. You can do great in Butler. But if they rig the deal in Philly, you're toast. Is Sheila handy? Let's bring her back on. Let's go through some of these Super Chats. I promise you, if there's meaningful news in the other states, we will go there. I don't want to focus on a state that's got 5% of the polls reporting. You know what I mean, Sheila? Because I don't want to either get emotionally distraught by Trump being behind, or emotionally exuberant if he's ahead when it's an anecdotal, anomalous county that's reporting. You know what I mean?
Oh, I know what you mean. I've been watching Texas since you cut to Andrew and Tamara go from Biden in the lead by 2 full percentage points to Biden by 0.5 percentage point as the more rural areas of Texas come in. So right now, Biden is ahead in Texas with 57% of the polls reporting. So that's closer than I'm comfortable with, but I just don't think the Democrats are going to take Texas.
Yeah, neither do I. It's crazy that Texas is closer than Florida is.
Yeah.
That's crazy. Again, I think that shows the unique Republican affinity of the Cuban-American community because, of course, Cuba is so strong. The Cuban expats are so strong in Miami, but there's not a lot of Cubans in Texas. That's more Mexican Latinos who, for a variety of reasons, are not as sympathetic to the Republicans. I do not believe that Texas will fall to the Democrats tonight, but any Republican strategist who doesn't have that on their radar is missing how they will lose 2024, 2028, and never come back. If you lose Texas, you will never come back. It's hard to believe that Ronald Reagan and Richard Nixon, if memory serves, both came from California. Yep. Ronald Reagan was such a popular governor there. He fixed that state, and then he went on to become president. And it's hard to believe that's the same state as Nancy Pelosi and liberal San Francisco and crazy Gavin
Gruesome.
Newsom. Yeah, Gavin Gruesome. So, I mean, things change. Things change. Yeah. There was a point in time when Detroit had the highest industrial wage in America. It's where everyone went. You wanted a job. You go to Detroit, you're going to be rich. And now it's bombed. Same with Baltimore. All right. You know what? Let me just take a glance to make sure I'm not missing anything. I want to let you know that the polls are closing in Wisconsin. What's so crazy is that some of these states, they're talking about not having the info for a day or two. And of course, in Pennsylvania, imagine that dragging on for a week.
Gross.
All right, let's go to the super chats. Do you remember where we left off?
Yes, I do. We left off at Unjust Untrudeau giving us $2. And he says, Biden said it's okay to wake him up if he wins.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Oh, yes. When did he put a lid on yesterday? Did he campaign late? I don't know. Usually 9:30 he puts a lid on her. In the morning, I mean. Charlie Ward gives us £2, says, Ezra, what are your thoughts on the recent arrest of Tommy Robinson?
You know what? I was irritated when I saw him arrested, but completely unsurprised. The police love to arrest him. But I saw he posted a video later that day where he was released without charge, without bail, without anything. So they just picked him up, abusing their discretion. They like to rough him up. They like to, they like to get physical with him a bit. They like to disrupt his plans, and then it's like catch and release. Tommy doesn't work for Rebel News anymore. If he did, we would be filing a false arrest lawsuit against the cops right now, which is what we did for our Australian correspondent, Avi Yemini. The exact same thing was done to Avi. He was at a pandemic protest in a journalistic capacity. Bunch of cops threw, can we show that vid? Bunch of cops threw him on the ground and handcuffed him and roughed him up a little bit, although I was a pretty tough guy. And we did not let that lie. We filed a lawsuit in the Supreme Court of the state of Victoria. And you know what? Since that time, the police in Melbourne have treated him not just with kid gloves, but with like white gloves. They've treated him like they've been his conscience. I just want to show people who may not know our reporter down under, great guy, Avi Yemini. Look what they did to him at a pandemic protest. Take a look.
It was quite peaceful until...
They've got it! Like here, he's not here for any purpose of reason. Avi, they've got it! Under arrest. But this guy here is going to be placed under arrest right now. Well, I'm under arrest.
I am media. I'm media.
Why did they arrest him, number one? Why did they handcuff him, number two? Why did they throw him to the ground, number three? None of those things make sense. He was released without charge. You're damn straight we're suing the cops. And I should tell you, the cops they mind their P's and Q's around Avi right now. I'm not Tommy's boss, and I'm not involved with his legalities. I like Tommy, but he's an independent fellow right now. I'll help him if he asks for help, but he doesn't. I would sue those police. Absolutely, I would sue them. Or they're just going to do it again. So that's my very long answer to a super chat question.
Maybe I should tell everybody exactly what the super chats are one more time, because we've been on the air now for a while. And if there's anybody new that's on the live stream here, there's nearly 7,600 people. First, might I invite our viewers to click the thumbs up button and to share this, because we don't get any help from Justin Trudeau. We rely on the folks at home to make sure that the word is being spread about the work that we do here at Rebel News. And if you would give the stream a thumbs up, that helps us appear higher in the YouTube algorithm. And it doesn't cost you a thing. Now, if you'd like to help us out a little bit further, you can do something called a super chat. Just click the little $sign at the bottom of the live stream there. And the more money you want to donate to us, the more characters you'll get. You can use your super chat to ask us a question. You can leave a prediction about who you think is going to win the election, or just a general comment. But it's a way for you to support the work that we do here at Rebel News without you being forced by the government to support us the way the government forces you with the mainstream media, and we'd never take money from Justin Trudeau anyway. Mm-hmm. Okay. I'll get on to the next super chat, unless you had something to say, Ezra?
No, I was just thinking, I was going to say thanks for explaining that.
Yes. Okay, Art Lashbrook gives us $20, and it's a pear emoji that says, thanks for being you. Well, Art, thank you for being you. Kaylee Smith gives us $20. Hi, Ezra, you're my hero.
Oh, my gosh.
And Sheila, you're my shiro. That's pretty funny. Thank you very much. Janet Grant gives us $34.99. Thank you, Rebel News. The truth will set us free. Trump for Canada. Snake Spectre gives us $13.99. Pear emoji flying like Superman. Travel Cat Scribe gives us $25. Very generous. Thank you. When is Trudeau going to be arrested?
I want to weigh in on this. Yeah, sorry,
yes, please go ahead.
I interrupted you. You were about to
go ahead.
All right.
You go ahead.
The solution to Justin Trudeau is not a criminal solution. It's not an arrest him solution. It's not a citizen's arrest solution. It's not a litigation solution. Justin Trudeau is a political problem that needs to be solved politically. And anyone who says, oh, there's some homemade private prosecution or something, that's hoping for what they call in the theatrical arts deus ex machina, a miracle to get out of a plot twist that the author didn't know how to get out of. And there is no shortcut to fixing Justin Trudeau because he is actually not the source of the problem. He's a symptom of the problem, which is that Canada is culturally leftist, culturally Marxist. Our media institutions, our political institutions, our law, our courts, our lawyers, every single aspect. He is the fruit of that. And don't kid yourself. Don't think that there's a silver bullet that can solve the problem. And more importantly, never criminalize a political disagreement. Because if you do, that will be done to you. Do you really think that there's some silver bullet that could remove a liberal prime minister but not remove a conservative prime minister? Or lock up a liberal opponent that couldn't also be used on you? So banish from your political vocabulary all these dreams, these self-delusions of shortcuts to fix the problem. You know how you fix the problem? You fight trench warfare. And by fight, I don't mean physically or violently, I mean politically. Like Trump. Do like Trump. 5 rallies a day, making the case, pushing back against the media. Not like Canadian conservatives, Andrew Scheer, the spineless coward. And frankly, Aaron O'Toole, I'm waiting for him to impress me. His silence on the mass immigration moment is not impressive. He's good on free speech, I'll give him that, I think.
Yep.
Thank you for giving me a 5-minute detour there, but it is important that we not allow ourselves to replace a fantasy solution, to use that instead of the hard work solution, which is how you really win. Hard work like we're seeing in America tonight. So far, the results that favor Trump were not through some magic wand, but through hard work. Back to you, Sheila.
I was just going to add that, Ezra, you pointed out that the problem is that so much of our culture is leftist. And it's also that so much of our conservatism isn't actual conservatism. It's not bold. It's not Trumpy. It's not energizing or motivating. It's dull and unexciting. And that's a problem that you can fix. Yeah. You can't arrest Justin Trudeau, but you can be part of reinvigorating the conservative movement in Canada. I think there's never a better time than now. Yeah. Annalisa S. says, she gives us $6.99. She says, oh, my nerves. I'm with you, Annalisa. Mark gives us $5. Biden and Harris are a couple of phony baloney jabronis. Your current tag team champions, Trump and Pence, are going to go over the top rope. Woo. Yes. Yes. Thank you you must be a regular watcher of David and I. Fender Strat gives us £19.99 pounds. 2 scoops, 2 terms, MAGA from Ireland. Wow. Thank you for watching. Jake Luchik, I think is how it said. $10 Australian, no message, but that's very generous. Banner Wolf gives us $10, shared and liked. Thank you very much. My entire family is watching. Thank you. Thank you for also covering what's happening in Aylmer, Ontario. We've got big things planned for that. Bob Trewin gives us $20, no message, but very generous. Holy Tiger gives us $5. Election prediction, whoever wins Pennsylvania wins the election. Oh, I hope you're wrong, because it looks like that Biden's going to take Pennsylvania. Let's keep going. Anna Stabile gives us $20. Love you all. You can have this only if Trump wins. Keep up the great work. Thank you so much. Family Hammond gives us $5 Canadian. The current PC party seems to be a joke. If Trump wins, would they change their politically correct tune? I don't think so. No. Devin McDonald.
Trump's been president for 4 years, and it hasn't rubbed off on any Canadian conservative. In fact, they virtue signal by saying, hey, Canadians, we don't like Trump either, so can you support us and not be mean to us? They, in fact, they try and triangulate against Trump. It's quite embarrassing.
It's quite snobbish, actually.
Oh, it's absolutely snobbish. And it shows a lack of courage.
Yeah, a disconnect with the people that they are happy to take votes from. Let's see. Cocolino 11 gives us $6.99. Trump is a leader with massive kahunas. I wish we had a prime minister that has half or even any kahunas. Go Rebel. Ezra, you want to take over?
Sure. Marcus Ronick, 20 euros. Trump will get above 400, no joke. Well, listen, I like your optimism. Proud Boys Calgary, $5. We are here drinking the first of many beers, getting Alex Jones drunk. I'll buy Sheila Grasshopper. Trump 304 again, proudboyscanada.com. The night is young. I said to Justin, I said, I'm ready for 3 a.m. And he said 3 a.m. Your missus okay with you staying out all night doing such, at least she can keep an eye on you. Kind of, yeah. You know what? I know the feeling, brother. Alexandria Johnson, $5. Trump 2020, God bless. Love you all, rebels. MAGA, thank you. The Voice of Reason, 5 smackers, no message, thanks. Lori DeBow, $7. Merrick LeBurge, $5. Michael Ives, $5. None messages on those, so maybe we're missing them, but thank you, you guys and gals. Rebel, $5. Canada must leverage the fact Trump is in office a second time. Well, listen, any other country in the world would die to be in our place geographically, next to the great American economy, the great American military, the great American friendship. I mean, we are right next door to the greatest nation in the world by various measurements. And rather than embrace that and to say, all right, well, let's harmonize with them and let's do great things together, we're constantly sniping and snipping at them. We've thrown up a travel quarantine with them that has no basis in medical science. And at best, Trump ignores Canada, because when he pays attention to Canada, he sees Chrystia Freeland or Catherine McKenna or Justin Trudeau sniping at him. We have missed an enormous opportunity, and I understand that Trudeau and Trump are oil and water. Well, Stephen Harper and Barack Obama were not exactly clones either, but Harper bit his tongue and did what was best for Canada, and he made it work. He was a grown-up about it. Oh, brother. Bob Calling, $5. If Biden wins tonight, will he actually remember the next day that he won the presidency? Should the free world worry? Absolutely, the free world should worry. Not so much because Biden is in charge, but because we don't know who is. Maybe it's someone like, I'm not going to say Ilhan Omar, but a hidden hand of some sort, because it ain't Biden. Radioactive Rico Gaming, $5. New York Times, 93% chance for Trump taking Florida. Yeah, let's count Florida in the Trump column already, absolutely. There's bigger fish to fry now, like Pennsylvania. LOF System Defense, I read that already, but I want to say thanks again for the $200. That's amazing. Whatever, $5 if the result is a tie at 269. I hope it's settled behind the woodshed. No, I think it goes to the Congress. I'll have to check with Ben. Alex, $5 in a scenario with both the Bloc Québécois and the Wexit Party get their wish. What happens to the Maritimes? I think the Maritimes is a cohesive group. You can see that they have sort of a regional quarantine right now. Mm-hmm. You know what? I don't know if they would be worse off if they were a regional sovereignty. I don't know. I don't have the answer to that, but it's an interesting hypothetical question. Daryl, $1, no message. Ryan Jackson, $5, no message. Let me just check the clock. It's 9:23. Sheila, why don't you take a few more super chats, and then at the bottom of the hour, we will reach out to our friend Ben Weingarten for an update from him.
Sure. So where did we leave off? Daryl, 99 cents, no message. Ryan Jackson, $5, no message. Brian Gagne, $6.99. Rebel, the only voice conservatives have. Well, there's a couple of us out there, but I'm glad that you like us the best. Picture Perfect gives us $9.99. Hi from the reddest state in the Union, Oklahoma.
Oh,
Wow.
I thought that was West Virginia. Maybe I'm wrong, but Oklahoma's a pretty great place.
Yeah, I feel like they're America's Saskatchewan. That's what I think.
That's a good
I'd rather watch you than any American outlet. Thank you. When Trump wins, prepare for serious violence. Love you guys. Yeah, I think you're right. Cuba Bound gives us $5 Canadian. This is going to be a nightmare either way. I ask. It doesn't run uphill. Alas, we know it does. Thank you, Rebel, for what you do. Jojo gives us $20. It's a pear emoji that says, thanks for being you. Ken Pierre gives us $5. No super chat. DeBronx gives us $40 and says, President Trump will save us all. God bless. Dorio Gusiova gives us $15. I don't see a super chat. Eva Zed gives us $10. I don't see a super chat. Matea Murta. She just wrote an article for us. $15. I don't see a super chat, but thank you very much, Matea. That's very friendly. Michael Ivis gives us $10, says, and it's an emoji that Justin has carefully described to me. Hippo character with a pink hat, flips it backwards, raises his thumb in the air. Justin, you're doing the Lord's work. Sure. Mark Dendrea gives us $5. I don't see a super chat. And then the next one is Mark Dendrea again, or maybe it's the same super chat. On Churchill's quote, if you're young and not a liberal, you have no heart. But if you're older and not conservative, you have no head. Please elaborate. Ezra, you described yourself as always being conservative the other day, didn't you?
Yeah.
I have been too.
I've changed. I mean, I used to be sort of a Fraser Institute economic conservative free trade guy. And I obviously still believe in the free market, but I also understand that there are certain things that don't work in the free market. For example, when China wants to sell their crap to you and use currency manipulation to flood your market with subsidized goods to put your steel mills out of work, etc., but they don't let you sell into them, Milton Friedman would say, that's okay. Declare unilateral free trade and just take raw deals like that. I say no, because China is a menace. I also think that open borders, free trade in goods and people doesn't work when you have a welfare state. You get what's happening to the United States, 13 million at minimum illegal aliens there. They've come, many of them, to work, but they've also come for the free stuff, and no surprise they'll vote Democrat. So I once was more libertarian and sort of a Milton Friedman conservative, that is economic conservative. I am now, I suppose you could say, a Republican Workers' Party conservative, which is, I'm anti-elite, I'm anti-bank, I'm anti-Wall Street, I'm anti-oligarch, not because I'm a socialist or because I'm motivated by envy like a lot of Marxists are, but I see that the theory, it's not perfect. It doesn't work. And when you let 5 men control the internet, Bezos, Zuckerberg, that Rasputin guy, Jack Dorsey, and a handful of others, when you let 5 men with messianic complexes control the internet, you can't just say, oh, private property, they can do what they want. No. It's like if you live in a company town, but instead of a company town, it's a company country. That's not good. Okay, that's my explanation for how I am no longer the same conservative I was 20 years ago.
Yeah, I just, and not to put you on the spot, but I think I've heard you say this before, and I just want you to know that I listen to you and you talk, but you said once that you used to be more socially liberal than you are now.
I think so. I mean, I was never really a pro-drugs guy. And in fact, I've hardened my heart on that. I hate the fact that the drugs are out there, and the people who do it are just selfish. It's really their way of saying, I like to smoke pot. Fine, but why are you making it legal for the kids? And maybe it comes from having kids, but you naturally become more pro-life, and you care more about all life, including kids who would be thrown away by abortion on demand for any reason or no reason until the moment of birth,
Yep.
and even sometimes a bit after. So when you see someone like Amy Coney Barrett, who not only has 5 kids, but adopts 2 and takes that approach, you think, that's a person who's got a good heart, and that's valuable, as opposed to what Hollywood starlet boasted about how she loved having her abortions because it gave her her amazing career. And I thought, that's not just selfish, that's evil. I think when you're 18, 19, 20, 25, you don't think about those things as much as when you're 48 and you have a family and you start thinking about kids.
Yeah. Okay, let's keep going. Philippe gives us $20. This is to cover the salary of a potential new journalist to cover Quebec in French. If you do get someone in Quebec, I'll send Quebec-made poutine by mail all the way to you, Sheila. Well, I think the last poutine I had was from Costco. Winter Willow gives us $10. Casually mentioned, I think masks should be a choice at a baby group today. Oh no, what have you done? Was looked at like I had 2 heads. Seems my generation only gets news and ideas from Facebook, not how I want my kid to grow up. Twyla Twinkle Toes gives us $5, if that is even your real name, Twyla. I don't see a super chat. DEX01Z Wing Zero gives us $100. Very generous, very friendly. Keep up the good work of uncovering the truth. We definitely will. Thank you so much for your support. Believe in Jesus gives us $5. Ezra, Chief, Sheila, 99, David Smart, ? Are you questioning if David is smart, or is that a Maxwell Smart joke? David Campbell gives us $5. No super chat. Danny gives us £5. Shout out to Forth Valley for freedom. End the lockdowns. We need the rebel media in Falkirk, Scotland, exposing the lies of the Scottish National Party.
Oh boy, you know what? I got to tell you, can you call it up? I don't want to play the vid. I just want to show the view count on my Yusuf Hamza video. I think one of the gravest threats to freedom of speech in the Western world comes from the Justice Minister in the Scottish Parliament. His name is Hamza Yusuf. And he has introduced a bill that would make insulting people illegal, including in a private home. And if you look at that, my video has received 191,000 views, most of them in Scotland. So much so that the Justice Minister there himself has gone on a rant on it that made front page news. Thanks, I just want to show the view count there. I'm not going to play the video right now, but I am so proud that I gave such a detailed criticism. I think it's like a 20-minute video, and it's being watched I think we've made a tiny difference in Scotland. And of course, Scotland is different than Yorkshire, I know that, but we're helping a Yorkshire lass right now. I'd love to take a fightthefines.co.uk case up there in Scotland. All right, it's 9:31. Sheila, thank you for reading those super chats. It's amazing that another hour has gone by. We're 3 hours into it. And we're going to go to Ben in a second, but for me, I'm feeling good. We're nowhere near out of the woods. But Florida's in hand. Georgia, I think, is in hand. North Carolina, I think, is in hand. Texas is crazy. It's outrageous. It's so close. That is a strategic problem. But you know what? I'm feeling optimistic. I was down in the dumps 2 days ago because I talked to a good friend who was really pouty about the polls. But I am slightly optimistic. How are you feeling, Sheila?
I'm feeling better. I need to see a wider margin in Texas, and I will feel a lot better. But I'm still apprehensive, very apprehensive.
You know, polls say one thing, experts say one thing, but and give me one second. We'll go to Ben in a moment. But there's in the United Kingdom, and I used to travel there quite a bit. In every town, on the corner, like we have a 7-Eleven or a Max, they have a shop called Ladbrokes. What's that? We don't have that here in Canada. It's a betting store. Not just lottery tickets, bet on anything. And they bet on everything over there. And Ladbrokes, can you go to Lad Politics on Twitter And I know we're waiting for Ben, and I know, Sheila, we're taking time away from Super Chats.
Nope.
Justin, could I invite you to go to twitter.com/ladpolitics. I don't know where the name Ladbrokes come from. To me, I think of a lad who's broke, maybe because he was gambling too much. So if you go to Ladbrokes Politics, they have odds on everything. And their odds on Trump were higher than the pollsters, as in people who were betting with real money were giving Trump a better chance than the pollsters. And now the post we're looking at here is from 14 hours ago, but you see, if you click out of this image, Justin, do you see it says latest odds here, that link there? Click on that. So this is a betting, like an odds maker. It looks like they've shut down the bets at this hour. Next U.S. presidential election. If you can find it, let me know. And I'm sorry to take you down that wild goose chase there. They say they were taking bets on the U.S. election all day and all night, but it looks like that link is broken. Can you scroll down just a tiny bit more to their chart that I shared earlier? It's the chart that shows what are the chances of Trump being reelected. Huge gap between the polling-based models and betting markets. Do you see that there, Justin? It's actually dated November 2nd. Yeah. Nope. It's a little bit further down. Yeah, that one there. Just click on that. Trump win probability, models versus bookies. So what they're saying, just give me 1 minute and we'll get out of this. I'm sorry to take you down this tangent. But The Economist magazine, 538, that's Nate, what's his name, Silvers. They're saying, what are the odds of Trump winning? 5%, 10%, 12%. But look at those underneath it. Ladbrokes, Betfair, PredictIt. Those are bookies. Those are people who take bets like horse races. And look at those. All of those gave Trump in the 30s, predicted almost 40% win. Now, this was yesterday, before any results were coming in. What does that tell you? That tells you that people who were putting their money where their mouth is said, no, Trump's got a real chance. It's the people who are Democrat, activists, pundit, quote, experts, who were saying, no, Trump only has a 5% chance. Really? Would you bet your house on that? Well, people who would bet money on it, now maybe you're betting emotionally, but you don't think that there's predators, carnivorous vultures, who would say, oh, look at all these idiots betting emotionally. I'm going to take all that dumb money. Look, there's no such thing. I mean, if there's emotional bettors, that is taken care of very quickly by people taking the other side of that. And I'm sorry we can't get live odds, because are you not curious, Sheila? Right now, professional odds makers, like a casino.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like never bet against the house, right? The casino always wins. What are the professional odds makers? What are the odds they're giving on Trump? Now, just to explain, the house doesn't take the other side. Other bettors do. And the difference, what do they call that? The vigorish, I think, is what the bookies keep. I'd be curious right now to see what the bookies are giving Trump. Thank you for letting me go on that tangent. All right. While I went on this tangent, results are creeping in, but not much. Colorado, about half the votes are in, but I'm pretty sure that's going to go Democrat. I hate to say it.
Yeah.
Pennsylvania, it's still achingly slow. Less than 20% of the votes are in. Biden's leading, but the numbers are meaningless. Ohio, an important state. Go ahead, sorry.
I just said it's very close.
Yeah.
Very close.
But still early days. Michigan, very early, 19%. Wisconsin and Minnesota, we see the very first polls coming in, only 7% of votes reported. I'm not even going to get into the stats because they're so meaningless right now. Sheila, I'm going to give you a break now, and I'm going to go to Ben Weingarten, our U.S.-based deep expert in all things political, and see what he thinks, see if he has any intel on different states, counties, or individual districts, because there are, of course. Every congressman is up for re-election again. 1/3 of the senators. There's other elections and ballot initiatives, and joining us now via Skype. We're just connecting with him right now, so I'm getting slightly ahead of myself. We're going to go to Ben Weingarten, the author of American Ingrate. And he joins us now via Skype. Hey, Ben, thanks for coming back. You've been poking around. You've been following this. I mean, my point of view is, Ben, I'm guessing you'd be following this just as closely, even if you weren't coming on our show. What else is a political aficionado going to do on the most exciting night of the quadrennial? Am I right?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And in the social media age, it just gets amplified infinitely. So yeah, it's riveting political theater, but really, as I've said before, this is an existential race, and I think we're seeing some pretty fascinating signals out there in all of the electoral noise. One of the things that I'd point out just right off the bat, the New York Times had some statistics on this. If you look at Florida, North Carolina, and Georgia, Trump was +3 versus 2016 in majority black areas, +6 versus 2016 in urban areas, +11 in majority Hispanic areas, and +11 in Cuban predominant areas. So those are telling signs. And since we talked about Miami-Dade before, also worth noting, it looks like 2 House seats are going to flip there from D to R. So that's significant.
Now, that's very exciting. It's proof that Trump can make inroads, contrary to the horrendous fire hose of racism accusations. It's very encouraging to me that there are Hispanics, Latinos, African Americans, and other communities that can see through the barrage of lies. But I have seen polling reports, and I don't know what you have to say about this, that although Trump has made inroads with black and Latino communities, he has lost ground with white voters. And of course, America is still a majority white country. And you can be up, I think you said 11%, if I heard you right, in the Latino areas. That's a pretty cool number, but I think only 15% of Americans are Latino. If you got 60, 70%, whatever it is, white, moving up 11% in the Latino vote, so you've gained yourself 1 point in the election. You lose 3 points from the white community, you're wiped out. What's it looking like among white voters?
Yeah, so I think the really telling thing here is you have to ask which white voters. And you're seeing, again, the turnout in rural areas across the country thus far. In particular, for example, small town Indiana, there were some tweets from Jason Miller of the Trump campaign talking about how those small towns that the campaign is looking at have high swing capture rates. That is, these small areas, rural areas in a place like Indiana, generally foretell big performance across rural places, across the Midwest, and that includes small Republican towns and small Democrat or purple towns as well. Trump is outperforming in Indiana in those small towns versus 2016, according to the campaign. And the campaign claims this correlates with Wisconsin, Michigan, Ohio, Pennsylvania. The other side of the coin, to your point, is the wealthy elite suburbs, generally speaking, seem to be trending stronger for Biden than they were for Hillary Clinton. Now, one caveat to that, Loudoun County, Virginia, 98 out of 99 precincts reporting had Donald Trump up, which would be a massive earthquake of a shift. These are sort of your D.C. suburb, Northern Virginia towns, which have gone strongly blue. That said, I believe the absentee ballots are missing, so I expect that margin to compress substantially and ultimately for the Democrats to take Virginia. But that said, Virginia was called immediately at the beginning of the night. And at least in terms of election day turnout, it seems Trump did exceptionally there. So something to keep an eye on as well. In terms of just the mixed bag of data that we're looking at, I've also seen some numbers out there showing that President Trump is underperforming Tom Tillis in North Carolina, as well as John James in Michigan. If he's underperforming John James in Michigan, that's a red flag, certainly, in terms of taking that state. John James is an underdog there, but looked to be performing more closely against the Democrat senator there than Donald Trump was running against Biden. So if he's underperforming James, and James was an underdog to begin with, that makes it increasingly difficult to imagine the president will win Michigan, but we'll see as we have some more results in.
You know, we talked about Cubans for a second. I just want to mention that Miami, when I last checked, it was Joe Biden 53%, Donald Trump 46% in Miami. That is incredible to me. It shows the wisdom of Trump making that. I think on the day before, I think 2 days ago, he was in Miami for a late night rally. I mean, I don't know if he needed that late night rally, but he knew that he had strength in Miami-Dade, and that's what put him over the top. That's amazing. I mean, to me, that town, I mean, it's a wonderful city, and every Canadian loves Miami, especially people in Eastern Canada. That's where they go down to get out of the cold winter. But when I think of, Jews, Cubans, people from the Caribbean, I think of people who are not Republican base. And the fact that, Trump's at 46% there is amazing. I hope that's not the only thing I say is amazing tonight. But all he needs is a few more miracles like that, and he's got this thing.
Yeah, well, and you see in Ohio that the early vote seemed to favor Joe Biden, as one would expect, but those margins have come in substantially now, and it seems like, and if 2016 have passed as prologue on this, the Trump campaign reportedly is pretty confident in Ohio. It seems like those numbers the trend lines ultimately cross. And if the president prevails there, then we really are looking at, okay, what happens in Arizona, and then what happens in these other Rust Belt states? And that's the whole election really right there. So it'll be fascinating to see. And hopefully we have some clarity tonight, but I wouldn't necessarily bet on it.
Is it too early to talk about any Senate changes? For our Canadian viewers who are not familiar with the American system, correct me if I'm wrong, Ben, but because senators serve 6-year terms and they're generally staggered, approximately 1/3 of the Senate is up for grabs every 2 years, whereas every congressional seat is up for grabs. Correct me if I'm wrong on that. I think that's a fairly basic fact. Are there any interesting Senate races? I mean, or were they all in safe seats? I mean, the Senate has a very low turnover rate. Any news on that front?
Yeah, I think there are a couple big things to note here. First of all, John Hickenlooper in Colorado was declared the winner over Cory Gardner, the Republican incumbent. So that's obviously a huge blow to Republican efforts to retain the Senate. On the other hand, Doug Jones, the Democrat in Alabama, who was able to get into that seat under fortuitous circumstances, let's put it that way, looks like he will probably lose to Tommy Tuberville, who was a college football coach down in Alabama. So the net of that is 0. We may not know what is going to happen in terms of the makeup of the U.S. Senate until several months down the road, because in Georgia, the way their system works at a state level, you need to win 50% plus one of the vote to prevail. And in one of the races, Kelly Loeffler, the incumbent who was appointed by the governor there to hold a Senate seat, is up against a Republican member of the House, Doug Collins, as well as a Democrat. And the two Republicans are almost certainly going to split the vote. And so then there will ultimately be a runoff election there. So we may not know. And the other contest there with the incumbent Republican senator is quite close as well. So we may not know what the makeup of the Senate will be for some time, but we'll see how these other races play out. I mentioned the John James race against the incumbent Gary Peters in Michigan. The Democrat is an interesting race, and we'll see how close it is. And if John James prevails in that race, then I think you are looking at maybe not a red wave, but certainly an earthquake. We'll see how it plays out over the evening. But I think we have to watch what happens in Georgia. And we have to watch again also to see if Alabama flips and that nets out against that Colorado seat. And in the Arizona seat, of course, is a critical one with Martha Valley running against Kelly. And that'll be a huge race. And Arizona, of course, itself is something that the entire election may hinge on, the presidential election, the Senate as well. So we need to keep an eye on Arizona for sure.
You know, the Yiddish word for pins and needles is spilkus. I'm on spilkus. I did not think I would at least have this much hope. You know, I was a little bit depressed 2 days ago because folks were saying, look at the polls, and I know better than to look at the polls, but I also know that pollsters, even if they're liberal, try to be accurate for reasons of reputation alone. And I know that there was some reflection by Nate Silver, and I use him, he's a famous pollster and statistician and actuarialist. After 2016, I saw some reflections and how do we get it wrong. And so while I do believe that a lot of polling is done for disinformation or narrative reasons, oh, Biden's so far ahead, give up hope, Republicans, I also do believe that there are some pollsters who genuinely try and nail it. So when there were so many polls that were depressing, you know, you just, at a certain point, you can't dismiss them all. But maybe the enthusiastic turnout is part of it, because if you're not taking that into account in your model. Anyway, I'm optimistic now. Are you optimistic, Ben? Give me that.
I'm cautiously optimistic.
That's the best way to live. Ben Weingarten, author of American Ingrate, fellow at the Claremont Institute, columnist at Newsweek. We'll let you go now, but we're planning on being here for the duration. And if you're like me, I was telling the story the other day about how I was up till 3 a.m. with the missus because we didn't want to go to bed till we knew for a fact in 2016 that Trump was going to win. So if you're going to be up anyways to the wee hours, why don't you join us and give us your thoughts? It's a little early to ask you to stay up to 3 a.m. Because we don't know if we'll need to stay up that late, but I intend to stay here as late as necessary.
Well, I appreciate that. And last time, in 2016, I left the United States at around 1 a.m, heading first to Hong Kong by way of China. So I knew during that night, based upon the reactions of many of the Europeans in the terminal before we flew out, and then when I got on the ground in China, you knew that it was an earthquake, and it was a crushing victory for President Trump. And I hope to see the same kind of reactions, especially from our Chinese foes tomorrow morning as well.
Well, isn't that something? I can imagine I mean, I don't know if there was internet in those days on transcontinental flights, but not knowing for such a long flight, not knowing for sure, and then landing to the news must have been incredible. It would be like being on a ship in ancient times and just not knowing what was going on. That's a great story. I will let you go, but I will tell my story, which I've told to the staff here before about, well, maybe I don't want to trap you. I'm going to tell a story. I won't do it right now because I got to bring in David Menzies here. But I have a fun story for my night. I'll tell it now. So I told you I was staying up late with the missus, watching till 3 a.m. And I'm not going to get personal, but the missus is not very political. It's not very political. But everyone in the world knew this was a momentous night. And I hope I'm not going to get in trouble for telling this story on the telly. So we're watching, and the kids are very young, and they know something's up because mom and dad are staying up late and talking and looking at the internets. And the kids are coming down the stairs, and they're going back upstairs, and they're coming down the stairs, and they're going back upstairs. What's going on? What's going on? What are you talking about, mom and dad? What's going on? What's going on? And I shouldn't tell the story, but I don't think there's a big problem telling it. And so when it becomes, and it's tense. It's tense. Florida. It came down to Florida in a lot of ways, right? And there's a tension there because so much turns on it. And then when it was finally clear, and I don't know what time this was, 1, 2, 3 a.m., and the tension breaks, and you realize that Trump actually overcame everything. So it's not just the tension of the night, Ben. It's the tension of the previous 6 months, previous 18 months. And my missus cries a little bit. I shouldn't say that, but it's not a bad cry. It's a stress relief. It's an, oh my God, it's of relief, right? And one of the little ones saw this, and she's not used to mom crying. So, okay, but it's just relief and jubilation. And so the next day, all the kids go to school. And obviously, like all schools, it's a socialist, left-wing, anti-Trump school. So the kids go to school, and then the kids come back. And they're talking about the most momentous night. And we're in Toronto, Canada, but everyone here is obsessed with Trump. And here's the story, Ben. So our middle kid says, we were all talking about the election last night, and none of the kids really knew what was going on. And all the kids were saying their parents were crying. And I said, my mom was crying too. The only kid in the class whose mom was crying tears of joy and relief, but she felt solidarity with all the other kids whose parents were crying tears of pain and Canadian anti-Americanism. And I don't know, I find that story endlessly amusing. Maybe it's not a knee slapper, but it's the emotions of love and hate and tension and relief and so much riding on it. And every parent at the school was crying for the loss of Hillary Clinton. But we were crying tears of joy, Ben. That's not a great story now that I tell it again, but I think about that from time to time, Ben, and I feel a little bit of that tension right now too. I don't know if I'm going to be crying tears of joy or tears of pain, but it feels like that kind of night. I don't know.
Absolutely. This is a culmination of months of an attempt to destroy a president who's truly representative of the American people, the broad middle of America. And this would be another chance to put down this rolling perpetual coup attempt is the way I see it. And I must admit, last time around, I was more happy to see some form of justice brought to Hillary Clinton than I was that it was Donald Trump that was the victor. But this time, not only do I want to see the left destroyed on this election night, but Donald Trump has been an exceptional president that outperformed all of the expectations, even the best expectations of his supporters. And it's just such a pivotal thing if he were to take this again and to have 4 more years to actually have a presidency as opposed to the first 4, which were hampered so much, and yet he still accomplished so much. So obviously, I very much hope this is a resounding victory, and hopefully we'll know before the night's out. We shall see.
All right, from your mouth to God's ears. Thanks so much, Ben. We'll talk to you later. Boy,
sounds good.
I think that is so right. He has exceeded expectations by every measure. I mean, just talk about the courts alone. The quality of the judges, not just on the Supreme Court, but everywhere. All right, maybe my story wasn't that exciting, but I think about it a lot, how all the other kids' parents were crying, and my kid said, my mom was crying too, but it was tears of joy. I'm not going to cry either way tonight. I'm not much of a crier, but a lot turns on it. And the war against Trump has been insane. By the deep state, by every institution. It's amazing the man was able to govern it all. All right, Justin, what's next on the agenda for tonight? All right, we're going to have a guest come in the studio. We're going to play an ad from my friend David Menzies. During that ad, David will actually come in the studio. So we're going to play the ad while he walks in just so we can get... Is he mic'd up? Not quite yet. It's a 2-minute ad. I have not seen this ad. I don't even know what it's an ad for. So without further ado... Oh, I hear in my ear that David didn't know it was supposed to be funny, so it's just a normal ad. That's fine. Doesn't have to be fun. I don't even know what the instructions were. I'm just glad this all happened. So here's a not funny ad. It's on purpose not funny, from David Menzies. And when it's done, you'll see David appearing right next to me. Here we go.
Hey folks, I know you like the way we deliver the other side of the story here at Rebel News. So then why not sign up for Rebel News Plus in order to get the full meal deal? When you are a Rebel News Plus subscriber, you'll get all our videos plus our TV-style long-form shows, such as The Gun Show, hosted by the ever-fearless Sheila Gunn Reid. And then there's my weekly recap show, Rebel Roundup. And of course, you don't want to ever miss out on the main event, and by that I mean the daily Ezra Levant show. We offer 3 types of subscriptions to Rebel News Plus. first, there's our monthly plan. It gives you full access to all premium content for just $8 a month, or you can sign up for the yearly plan. That gives you full premium content access for an annual fee of $80 a year. In other words, you're getting 2 months of content free of charge. Finally, why not consider joining the Producers Club? This membership gives you full access to all premium content for a whole year, as well as amazing extras such as private get-togethers in cities like Calgary, Edmonton, Vancouver, Toronto, and Ottawa. You will also receive a special welcome gift and a wallet-sized Producers Club membership card, and you'll even receive discounts on special Rebel merchandise. All that for just $250 a year. Oh, what a deal. So there you have it, folks. Whatever plan you choose, you just can't lose when it comes to getting your full meal deal of Rebel News. Just go to rebelnews.com, sign up today, and enjoy.
David, that was great. Thank you.
I didn't know we were supposed to be funny.
It's okay.
I promise in 2024, I will give you a funny ad, Ezra.
David, you bring the content, but you also make it entertaining every day. And I want to say, we've got a lot of wonderful people here at Rebel News.
We do.
The team is growing. I love to see it. In fact, we've shown some of our new teammates tonight. Drea, Tamara, Andrew. I'm looking through the window at my friend Yankee. Great to see you. Shalom Aleichem. But, and I love everyone. Sheila Gunn Reid, bedrock of the company, chief reporter. But I have to say, and Keean Bexte, who we're going to talk to tonight, 10:45. Set your alarms, 45 minutes from now. I think I've told you this in private, and I think I've said it in the staff meetings, and I want to tell it to the world. You have been the star.
Wow, that's so nice.
Of the crisis called the pandemic. Your coverage from the very first day, you would go to the airports to see how the flights were coming in from China without screening. You pivoted to the freedom protests.
Yeah.
You are now helping businesses fight the fines, fight to open. And you've covered the province from top to bottom, Canada's largest province, Ontario. And I want to say you've done an outstanding job.
Well, that is so nice of you to say, Ezra, and it is such an honor with the risk of this sounding like the Mutual Admiration Club show to work for you. Without Rebel News, forget that I'm employed here. Where would we get the other side of the story? Precious few outlets. No one's doing this kind of coverage, or they're, in the case of the airport, about the flights coming in. I think by the time the National Post clued onto that, it was like 3.5 months after we were reporting this, and they were portraying it like a scoop for them. Yeah. So thank goodness there is a Rebel News.
Well, we're very pleased with how the year is going. Our team is strong and large. We're telling the other side of the story. That's our motto. We really live up to that every day. Yeah. And so we look to the United States in our coverage of Donald Trump, and we're interested in it as citizens of the world, as neighbors of America, as Canadians, and how this turns out tonight. Of course it matters for America more than anyone, but we are closer to them geographically, culturally, linguistically, economically, militarily than any other country in the world, of course. And the cultural trends, the political trends, what happens in America has a huge effect on us here. Yeah. They do well economically, we benefit just from being next to them. They do poorly, we fail for the same reasons. Yeah. They have a renaissance of civil liberties and freedom, maybe we'll have some of that too. And the opposite is true as well. And so I think that this is as momentous a night for Canada as a Canadian election.
I think for the entire free world, Ezra, is watching this election very closely and with good reason. I mean, I got to tell you, I have some selfish reasons for Trump winning. For example, housing prices. You know how many American celebrities have said they're moving to Canada. Well, if that makes, Casa Menzoid bump by 20%, that's great.
Oh, they're not coming.
No.
No, I've never heard of a celebrity actually follow through. And there were so many of them in 2016. And by the way, why don't they choose Mexico? Why do they always want to come to Canada?
That's right.
What are they, racist?
It's always north.
Why are they racist?
The other reason I want Trump to win is for Sheila Gunn Reid. She is going to end her boycott of the nail salon she used to go to because it always has The View on. And she said if Trump wins, she will for once watch The View to watch the meltdown that'll happen, which will make it entertaining at last. But no, I mean, I think, this might be naive or juvenile of me to say, but I think it's a fairness factor, Ezra. I think President Trump deserves to win given what he's done in 4 years. I think the best soundbite, and it's true, he has done more in 47 months than Joe Biden has done in 47 years. I mean, let's move the clock back pre-Wuhan virus. The American economy rolling along, stock market, historic highs, unemployment, historic lows, including unemployment of Hispanics, blacks, women, Asians. The fracking miracle, first time in 70 years, America, energy
Yeah, that's
independent.
incredible. And for Joe Biden to say he would phase out the oil industry, if Pennsylvania is lost to the Democrats by 1%, and it was less than 1% last time, it will be on that statement.
How, as a Pennsylvanian, do you vote for this man? And now, granted, a week ago, he switched gears after years of saying he'd phase out fracking. Oh, no, I'm Joe pro-fracking. Give me a break. So based on that, also foreign policy, I think the most underreported stories recently, Ezra, has been the peace deals in the Middle East. It didn't even come up in the debate.
3, not just one peace deal, but 3.
I know.
And with more to come. And with the quiet support of other countries. I mean, for example, the flights from Dubai to Israel, now there's commercial flights, I think they cross over Saudi Arabia.
Yeah.
So that shows Saudi support. Of course, the King of Saudi Arabia has been instrumental in these deals.
Yeah.
You're right. If it were under Obama that these deals were done, can you grab, Justin, can you grab the clip of John Kerry saying it's impossible? Remember that clip? No, for a peace deal unless you get the PLO terrorist group involved. I don't know if you can find that clip. You could probably find it quickest on Twitter by searching for John Kerry peace deal or something like that. It's just, they weren't even trying under Obama. If they had succeeded at getting not 1, not 2, but 3 peace deals in the Middle East, it would be all anyone would talk about. You would have every single Nobel Prize given to Obama, including the Nobel Prize for Physics and Chemistry. They would just give them all to him. But not once did it come up that I heard in the debates that I can recall. And listen, I know most Americans don't care about that kind of a foreign affairs issue, but I tell you the media part issue does. Let me show you John Kerry, who is Barack Obama's Secretary of State, who worked with Joe Biden for years. Take a look at this.
There will be no separate peace between Israel and the Arab world. I want to make that very clear to all of you. I've heard several prominent politicians in Israel sometimes saying, well, the Arab world's in a different place now. We just have to reach out to them and we can work some things with the Arab world and we'll deal with the Palestinians. No, and no. I can tell you that, reaffirmed even in the last week as I have talked to leaders of the Arab community. There will be no advance and separate peace with the Arab world without the Palestinian process and Palestinian peace. Everybody needs to understand that. That is a hard reality.
It's completely false. When he says no, and no, it's impossible, I think he was speaking for himself rather than for Israel's Arab neighbors.
You know, well then, Biden's in good company then, Ezra, because, I mean, if you look at the track record of Biden, he would have more success flipping a coin on decisions than the decisions he made. Going back to the Reagan years, Reagan's perhaps his most famous speech, the Brandenburg Gates, Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall. What did Biden say? He said, this is a mistake. You are poking the Soviet bear in the ribs. He was against the idea, and he was in office at the time, vice president of the Navy SEAL team going on that mission to assassinate Osama bin Laden.
Yeah, he was against that.
It's if you look at his history, he's always on the wrong side. Like I said, he'd have a better rate if he just flipped a coin. And I'm telling you, Ezra, and I don't know if this is going to translate into, and I think it will look good for the Steel Belt or the Rust Belt states, if you want to call it. If you are a man or woman that works with your hands, the Democrats are not your friends anymore. These people are forgotten. Remember, this is Biden, who was with an administration, Barack Obama, who said these jobs are gone and they're never coming back, who brought China into the World Trade Organization. These are the enemies of Ohio, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin.
Justin, do you have that clip? It was an ad that Trump ran about Biden and China. I think we used it in the monologue yesterday. You know that one? It's like a 2-minute ad. I'd love to show that here. The China thing, I think that resonated. The Biden's on the China payroll, the Hunter Biden's laptop and all that. But boy, was there a cone of silence put around that by the media party. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Can I, I just wrote this out because I want to make sure I quoted verbatim. The media party, I love, that's one of your, of all the things you've ever coined, that's the best. But you know what? It's now obsolete, Ezra. It now has to be called the media mob. They're mobsters. They're in the tank. They're in the bag for the Biden campaign.
Oh, yeah. And the social media is the worst of it. Here, sorry, go ahead. Finish your point, and then we'll run that ad.
I think the jump the shark moment for how the mainstream media in the U.S. reacted was when National Public Radio was asked a question by one of its listeners, why no New York Post coverage of the Hunter Biden stories? Terrence Stamp, the managing editor for news for National Public Radio, had this, and I quote, "We don't want to waste our time on stories that are not really stories, and we don't want to waste the listeners' and readers' time on stories that are just pure distractions," end quote. In other words, the Americans can't chew gum and walk at the same time. The idea that they can't learn about this incredible scandal that if it was a Trump son, it would be front page every newspaper. That's your jump the shark moment right there when it came to the media, Ezra.
You're so right. Hey, we have that ad that Trump ran. I don't know how heavy this ran, but this should have been full tilt in those states where the factory is just up and left to China. Here, go ahead. This is a Trump ad.
ABC News investigation this morning into Joe Biden's son Hunter and questions about money he made from foreign business dealings while his father was vice president.
And did Joe Biden allow it? We're talking about millions of dollars in at least 2 countries.
Did you talk about China or your deal with China?
No.
A 12-hour flight over?
No, of course not.
That never came up?
No.
Less than 2 weeks after that trip, BHR Partners was launched, a private equity firm funded in part by Chinese banks.
He has come forward and said it was a mistake on his part to be on the board. My son's business dealings were not anything with everybody that he's talking about.
What's your understanding of what your son was doing for an extraordinary amount of money?
I don't know what he was doing. I know he was on the board.
Hunter Biden holds an equity stake in a company that's taken over $1.5 billion in loans from the Chinese government. This is obviously an issue.
What they said is China would prefer Joe Biden.
China and Iran. China and Iran.
China and Iran want to see Donald Trump's defeat, and they're looking for ways to make that happen.
China's a great nation, and we should hope for the continued expansion.
Growth of China is overwhelmingly in our interest. And there's much more to come.
And now the steel mill ain't even there.
Yeah, it's, all those Bruce Springsteen songs about the towns falling apart because the factory leaves town and the jobs go. That's the place. And who would have imagined that a billionaire from New York would be the guy to say to the working men of those forgotten places that I'm on your side?
And that's a thing too, Ezra. A few weeks ago, Ted Cruz had an incredible observation of 2 prevailing trends in this election. And one was blue-collar workers, the lunch bucket brigade, if you want to call them that, switching allegiance from Democrats to Republicans, realizing that these Democrats, with this Green New Deal, this $93 trillion albatross, is going to put them out of business. They are not your friends. So switching from Democrat to Republican. And conversely, the disturbing trend, and it's baffling, quite frankly, white college-educated women in the suburbs going from Republican to Democrat, the prevailing reason being, well, we don't like Donald Trump's nasty tweets. Well, you want to talk nastiness? What we saw this summer, especially in the American inner cities of so many cities, Ezra, of Antifa and BLM types rioting, burning mom and pop businesses to the ground. You have this crew come in who turned a blind eye to that. Remember, mostly peaceful protesting as a Molotov cocktail bottle whips over the operator's head. That is coming to the suburbs. Who do you want? Do you want the law and order guy in charge, or the people who actually politically align themselves with the Antifa crowd?
Yeah, and never once renounced them, never once condemned them, never once told them to put down their tools. Well, listen, David, it's great to catch up with you. I'm keeping my eye on the clock and other things here. We have a sort of rough schedule that Justin has provided us. We've more or less stuck with it. We're running a little behind.
Okay.
We are going to get back to the Super Chats, but I see on my list of videos we have Streeters. How long is that Streeter vid, Justin? Yeah. On my list here, Menzies Compassionate Canadian Streeters. Do we have time to play that now? So I've got a list of little vids. Did you remember that one?
I do remember that one.
All right, so we're going to play that because, you know, and this has a comparison of America and Canada, so what that is?
Oh, yes.
Right.
Okay, then.
Okay. I love Canada. It's the country I was born in, country of my parents, grandparents. I can support and admire America, but still be a Canadian. I'm a Canadian first, of course. But one of the things I feel confident in criticizing some Canadians for is their knee-jerk anti-Americanism, their self-righteousness and moral superiority. And Canadians think they're nice, but sometimes they can be mean.
Oh, yeah.
And they've been trained to be mean towards America and towards Trump.
Yeah.
I want to show our viewers this vid that you did of Streeters showing who's more compassionate. Let's roll that.
Who do you think is more compassionate? Is it Canadians or Americans?
I think it's Canadians, to be honest, yeah.
Canadians for sure, yes.
And the other big news of the day is Donald Trump and the First Lady Melania, they have tested positive for COVID-19. What's your reaction to that?
Ooh, honestly, I'm a good person. I don't like to say anything bad upon people, but kind of deserves it.
I don't care about Americans, period.
Not a lot of compassion coming here.
No.
David Menzies for Rebel News here in Toronto. And folks, before I get to our story today, if you can, please go to journalistdefensefund.com. If you're able to, make a donation. Sometimes we have security that we have to pay for. Sometimes it's lawyer fees. In any event, we depend on your donations so that we can continue to bring you the other side of the story. Well, I'm here at Yonge Dundas Square in downtown Toronto, and a question springs to mind, namely, who is more compassionate? Is it the people who live in America or the people who live in Canada? And a supplementary question, what do people think of the breaking news that both President Donald Trump and Melania Trump, the First Lady, have tested positive for COVID? Well, there's only one way to find out. Let's go ask some people. Who do you think are more compassionate? Is it Americans or Canadians?
Canadians. Canadians for sure, yes.
Okay. I think it's Canadians, to be honest, yeah.
Why do you say that, ma'am?
I don't have a good question.
How about yourself then, ma'am?
That's Canada too. Yes, sure.
What?
Who is more compassionate?
I think Canadians.
Okay, and why do you say that, sir?
We're the heart, you know?
Canadians.
Okay, why do you say that, ma'am?
Because we're nice.
And the other big news of the day is Donald Trump and the First Lady Melania, they have tested positive for COVID-19. What's your reaction to that?
Ooh, honestly, I'm a good person. I don't like to say anything bad upon people, but kind of deserves it.
He and Melania have COVID-19. Do you wish them a speedy recovery?
Fuck no. Fuck no. I don't care about Americans, period.
President Donald Trump and Melania have been diagnosed. They are COVID-19 positive. What do you think about that?
That's karma working her magic.
What's your reaction to the president getting COVID-19?
I don't know about that. Sorry.
Does he deserve it?
Yes, it is.
Do you have compassion for President Trump and the First Lady?
I don't.
Why is that, sir?
Just because I don't.
Hey, folks, Well, I got to give credit where credit's due. You were the producer of that. You came up with that idea, that concept, Ezra, and boy, your spidey senses paid off. You right across the board, not even a tie. Canadians, way more compassionate. What do you think about Trump testing positive for coronavirus? Don't want to say anything bad about somebody, but he kind of deserves it, kind of deserves a death sentence, maybe. I mean, wow. It just backs up what you were saying before the video ran, that there's this, I don't know, can you call it entitlement, a certain degree of smugness, maybe because of what the CBC has been preaching for decades of how we should think?
If it had been Barack Obama who had got COVID, you wouldn't have those responses. If it was Emmanuel Macron, you wouldn't have had that. It's the anti-Americanism and the anti-Trumpism. So I don't, if you went to 10 Canadians, and this is Toronto, so that's, I think Torontonians are different than someone from St. John, New Brunswick, or Red Deer, Alberta. I think Torontonians, and I say that as a reluctant Torontonian, I think it was anti-Trumpism more than anti-Americanism, but the two of them go hand in hand. The reason why people hate Trump is because he is the most American of Americans. Whereas the reason Obama was so beloved by Canadians is because he was the least American president by certain measures. He believed in the post-American world. He did not believe in American exceptionalism. He said that.
Well, his very first speech in Egypt, apologizing for America. You're absolutely right.
So that's why, and of course I saw the other day a poll of foreign countries and foreign leaders when they say they prefer Biden over Trump. Of course they do. They want a weak America who's not going to demand them to pay their freight in NATO, who's not going to get out of the BS of the United Nations when it's global warming. Hey, America, you shut down your... And if you are an OPEC country, would you rather have Joe Biden shutting down American oil and gas? Or would you rather have Trump competing with you and driving down world prices? So I think that antipathy you saw there was anti-Trumpism, but that's a form of anti-Americanism. Okay, it's 10:19. I want to get back on track here. David, it's great to see you.
That's my cue.
Well,
beat it, right?
Now, we've got no, you know what, it's 10:20.
Getting back on track means I have to head for that door.
I mean, look what we got. We got super chats. We got Ben again. We got Keean. We got a lot of super chats, and I understand, is it correct that Avi Yemini has cut an ad for us too? Is that right? All right. So, David, I'll say goodbye to you now, but we'll play this ad. I haven't seen this one from our chief Australia correspondent who's just killing it down under. Avi Yemini. Go ahead, take a look.
G'day, guys, from rebelnews.com.au. That's right, from Melbourne, Australia. I hope you're enjoying the election coverage here at Rebel News. Now, I've been on the team for about just over 2 months now. Firstly, I want to thank the entire Rebel News team for welcoming me in with such gratitude and warmth. The amount of successes we've had here in Australia has been incredible in this short amount of time. Check out rebelnews.com.au to see what we're getting up to here on this side of the world. But again, thanks to all our viewers and all our supporters around the world for ensuring that we can spread even all the way down under to rebelnews.com.au.
I was sneaking a snack during that ad. We snuck David out of here. And I was sneaking a snack. Yay, I need fuel for the machine. Hey, I'll give you an update. Right now, look at that. 131 to 129. Looks like it couldn't be closer. But we still don't know those key battlegrounds. We got Sheila Gunn Reid joining us back. Sheila, did you have a snack?
I had a snack. I put my youngest one to bed, and I watched David's video again, along with everybody else, the compassionate Canadians. That video reminds me that there are truly at least two Canadas, because if you ask those same questions in Calgary or as you said, Red Deer, or anywhere along the Keystone Pipeline route here in Alberta, it would be a very different story. Just anecdotally, remember when I was driving you to the airport a couple weeks ago and we pulled up beside that guy and he had a big American flag across his back
And
window,
like an
big
eagle
decal.
claw or something.
Yeah, it was an eagle. It was very American. And then we're like, what does he have on the back window? So we got up really close and it was like, hey, maybe Alberta should join the United States. And we gave him a thumbs up because he's clearly a conservative. And then he gave us a thumbs up back. And then he realized it was you and I. And he was
so
really
much
excited
fun.
about that.
That was so much fun. That's right. That's Alberta for you.
It's very different than the response you would have gotten from anywhere in Alberta, what you saw on the streets of Toronto.
The irony is Toronto is so close to America. Toronto thinks of itself as sort of a wannabe New York.
Sure.
Everyone in Toronto visits America, whether it's just going to Buffalo or New York or Florida or whatever. So the anti-Americanism in Toronto is belied by the fact that Toronto loves America. They compete with America. They see themselves as junior Americans. I think it's a bit of an inferiority complex to put down America. And thank God Americans don't take it personally. Thank God Americans don't even hear it most of the time.
Yeah.
I remember once traveling from Canada to the United States, and in Toronto Pearson Airport, the U.S. border is actually in the Toronto airport. So you clear U.S. customs in the Toronto airport, and then you land wherever in America and you go straight out.
Yep.
So there's a whole coterie of Americans living in Toronto, working the border, but in Toronto. And I don't even know how it came up, but I started chatting with the border guard, and I do know how it came up. When I used to publish the Western Standard magazine, one of our editorial missions was pro-American. We said pro-Western, pro-conservative, pro-U.S., pro-Christian, pro-beef. Those were the 5 pros that we had. Beef was the last one. And it was a half joke, but it was sort of serious. That was the time of the mad cow. So I was the publisher of the Western Standard, but one of those pros you heard was pro-American. Pro-Western, pro-conservative, pro-Christian, pro-U.S., pro-beef. So one of them was pro-U.S. So I would go, and of course they weren't going to stop me at the border. Americans don't, I don't have a criminal record, I don't do drugs, I wasn't smuggling. So they were going to let me through, but one of the things I enjoyed doing was I would often have magazines with me and they'd say, and what do you do? like they ask you, what do you do? And I would reach into my bag, I'd say, I'm the publisher of the only pro-American magazine in Canada. That's what I do. And I'd give it to them. And they couldn't believe it. And one guy, almost tearfully, said that he was shocked and hurt by how anti-American Canadians were, because he was living in Toronto, understand. So I wasn't visiting a customs guy when I land at LaGuardia or O'Hare. There's no customs there. You fly in there from Toronto, you're in.
Yeah.
The customs are on the Canadian side. So this is an American stationed in Toronto for I don't know what term of service. And he didn't cry, but he was emotional and hurt at how much Canadians hate him in America. And this would have been when the magazine was around, so this would have been 15 years ago. This isn't under Trump, so there's no excuse, they just hate Trump.
Yeah.
This would have been under George Bush. All right, so George Bush had his flaws, but why are you hating in America? So yeah. And there's a little bit of that everywhere. It's worse in Toronto. It's an ugly side. It's an ugly side to our people.
JJ McCullough sort of covers this beat with the Washington Post, I believe he writes for, that's sort of underlying anti-Americanism from most of Canada. And I say most of Canada because I wouldn't include Alberta and Saskatchewan or most of the interior of BC and any of that.
Yeah.
We should get to these super chats because Margaret is
I went on about 7 tangents there. And I don't even think my stories were that great, but I did want to tell people about that border guard story because it stayed with me for 15 years, that story.
We have maybe 100 super chats sitting here waiting. We
All right,
have
let's
another one
blaze through 'em.
from.
We'll whip through them.
We have another one from Matea Murta. Again, might I recommend that you all.
Oh, I think, did I lose my audio or did Sheila, I think we lost
am
your.
I back?
Oh, we got you back. Yeah, for a second there we
Okay,
couldn't
sorry.
hear you.
I might have bumped something. Anyways, Matea Murta gives us $5. Either way, the Democrats have laid everything on the table and will most likely be going underground post-election. Oh, I don't think they're going underground, Matea. I think they're going to get worse than we've ever seen them before. I think we're going to see a tantrum the likes of which we've never seen. Spare Time in Canada gives us $5. Says Trudeau should be thrown out of Parliament. You can only do that. Maggie Jones gives us $100 Canadian. I don't see a super chat, Maggie, but boy, oh boy, that is so generous. Thank you very much. Tammy Thurman gives us $10 and says Trump 2020, WWG1 WGA. Spare Time in Canada gives us $5. Trudeau should be thrown out. Again, it happens only at elections. MJL gives us $20. I don't see a super chat. Frank Zabo gives us $250. Frank, thank you so much. And not even a super chat. Thank you very much for your generosity, Frank. Ryan Krause gives us $10. I love Rebel News. Keep up the great work. I live in the States, but I still need to watch you guys every day. Trump 2020, making liberals cry again. Well, Ryan, I hope that you enjoyed Ezra's recent story tangent about how pro-American he is and kind of how gross it is that Canadians are generally not that way. Andrew gives us $5.49. I don't see a super chat. Matthew Phillips gives us $2.79 on Millennial Millie's video. That's treason. The plotting of the riots, it's something. Mr. 26 gives us $5. Bloodstained men, his body, his choice. Go to Facebook to learn more. Ban male genital mutilation. Also, Uzaki Chan, Bowset, best waifus ever. There's a lot of words in there that I don't understand. Dave Draken gives us $5. It's hard to celebrate this election at all, given the violent outcome that will likely follow. Here's the thing, though. Trump cannot be reelected if he wins today. So he should just drop the hammer on these lawless thugs because he can't run again. What has he got to lose? Megan Dokin MD, $10. Why doesn't Trump wear glasses? Because he's got 20/20. Very good. Very, very good. John Shocks gives us €5. Irish fan of Trump. No more largely peaceful bricks being thrown. Thanks, Rebel. I think we're going to see some largely peaceful riots and largely peaceful arsons tonight, actually. Daniel Fyodorov gives us $5 Australian. Hello from Australia. Thanks for everything you do, especially with Avi in Australia. Sad to see Laura Loomer lose. Yeah, I saw that. She lost her seat there, her attempted seat. Tara Sky gives us $5. I'm scared about the riots after the election because no matter what the outcome, there will be more riots. Yeah. It's true. Hanger 18 Gaming gives us $5. Trump 2Q. Keep up the good job, guys. Steve Halprin, $10. Nice work. Go Trump. Bankert gives us $69.99, and you didn't even leave us a super chat. Thank you very much. Very generous. Josh Spencer gives us $6.99. I'm going to watch this on Mamba just to see Rachel Maddow reenact her reaction in 2016. I think you mean MSNBC. Richard J. Banks. Yeah. If he wins, there's going to be so many tears. Richard J. Banks gives us $10. Are the local taverns that are bankrupt due to the lockdown going to become prayer rooms for the 1.2 million migrants coming into Canada? Yeah. Jordy Boy gives us $5. Better than TVA and the CBC. Keep up the good work from Quebec City. That's a good time for me to stop and remind you all to give us a hand here at Rebel News to make sure that you give this stream here a little thumbs up. You see there's a thumbs up and a thumbs down. Don't click the thumbs down. Click the thumbs up so that more people can find us on YouTube. And if you would be so kind as to share the stream, there's nearly 7,600 of you watching right now, which is phenomenal. But let's get those likes up a little bit, if you don't mind. Thank you. Let's keep going. Shauna Geisinger gives us $20. Thank you so much for your honest media coverage, Rebel. Love you guys so much. In my opinion, either Trump wins or the election has been rigged. Praying for Trump 2020. Halo Reach is awesome. 117 gives us £4, $4.99. Have 5 of my great British pounds. Fingers crossed for big lad Trump to get reallocated. Much love from the UK. Caleb Whiteman gives us $5. How did Biden get Virginia, but Trump got more votes? Please help. So confused. Maybe now's a good time to explain how the electoral college versus popular vote works in the United States, Ezra.
Well, I think the reference is to the fact that not all the votes are being counted. And I'm looking at one source of data right now. Looks like 55% of the votes have been reported, and actually Trump is leading. So how can the New York Times declare the Democrats a win? As I mentioned,
Virginia and Ezra, and if you go to Fox News, their election map, if you click on it, it's still sitting blue for Biden at 46%. And Trump's at 52.4, way more votes, and 56% of polls reporting. So they called that too early, didn't they?
Well, they may well have. One of the things about calling, and I was talking to Ben about this, is what districts or counties, rather, are known to be massively Republican or massively Democrat. So, for example, in Florida, the fact that Miami-Dade came in so much stronger for Trump than the others, that was sort of the upset of the night and made Florida so strong. I'm guessing, and I'm only trying to come up with an explanation because you ask a tricky question, how can Fox, the New York Times, et cetera, be calling Virginia for Biden when Trump has more votes? It may be that those counties that are counted, well, yes, we know that Trump's going to be ahead by X percent, but the big Democrat counties haven't come in yet. And last time Trump got this amount, and I'm trying to explain it. I don't know. I'm guessing. I'm filling a void. But that looks certainly like an anomaly. And it might be that these are the Trump ridings that have all reported, and the experts are saying, well, yes, we know that. And those are about to be swamped by these other votes. I don't know. I don't know. The idea of Virginia flipping red seems too far. A bridge. I'm afraid Virginia is lost to the Democrats, as California is, as, my God, Texas is close. I mean, I'm looking at Texas right now, 80% of the votes in, and Trump has a 4-point lead, which is, frankly, exactly his lead in Florida. If you would have told me 4 years ago that Trump would be stronger in Florida than Texas, I'd say you're crazy. But that's where we are. That's the kind of world we're in. Georgia has not been officially called. Only 57% of the ballots are cast. But the lead that Trump has is strong enough to say he's holding that state. If he was going to lose there, it'd be trouble.
Ohio looks good for Trump, too. 84% of the polls are reporting, at least according to Fox News, and Trump is at 52.5% versus 46.1%.
I find that encouraging. Ohio gives me stress. Wisconsin gives me stress.
Pennsylvania has, at least on Fox, Pennsylvania is up by 200,000 votes and looks like about 8 percentage points, but they only have 35% of the polls reporting right now.
And I'm worried about the shenanigans.
That's a lot left.
I'm worried about the shenanigans. I got to tell you, Sheila, if Pennsylvania, Ohio, and Wisconsin, and I think Trump's going to win
Michigan.
Iowa. Yeah, well, my God, if he takes Michigan, then I think we're home free. I was scared 2 days ago. I told you that. I told you.
I know. I didn't like how scared you were because I
was-
looked to you for the answers.
Oh, brother. It looks like Arizona, 75% of the votes are in Arizona. The Democrats have a fairly significant lead. I mean, an 8-point lead there and 3/4 of the votes in. I don't think that gap's going to be closed. Although, you never know. I mean, the mail ballots and all these shenanigans. Who even knows? Who even knows? Okay, let's check the clock. It's 10:37. I say we let her rip, and I'll promise not to interrupt you.
Sure.
Let's let her rip. Let's get through 20 more super chats because I want people to know we do read every super chat. Now,
Definitely.
And I will keep my eyes peeled on the news. If we get something exciting from Pennsylvania, from Ohio, from Michigan, from Wisconsin, from Minnesota, oh, brother, you'll hear it. But in the meantime, let's get through them super chats.
Sure. Kenneth gives us $5. Regardless of tonight's results, let's all agree on one thing, and that is Ken's life matters, KLM. Josh Spencer gives us $6.99. I'm going to watch this on MSNBC so we can see Rachel Maddow reenact her reaction in 2016. You didn't need to re-super chat us because I know what you meant. Harley Ray gives us $15. Great work, Rebel News. All the best from Saskatchewan. Harley Ray, are you the guy that does the short videos? You're an Indigenous guy. You made some videos that were against the union strike at the co-op refinery, if I think that you're the right guy. I kind of like the work that you do if you're the right guy. Chad Adams gives us $50. Need someone to support us, farmer oil field workers in Alberta, Saskatchewan, Manitoba. Seems hopeless. Trump is a lifeline for the oil patch. And that's why I was so anxious. There's so many Alberta families who are relying on the pipeline work that is coming by way of President Trump's desk. Jan Surowiec, I don't know. I'm very sorry because you're very generous with your super chat, and I'm sure I just butchered your name. $69.99. Love you guys. Let's keep all government accountable to the people. You know what? That's great because I think, probably harsher on conservatives than I am on liberals because I expect the liberals to lie to me and break their promises and bumble and be ineffective and unaccountable. But conservative politicians come to you and they want your vote and your money and your volunteerism. So I don't like when they lie to conservatives and break their promises. And they have all the forces of the world pulling them to the left. They have the mainstream media, the CBC, the culture. I like to think that we're on the right, keeping them on the right side. Hiba S gives us $5. No message. Very generous. Jean Wallace gives us $4.99 pounds. No message. Very generous. Chris Rock gives us $5. Anyone else pay attention to Biden's campaign podium? Battle for the soul of the nation. Ironic given that the battle is between good Trump versus evil Biden. Yeah, that's interesting. Charlie Ward gives us £5. If Trump is fully aware of the fake news, if he gets in, doesn't he have the power and money to defund the mainstream media and broadcast rebel news? The United States, they don't fund their mainstream media. In Canada, Justin Trudeau funds the mainstream media, the CBC, and the rest of the media through a bailout package. The thing about the United States is they have a First Amendment. The news can be whatever it wants to be and broadcast whatever it wants. And that's why they have such a great conservative news ecosystem there. Fox, Daily Caller, Blaze. They have a lot of conservative networks there because there's no hand of government meddling in the middle of it. Seek gives us $6.99, says Canada or Quebec needs a Rebel News French version. Ezra, I hope you're listening. That's the second or third time we've gotten one of these. Joanne Yakov gives us $25. We need Trump for Israel. Yeah, he's the worst white supremacist neo-Nazi ever. They're naming neighborhoods in the Golan after Donald Trump. It's funny. You speak to Americans and they'll say that Trump is a neo-Nazi. And if you speak to Israelis, they love him. Chris Rock gives us $5. BLM, Biden's laptop matters. Time to get it together, Canada, and repent. We need some hand-to-hand combat. And by that you mean prayer hands. And Jane gives us $20, and it's a dancing pear emoji that says, "You're amazing." Thank you very much, Anne. Sexy Cheese Man. Do you know that I have a bunch of cheese in my desk right now? I really do. I have cheese in my desk.
I've got about 20 little snacks just outside the field of vision.
I do. I have pepperoni over there. I've got bubbly waters down there, cheese in the desk. We're set up. We're fine. Sexy Cheese Man gives us $6.99. Trump train is on the tracks. Boy, I hope so. Ryan Jackson gives us $5. Sheila for Prime Minister. Are you mad at me? I would never want to be the Prime Minister. Never in a million years. That sounds awful. But thank you. Matt Fraser gives us $5. No message. Thank you very much. David Forrester, $5. No message from David Forrester, but just a generous donation. Chris Rock, again, thank you very much. Crazy to think that the voters who chose Biden openly support pedophilia. Shame. If you mean the hair sniffing, I don't want to say that he's a pedophile, but that hair sniffing is sure weird. And I'm surprised some dad hasn't punched him right in the nose. David Forrester gives us $5. Another super chat, but still no message. David, thank you very much. Ila Varma gives us $5. Did you read Jagmeet Singh's tweet rooting for Biden? I did. Horrific, praying for Trump.
Sorry, I'm sorry to interrupt, Sheila. You're on a roll there, and I don't want to delay us. But Jagmeet Singh, and I don't know if you can call it up, Justin, he tweeted an atrocious attack on Donald Trump. Atrocious, not that I don't think Donald Trump should be attacked. Every politician should be criticized, have at it. But if you are the leader of a parliamentary party in Canada, he's got 24 MPs if I recall, why are you meddling in another country's election? And if the answer is, well, because I hate Trump, all right. Well, how would you feel if Trump wrote, yeah, there we go. For those that want to build a more just world, okay, that's not even the one. The world would be better if Donald Trump loses. He has another one that's even longer and a long rant. He's having a Twitter tantrum today. How would you feel? How would Jagmeet Singh feel if in the middle of some key Canadian election, yeah, that's the one, vote him out. In 4 years, Donald Trump has placed kids in cages, fanned the flames of hatred and division, failed 230,000 Americans left dead because of COVID-19. Trump makes the world a more dangerous place for all of us, and I hope to see him lose. It's funny, though, because, of course, Donald Trump has not started any wars, if that's what you mean by a dangerous place. He's got 3 major peace deals in the Middle East, and you can't fault the lad for trying to get peace in North Korea. Yeah, there's been deaths from COVID-19. I put a lot of those at the hands of Democrat governors, but Canada is not, disproportionately, Canada has half the number, okay, but that's still significant. There's a lot of stone throwing there, but I say again, what if Donald Trump would have had an opinion about the Canadian election? What if Donald Trump would have said, I think Trudeau should win or shouldn't win, or Jagmeet Singh should win or shouldn't win? Jagmeet Singh would pop a cork.
Yeah.
Imagine if it was a referendum on secession. We know what happened when de Gaulle gave a speech from Quebec saying, Vive Quebec, Vive le Quebec libre. Oh my God, he's calling for separatism. Well, if that's outrageous for foreigners to do to Canada, why is Jagmeet Singh doing it to the United States? The answer is because he's not a serious man. He knows he'll never be entrusted with any responsibility. But that goes to the anti-Americanism that I mentioned earlier. By the way, if you care about people in the third world, if you care about people of color, if you care about danger, maybe have a word or two for the president who droned more strikes against Muslim people than any other president combined before him. I'm talking about Barack Obama.
Yep.
How many people were killed because of Barack Obama's wars of opportunity, wars, optional wars, elective wars? Why did you knock out Muammar Gaddafi? I'm not a fan of his, but you replaced it with open-air slave markets and Islamism and riot and carnage and death. So yeah, I would have liked to have heard Jagmeet Singh back then too. Actually, I wouldn't have liked it. I wouldn't have liked to hear him anyways. Thanks for that rant, Sheila. You want to get back to the Super Chats?
Sure. I was just going to say, if Jagmeet Singh cares about people in the developing world like he says he does, then the Green New Deal is a nightmare for them because it skips coal and says, okay, we're just going to go to solar panels when people don't even have running water. Let's keep going. Mike L. gives us $25. Rebel News keeps getting better and better. Thanks for your pandemic coverage. Yeah, I think we worked harder than anybody else during the pandemic. We had more live coverage. David was just like, David, he has got to be one of the hardest working guys in journalism. We come in on Monday mornings and we all talk about the stories that we covered over the weekend. And David's got like a full week and a half's worth of work. Yeah. And I'm not trying to be rude here. David's the oldest one of all of us. And he's out working all of us during the pandemic. Oh, let's keep going. True O Sleb gives us $5. No message. Thank you very much. Mark gives us $2. That supercut of Biden, worst dog video ever. Pretty good. Gerald LaFawn gives us $6.99. No super chat. Sunny Steven gives us $2. Trump 2020. Keep up the good work. Rebel News. RP gives us what? You know what, Ezra? Why don't you take over?
I will. I'm going to read this next one because it's so amazing. RP says, I support Rebel News because free speech and an independent news source is essential for democracy. 70 Smackers, thank you very much. That's very nice. I am going to read more, but it's time for us to check in with Ben Weingarten. And I want to hear about what's cooking out there. I've been checking while you were going there, Sheila, different data sources, but I know someone who's been scouring social media, working his trap line, checking a look at the interesting districts and counties, is our friend Ben Weingarten, and we're going to connect with him now to get an update. Ben, how you doing? How's the last hour or so been treating you? Have you found out any interesting nuggets that you want to share with our viewers?
Sure. Well, let's start with what the markets are telling us right now. And let's start with betting markets. American sports books have overwhelmingly swung to forecasting a Trump victory tonight. And
give me an example. I was looking at Ladbrokes, the British betting house, but I couldn't find their latest stats. Can you tell me an American, I just don't know bookies, tell me a place to look it up. I want to see it with my own eyes.
Yeah, I don't know bookies outside of this context, to be clear, but Bovada, for example, had swung to up to 86% favorite for Trump. Some other sports books as well have been at around 65 to 70%. But I think an even more telling sign potentially is that the Chinese yuan has absolutely tanked.
Come on.
And at the same time, the NASDAQ has been surging in futures. So, obviously,
that's people betting with their money. That's not people talking tough to score points in Washington. When you're trading currency, when you're doing deals like that, that's real stuff. That's skin in the game. Those people think Trump's going to win.
Yeah, the Chinese yuan would probably be surging if Joe Biden was going to romp in a landslide tonight. So I think those are very, very telling signals that we can point to, and as you said, where people really have skin in the game, they're voting with their wallets. So beyond that, I've seen a lot of evidence of various counties that are sort of bellwethers, whether in Wisconsin or Michigan. And I should preface by saying this is sort of the reverse in these states. In many of these states, in-person votes come in first, and then subsequently we get the absentee, the mail-in ballots, and the like. So we need to have that caveat. But in many of these counties that are sort of bellwether counties in the Rust Belt states, President Trump is running either competitively or ahead. And in Pennsylvania in particular, we see him, for example, running between 48 and 51% in Bucks County, where he lost by about a point to Hillary Clinton there. And that's a big suburban, wealthier area, or many wealthier towns there. So that's obviously pretty bullish for him. But in particular, in those sort of more rural counties, and if you look in Pennsylvania, basically on the coasts of the state, the west, looks like President Trump is running very competitively. And again, same thing in Michigan and Wisconsin. And really, as I mentioned earlier, for President Trump to be confident in a victory, I think he needs to win without Pennsylvania because, as I said, I think the vote fraud margin and litigation margin there is significant. And we've already heard announced tonight that Philadelphia will not be releasing tens of thousands. I think a couple 100,000 will not be counting a couple 100,000 of the votes that came in tonight until tomorrow or a little bit later this week. And that's why I've stressed the president really needs to win some of the other Rust Belt states and maintain the rest of the map that he had taken the other time to comfortably win. Because if it comes down to a situation where everything hinges on Pennsylvania, I give advantage to Democrats in that kind of knockdown, drag out political fistfight. So I don't want to get ahead of ourselves here, but I do think there are some very bullish signs coming out of both the markets and then as well in these Rust Belt pivot counties. And as we get more results in, we'll see if the trends continue to hold.
You know, that's very interesting. I want to, you remind me of the different counties. And I had never been to Pennsylvania in my life until about 5 years ago. And I wrote a book about fracking called Groundswell. I was interested in fracking. I knew that Pennsylvania is really where fracking took off. I mean, it's big in Texas, big in North Dakota, but Pennsylvania was really where it was perfected, the Marcellus Shale. And there's a county on the west side called Washington County. And I'm going from memory here, but I've studied this place so much, I think my memory's fairly accurate. In the year 2000, it was split, Democrat, Republican. In 2004, 2008, 2012, it was slowly creeping Republican. And by the time 2016 came along, I think it was a 30-point margin for the Republicans. Why? Like from a Democrat riding to, we call it ridings up here, county to massively Republican. I'm just on that right now. 98% of the votes are counted in Washington County. And Trump has a 24-point lead. He has a 26,000 vote lead in Washington County. So that county, which used to be Democrat, now gave him 26,000 votes towards flipping the rest of the state. And by the way, I think Trump only won Pennsylvania by what, about 60,000 votes or something last time. Why? Because that's the place that all the activists on the left, that the Lady Gagas of the world said, ban fracking. Yoko Ono said, ban fracking. And Kamala Harris, ban fracking. And they say, no, 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 no. This has saved us. Coal is gone. Steel is gone. These are our jobs. So that's the place that I think if they're going to win, that's got to offset the fraud in Philly. I'm very excited about, because Washington County is this amazing place that has this boom because of fracking. Don't mind me. I don't know a lot of counties in the United States, Ben, but I know Washington County. And it's just working class, blue collar people, small businesses, landowners who have just said, don't kill my job. And that's a repudiation of the AOCs and the Green New Deals. That's the real life. That's flyover country. And when Trump was so brilliant, he said, he was asked about getting out of the Paris Accords for global warming. He said, I represent Pittsburgh, not Paris. He wasn't just going for the alliteration or the assonance, whatever the word is, P and P, Pittsburgh, Paris. Pittsburgh is the big city near the fracking. And Pittsburgh itself, overwhelmingly Democrat. But when he said Pittsburgh versus Paris, I was talking about, okay, thanks for letting me go on a little tangent there about Washington County. But it's places like that that are going to do it for Trump if he takes Pennsylvania.
Absolutely right, and across the Midwest, I would say.
Yeah. Well, tell me something that's very interesting. Now, last time we had you on, you were saying that there were one or two Senate seats that moved around, that the Democrats grabbed one in Colorado, but they gave up one in Alabama, if I'm remembering what you said right. Is there anything interesting on the Senate side or the House side, or is it, I mean, obviously the Democrats are going to hold the Congress, hold the House of Representatives, I take it. Any feeling on the Senate, or is it just too early to tell?
It looks like Tom Tillis is going to prevail in North Carolina, and to the extent that happens, if everything else kind of proceeds as it looks like it is, and for example in Arizona it looks like the Republican may lose that seat, the overwhelming odds are that Republicans will retain the Senate even with the net loss there. So that would obviously be hugely significant. And you know, we could have a situation where actually the makeup of two branches is the same, the way that things are kind of trending right now. And I don't want to be, I don't want to get ahead of ourselves here, but it very much looks like the Senate's going to remain Republican majority and the House is going to remain Democrat majority. And you can already Democrat pundits on television. Donna Brazile, I was amazed on Fox, a Democrat operative, longtime Democrat operative, about 45 minutes ago was saying Joe Biden still has a path to win. Now, originally she was saying there were about 7 Joe Biden paths to win. And so I think watch the rhetoric, and it's a tell for what Democrats are feeling about tonight. It's clear that it's not a blue wave, that it's not a landslide on the Democrat side, self-evident. I also seen there was commentary where one Democrat was saying what we're seeing tonight is the result of Republican voter suppression and essentially racism and bigotry. Again, if those are the narratives that are coming out of the left right now, then I'd be very scared if I'm a Joe Biden supporter. But we'll have to see. I really do believe that it comes down to the extent Democrats are going to win Arizona, and they are ahead very high with a substantial percentage of the votes being reported, then this really is all going to hinge again on the Rust Belt. And as I've said the entire time from the start of the evening, and as I've held for a while, if President Trump wants to win, he really needs to do it, I believe, without Pennsylvania, because it's just too much of a toss-up once we get into counting votes and finding votes behind dumpsters and litigation and God knows what else. Yeah. That's not a place where Republicans generally do well, even though if anyone could do it, this president could win a fight like that. But you don't want it to come to that. You really want to prevail in a Wisconsin and or a Michigan and or a Minnesota. And we'll see what happens in those states as the results continue to trickle in.
Let me just talk for 1 minute about the House of Representatives, or typically called congressmen. Are there any, I see there's I think you mentioned it, that in Florida there was a flip by, it looks like a Cuban-American, Carlos Jimenez, if I'm saying that right. I presume he's Cuban. That's part of the wave. He ousts as an incumbent. Are there any other interesting little flips like that you are aware of? Or do you think the numbers are going to move significantly on the Congress side? Is it too early to tell?
I think it's a little bit too early to tell. I mean, there are some seats, for example, there's a seat in North Carolina. Madison Cawthorn was a sort of an upstart Republican candidate, and it looks like he's going to win his seat. Close to my neck of the woods in kind of the one red district in the New York City area, which encompasses parts of Brooklyn and Staten Island, Max Rose, the incumbent member of the House, supposedly was in a dead heat with a Republican challenger, Nicole Malliotakis. I don't yet have results in on that, but definitely a race worth watching as well. That said, you're also going to see the number of members of the squad swell, I think. And it doesn't take that many members of the House for that squad to swell. But, for example, Jamal Bowman is a congressman who, or a future congressman after tonight, who primaried Elliot Engel, longtime member of the establishment from New York in the Democratic Party. Bowman defeated him, and I think that, again, sort of accentuates this trend of radical leftists continue to grow their numbers, continue to grow their power and influence. Even a member of the squad is not the next Speaker of the House after Nancy Pelosi. It's a real trend, the radicalization of members of the House, and I think you'll see more insane, asinine legislation and chicanery out of members of the House, in particular if there's a President Trump over the next 4 years.
Mm-hmm. I'm just looking at one source of information here. It looks like about 200 of the seats are declarable, and so far 2 have flipped to the Democrats and 2 have flipped to the Republicans. Now, of course, the more contested ones we have yet to hear from resolutely. But so far, it doesn't look like a massive wave. And if you were to have believed the polls, even a few days ago, you would have thought that the Republicans, I think, would have lost some ground in the House of Representatives. Is that fair, that Republicans are outperforming the polls on the congressional side, or have we just not seen those controversial battleground districts yet?
I think what we really may have seen is that the bloodletting that was going to happen with respect to the House happened in 2018. And I think the country really is as divided as is being played out from a partisan perspective. tonight, it doesn't appear that anyone is either riding the president's coattails or being dragged down by the president. Everything really seems to be sort of sticking status quo at the end of the day, which is kind of a fascinating occurrence. And I think, again, there needs to be a reckoning after this with the media and the pollsters, because their projections, maybe a psychological projection, is played out, not their actual forecasts. And you're going to have to now, there will be a question as to whether, is this a Trump phenomenon that the polls are so wrong, or is this a biased leftist concentration in polling and in the media that's causing them to be so far off? But it's remarkable to see, and it's damning, quite frankly. It's a huge indictment of our political class.
Yeah, it certainly is. I think I'm so glad you started our segment the way you did by referring to non-political experts who have skin in the game. And what I mean by that is they're not looking to get a hit on CNN or MSNBC. They're not looking to curry favor with a political client or a political boss. If you're a foreign exchange trader selling and buying yuan, if you are in the stock market, you don't invest emotionally, or maybe you do, but if you do, you're out of money pretty quickly. That you tell me that stocks are surging, the yuan, the Chinese currency is falling, those are people who aren't virtue signaling. You virtue signal an investment, a fool and his money are soon parted. Completely different incentive structure for pollsters, for pundits, for people who crave getting a slot on a CNN, like a CNN contributor's gig. The groupthink that sets in, that's another thing, is the small political class self-reinforces. I don't know, very interesting. You've made me hopeful again. And I'm going to check out the betting site. What was that betting site you said right off the top?
So Bovada was the sports book.
All right, we'll have to look that up. I'm unfamiliar with them. Justin, if you can find that website, if you have it, can we throw it on the screen right now? The latest odds are Trump minus 250, Biden plus 185. I'm not fluent enough in odds making to understand how, I mean, normally I hear like, do you know what that means, Ben? Justin's taking some guesses with me. Neither of us are bettors, obviously. I don't know if that means Trump's going to win or Biden's going to win. I just don't know what it means. We'll have to Google it. We'll have to have someone who's an expert should tell us. Do you know what it means, Ben?
Certainly Trump favorite.
Okay. Well, if you're literally a Trump favorite, as in if you bet that Trump's going to win, and they say, well, yeah, everyone thinks so, that's allowing you to bet on Biden, and you will make a return on that. I don't know. That's incredible. That's incredible to me. So I don't even know the lingo for betting. But if you're saying that the odds makers are favoring Trump, again, that's people who are making real decisions with real outcomes, not just wishful thinking. Got me making some wishes, I tell you that. I'm looking at the map now. It being 11 Eastern Time, 8 Pacific Time, we're starting to see polls from the far west, Washington, Oregon, California. Obviously, they're Democrat. A question I have for you, and then we'll let you sign off and do some more poking around. And maybe you can come back and give us just a touch more explanationology on betting lingo, because I feel like I flubbed that there, Ben. But that's very interesting to me that people with skin in the game are saying Trump's going to win. One question I have is there going to be any stock taking by people in Portland, in Seattle, who say, you know what, we lived through the Chaz, that semi-autonomous Antifa zone in Seattle. We've lived through the defund police extremism. We've lived through 3 months of nightly rioting in Portland, and the Democrats have made it all worse. We're voting for Trump because he might be a son of a bitch, but at least he's going to crack down on the riots. Do you think we're going to see any sort of reckoning by people who say, yeah, rioting's not cool, I'm not for the Dems anymore?
I think you may see some of it outside the cities, but do I think that there will be a change in composition in
No, I don't.
the city
I don't say
council as members of the House?
No, I don't say a single seat's going to switch hands. I'm just saying, do you think you might see 5-10% less enthusiasm for the Dems? Do you think you might see some protest? Oh, no. You're not going to flip any seats. But do you think you might see a marked decline in support for the Dems? Can a man daydream?
I think you could see protest votes not for them, but obviously not for the evil orange man either or his party. And look, you've seen defections in the media, for example, of leftists, the Matt Taibbis and Glenn Greenwalds, and we can tick off the list of names of prominent leftist writers who have said enough is enough. We're anti-woke. We are anti sort of political establishment progressive, even though we are genuinely, they're kind of purist leftist in some ways, but they are against this establishment. And then they're against the woke radicals out there who are completely illiberal. So is there a little bit of movement there among kind of the so-called intelligentsia or actual intelligentsia? Yes, there is, but they're small in number, and obviously you face big repercussions if you don't toe the party line, so to speak.
All right, very interesting, Ben. Thanks for joining us. I hope you can stay up a little later. It's only 11 p.m. and the party's just getting started. I am more optimistic now than I have been in days. And I don't know. I mean, can a fella dream? I remember our conversation a couple weeks ago, Ben. I think that so much of civilization and the values of the West versus the values of barbarians and chaos, I think it's at stake. And America has overcome grave setbacks before. The Civil War, an obvious one. The Revolutionary War, what a great risk that was. Barack Obama was a disaster, but America survived it. But this one just feels like it's a more significant fork in the road. You couldn't have two more opposite choices on the ballot. It feels so grave. And I think most conservatives would accept a defeat. They would grumble about it. They would point out the fraud and the chicanery, but they wouldn't riot. But I think slowly, the freedoms would ebb away. I would rather have Democrats lose and riot in impotent rage. I think that's going to happen. I think we're going to see riots either way. Anyhow, I'm mumbling a little bit, Ben. Why don't we say goodbye to you for now, but we'll talk to you another hour. Can you stay up for another hour?
Sure thing.
All right, thanks, Ben. We'll let you go. That's Ben Weingarten. Don't mind me rambling a bit here. I'm just trying to permit myself to be optimistic. You could ask the team around here. I was downright pessimistic for the last 2 days. I'm not going to say I was pouty. I wasn't pouting. I was just resigned. Well, when we first came on the air nearly 5 hours ago, I made you a promise that you will see a delightful video made, not only written by Keean Bexte, but filmed and edited by him. And I don't think I knew he had those skills, or if I knew them, I forgot about it. This video is so nice, we're going to watch it twice. We're going to watch it first, and we're going to bring Keean Bexte on, and we're going to watch it again with him. I've shown you videos by Tamara Ugolini, by David Menzies, by Drea Humphrey, by Andrew. Here's Keean's video. Take a look.
Do you love your dog, and would you do anything to protect them? I know I would, and I've been getting more and more concerned recently. See, dogs in Canada, they're not safe anymore. If you've heard the news, Canada's Minister of Infrastructure has a hankering for cute pups just like this one, just like yours. Do you want to go for a walk down the Rideau Canal and know that Catherine McKennell isn't going to take your cute pooch and put them on her plate? Well, you need a shirt just like this. Maybe you don't even live in Ottawa and you're concerned that Catherine McKennell is going to come to your hometown and bribe you with your own tax dollars with some infrastructure announcement if she hasn't lost track of it, that is. Well, if she comes to your town and you have one of these shirts that will ship directly to your door, you can feel safe, and so can your dog. knowing that they'll make it home and Catherine McKenna won't be eating it. Go to catherinemckennel.ca to get yours.
That's great. Keean, that's really you know what? I didn't know you were so funny. I mean, I think of you in different ways. I think adventurous, aggressive, risk-oriented, traveler, puzzler. These are words I think of when I think Keean Bexte. I didn't know you were so funny.
No, I'm just an everyday comedian, Ezra.
No, I'm serious. That was really funny. I didn't know. I think you got to let that side of your show from time to time.
Well, I'll have to edit more videos, I guess. It's all in the timing.
Yeah, no, it was great. And your dog, what's your dog's name? Did you freeze there for a second? What's your dog's name? I think
Dixie.
we might have lost the connection there. Did we lose the connection? Oh, we got a bit of a delay. Is it Dixie?
Do you hear me? Yeah, it is Dixie.
Is that a boy or a girl?
Girl.
Okay. That is a cute dog. And just that super long tongue licking the nose thing. That was perfect. That was really fun. I think we're having a bit of a connection problem. I promised people the video was so nice we'll watch it twice. Let's watch it one more time right now. And now that we know the dog's name is Dixie and it's a girl, let's take a look.
Do you love your dog, and would you do anything to protect them? I know I would, and I've been getting more and more concerned recently. See, dogs in Canada, they're not safe anymore. If you've heard the news, Canada's Minister of Infrastructure has a hankering for cute pups just like this one, just like yours. Do you want to go for a walk down the Rideau Canal and know that Catherine McKennel isn't going to take your cute pooch and put them on her plate? Well, you need a shirt just like this. Maybe you don't even live in Ottawa and you're concerned that Catherine McKennel is going to come to your hometown and bribe you with your own tax dollars with some infrastructure announcement if she hasn't lost track of it, that is. Well, if she comes to your town and you have one of these shirts that will ship directly to your door, you can feel safe, and so can your dog, knowing that they'll make it home and Catherine McKenna won't be eating it. Go to catherinemckennel.ca to get yours.
Keean, I've watched that video 4 times now. It makes me feel great every time. Now, for some of our viewers who don't know the backstory, can you explain to them what you mean by Catherine McKennel and why you're worried that your dog, Dixie, would be eaten by Catherine McKennel?
Yeah, well, Catherine McKenna is a notorious dog eater. We didn't think this was going to be something that was in the news cycle at the start of 2020, but if you had it on your bingo sheet, you're winning, because she was actually in Indonesia about 20 years ago, and she was filming a documentary to show how progressive and well-traveled she is, and on top of attending cockfights, illegal cockfights, and on top of bribing government officials, Catherine McKenna also enjoyed bowls and bowls of dog, and it's as disgusting as it sounds. Really, funnily enough, nobody has asked her about it in the mainstream media. I've been trying to, not that I'm in the mainstream media, but I've been trying to ask her, and she's just evading my questions every time. She hangs up from every press conference I'm a part of because she doesn't want to be asked how much she really enjoys dogs and what breed is her favorite.
Yeah, and once you know that she eats dogs, to look through her Twitter feed when she talks about dogs and she likes dogs, it just takes on a whole. I really love dogs. I like dogs. It's a nice looking dog you got there. It takes on a whole new meaning when you know that she is a dog aficionado in the gustatory fashion. Now, Keean, we have a bit of an audio thing. I think it's because you're not wearing earphones, so we're getting some sort of feedback there. I think we were hearing it. Why don't we do this? I want to bring Sheila back on to go through some more super chats. Let's figure out some audio thing there. I think it's a lack of headphones thing. If you got the earbuds or whatnot, we'll come back to you. I'm going to bring Sheila back on, and then let's talk one more time because I'd like to get your take on things. I don't know if you've been watching, but we've had Ben Weingarten on. He's the author of the momentous book called American Integrate about Ilhan Omar. I would like to bring you back on and show some of your interactions with Ilhan Omar, which were internationally important questions. So let's bring you back on in, say, half an hour, and let's just get the earphones things figured out, and then we'll play some of those vids, because I want to show, especially our American viewers, I want to show them the work you were doing in various parts of the US and A, okay?
Great.
All right. Thank you for that. I just want to fix that audio to make it a little bit cleaner. We've got Super Chats, and just a reminder to folks who are watching, Super Chats are when you throw a few dollars behind your comment in the chat window there, and YouTube gives us 70% of it. So it's an important source of revenue for us, given that YouTube has demonetized most of our videos. Now, you'll notice on the screen that all of a sudden the Biden count has jumped to 209, while the Trump count remains in the 100s. And that is, as we said, because the West Coast has come online. California, which alone is worth 55 electoral votes. So you put that, and then you add in the 7 from Oregon and 12 from Washington. We'll do the math there, and that's going to skyrocket the Dems up. That's why I say Trump's got to hold Texas, because Texas has 38 electoral votes. Florida has 29. If you're going to beat the Dems, which have New York 29 and California 55, you just plain old need to do that. Sheila, how you doing? Did you take a bit of a break?
I did take a little bit of a break, but I came back really fast to watch Keean's super cute dog. He's got such a fancy, cute, photogenic dog, and I'm kind of envious because my dog is, well, she's a little rough around the edges. She likes to roll in mud and dead things, and Keean's got a fancy city person's dog, which is kind of interesting because he's a farm boy.
That's true, he's a farm boy, but we also know he's a puzzler. I think
he's a puzzler. He was puzzling tonight, by the way. Did you see? He posted a picture to Twitter of his puzzling tonight.
You know what? Can you grab that, Justin? I've been focused on electoral maps and poking around and trying not to sound dumb about bookies and odds. I just don't know how to. Oh my gosh! Look at that. Tonight's puzzle. It is a Trump train. I think I can see the word Trump. I think it's a train. It's a Trump train. See, the thing is, Sheila, if you're making puzzles, you want a very well-behaved inside doggy. You don't want an outdoors dog. I'm guessing.
Yes, no, my dog could not tolerate puzzles on the floor. She would eat those pieces, roll in it, whatever. She's not a puzzler's dog.
Yeah, well, I think it's great that Keean and Dixie are fighting for freedom, and I think we can say that Catherine McKenna will never be able to sink her teeth into Dixie if we have anything to say about it. And Keean is obviously very alert to the threat, very alert.
Yes.
All right, well, we're joking around, we're having a little bit of laughs, but it is 11:20 Eastern time. I'm not that interested in the West Coast. I am interested in Nevada, 6 electoral votes, and I don't know. I mean, I would like to think Trump's got a shot. He went there. Arizona, I'm interested. Donald Trump is behind. 75% of the votes are in. I don't think Trump can catch up there. Minnesota, I think that's just being too hopeful. But Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Ohio, if those ships can come in, I got to check my math, but I think that'll do it. Well, go ahead.
I'm looking at Fox. I don't know where you're looking, but Fox has Iowa. Biden and Trump are separated by about 17,000 votes in that state in Iowa. So there's still about 30% of the polls to come in. So I mean, that's pretty close still.
Yeah, it's pretty close. Why don't we get cooking through some more super chats? Because I want to repay people for the generosity in the super chats by reading out their comments, and I'm going to try and limit myself to my answers. I know sometimes I go on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 10-minute answers. I'm going to try and refrain from that.
Okay, do you want me to start or you want to go?
Yes, please. If you start, that'd be great.
You got it. Wolf of Odin gives us $6.99. Anyone who votes for the child groper has no moral leg to stand on and needs to close their mouth. They value free stuff more than protecting children. Trump is saving a lot of children from sex trafficking. Like it's happening so frequently that I'm losing track of 24 kids here, 3 kids there that are being freed from sex trafficking. Craig Fisher, SGD, $5. I'm sorry, I don't know what that currency is, SGD. Ezra, do you?
I'm trying to find it here. What were the S? What was the other letters?
SGD.
SGD, Singapore dollars, that's my guess.
Oh, okay. ElectionDeskHQ.com and Trump campaign have declared Trump the winner in Florida. Yeah, I just saw that came in on Fox News too. Proud Boys Edmonton gives us $5 and says stand back and stand by. ProudBoysCanada.com. Yama Stubbs gives us $5. If Trump loses, Trudeau and the Canadian media will not be broken. Oh, they're going to be gloaty and unbearable tomorrow. They're going to be that way anyway.
Yeah.
Whether they're bawling on TV or taking a victory lap, they're going to be awful. Nathaniel gives us $5. Merci for bringing the other side of the story from Quebec. A lot of Quebec viewers tonight. That's Marg sending us the chat. Ali C gives us $10, no message. Maud Dion gives us $20. You guys gave me hope that real journalism still exists. Well, thank you very much. John M gives us $15, no super chat. A message apparently added after the super chat. It should have been, where's the You Censorious Thug shirt? Yes. We need Ezra pointing his finger saying, you censorious thug.
that was
great.
Yeah, that was at a Media Freedom Conference in London when the Pakistani foreign minister was allowed there. He's the biggest censor around. Anyways, I promised I wouldn't go down tangents. Keep going, Sheila.
I think everybody should know exactly how that went down because I walked upstairs to wherever you were sitting listening to that guy talk, and I found you and I sat down beside you, and you were sort of sitting back in your chair and your leg was vibrating a little, like you were getting ready to pull the trigger on something, and you said, Sheila, just get your camera ready. Just get your camera ready. Just get your camera ready. I'm like, okay, I will. And that's when you pulled the shoot on that. And you were world famous for a couple of days.
That's right. I created an international incident. Justin, I don't know if you want to dig that up. We won't play. It was only a 1-minute thing. So if you dig up
it was so good.
Me and the foreign minister of Pakistan, it did create quite a sensation, at least among the Pakistani exile community, that someone had spoken truth to power for their vicious foreign minister. Anyways, let's get back to the super chats.
Yeah, I wasn't even supposed to be in the room. I just came upstairs.
I remember that moment.
It was
very
perfect
excited.
timing. Mike D gives us $25. I hope Trump wins just to watch Quebec mainstream media cry live on TV. Thanks, Rebel from Quebec. So many Quebec viewers, Ezra. So many.
That's great.
Hellbilly Deluxe 8319 gives us $5. Ezra, yes, mic volume is all over the place. I'm wearing out my volume buttons.
I think it's because I was talking this way and then talking that way. When David was here, I should have switched my mic, so sorry about that.
Proud Boys Edmonton gives us $5. We don't talk to the fake media, and neither should you. ProudBoysCanada.com. Jim Lubardius gives us $10. Winnipeg loves the Rebel. Oh, thank you very much. Pledgey gives us $5. Ezra, thank you for your hard work. I found your channel from the interview with Tommy Robinson way back. Keep up the good fight, brother.
Thank you.
Noah Joe gives us $10 Australian. Hey, love your work. Thanks for doing a good job. Hope you're doing okay. Go Trump 2020. Doreen Bouchard gives us $5. No message.
I hear in my ear that Justin has found the clip. So just very quickly, this was at a Media Freedom Conference. I sat down in an empty room thinking, okay, I'm the first one here. I just need a moment. But there was some guy speaking. I thought, well, who? He doesn't have a nameplate. There was nothing announced. I thought I was just sitting in an empty room, but then it dawned on me, no, this was a sort of secret meeting that they didn't tell anyone about. It wasn't on the agenda, and they didn't actually say who it was, but I could tell after listening to him, it was the foreign minister of Pakistan, one of the most censorious countries in the world, at a Media Freedom Conference, government of the UK, government of Canada, And by the way, Pakistan is one of the worst censors in the world. They actually censor Twitter. I get messages every few months. The government of Pakistan has complained about this, blah, blah, blah. So I'm face to face with the foreign minister of Pakistan by accident because I walk into an empty room. I just wanted to rest my weary bones. I thought I'm going to get in this huge empty room before anyone. I just sat down, and then there were so few people there. It was a secret session.
Yeah.
And I'll show you a little clip of it here. Look, take a look.
Shame on you, and shame on you for inviting him. Shame on you, you censorious thug.
I'm really sorry, but we're kind of running out of time. We've got another panel session. I wonder if there are any questions, very briefly, for Minister Popovsky.
I got Shorty.
I see there are not. There is one.
Yes.
Very quick one.
Thanks. Actually, I'm not going to be directed by you. I'm going to ask a question to the Pakistani gentleman.
No, you're not.
Yes, I am. Because it's a Media Freedom Conference, and you're not going to shut down questions about a censor. You censored me, sir. I have a Twitter account in Canada, and because I wrote something that traduced some Pakistani blasphemy law, you complained to Twitter, which took down my tweet in Canada. So can you explain why your Islamic supremacy in Pakistan is silencing my personal and journalistic freedom in Canada? And I know it happens in the United States too. And frankly, you should be embarrassed to invite a censor like this. But back to the thug. Who the hell are you to censor me in Canada? Answer.
Now, I don't like...
I know you don't, because you don't like free speech.
I don't like...
You don't like free speech.
Okay, would you like to answer that?
Yeah, I'll just respond to you, sir. First of all, you want your sentiments to be respected. Just look at the tone and the talent you've adopted. Is that the correct way? You have a right to ask questions.
Well, then why did you censor me?
Did I censor you?
You shut down my Twitter tweet.
I did not.
Don't lie.
How am I responsible for that?
Because the government of Pakistan did. The government of Pakistan.
I was respectful to you.
No, you were not. You censored me.
I did not censor you.
Don't lie.
All right. Why would I lie?
Because that's what you do.
Okay, no, we don't. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Shame on you and shame on you. Shame on you and shame on you for inviting him. Shame on you. You censorious thug. You censorious thug.
And what you call freedom, at times you are projecting certain sectoral agendas.
Well, it wasn't quite as empty as I remembered it in my mind, although that hall holds about 800 people. So there's about 20 people there. Many of them were on his entourage.
Yeah, you could see there was entourage right in front, like right and to, I guess it would be your left, but like a few chairs down, that was the Pakistani media that he had been censoring, those three guys, just a little bit further down.
Yeah. You know, by the way, absolutely he censors people. And Twitter, I could probably dig it up. Twitter says you got to take this down. The government of somebody says I wasn't censoring you. He was a liar. It felt good to call him a liar. That created quite a stir. Pakistan is a very large country. India is a huge country. I got so many interview requests from Pakistani exiles, from reporters in India, for a few days there. Because no one had ever spoken truth to power to that thug before. No one had you call him a thug in Pakistan, you get disappeared. You call him a liar, you get disappeared. I really enjoyed that, and I say again, that was all by accident. You didn't quite get a picture. I think that room held 800 people. So I go in, there's 20 people there, it's okay, we're all just waiting. No, Pakistani foreign minister was secretly giving a speech at the Media Freedom Conference. All right, let's get back on track, Sheila. I'm sorry I'm talking so much.
That's fine. Krista Beck gives us $69.99. I'm so nervous I've started drinking. P.S. Ezra, you do not look preggers. No, not
it's
pregnant.
Twins. It's twins.
But maybe like he just had a baby?
That's right.
Very recently? Yeah.
That's right.
Murray Rangers gives us $6.99. Shout out to Justin, Ezra the Master Rebel, Sheila the She-Devil Gun Reid. That name of David's is sticking with me, isn't it? Carol Brown gives us $5. I don't know what the outcome will be tonight, but I truly believe that we are witnessing the last American selection. Serious Intentions gives us $6.99. I don't see a super chat there. Mike G gives us $5. Thank you for all your hard work, Ezra, Sheila, and the rest of the team. I love you all and what you do for Canadians. Come on, pipelines. Winter's here. No kidding. ABV gives us $10. Trump 2020. Code X gives us $2. Trump 2020. Biden for nursing home 2020. Love Rebel News. Lisa Proust gives us $5. Why are Canadians so apathetic? It is almost as if they will walk straight into an abyss without questioning anything or anyone. Well, Lisa, you're here, aren't you? There's a lot of people who are starting to question things. I think the internet is one of the great equalizers. It gives you the ability to fact check politicians and the media in real time, which is one of the reasons they want to censor it so badly. John Depati gives us $5. No message. Thank you very much. Luke Viano gives us $5. Sell David on Shiro better than She-Devil. Yeah, David and his pet names for me. You know what? They're affectionate, so I'm not going to be uptight about it. Ashley Moore gives us $1. No message, but very generous. Lisa Proust, also $5. Africa and Israel had Trump rallies, but not in Canada. We are neighbors.
You know what? That's very true. I saw rallies in Israel, and I saw the big march in Nigeria. And where was one in? I didn't. That's a very good point. And I mean, obviously, it's an American election, but where was any support? They would. I don't know. That's a good point. Sorry, go ahead, Sheila.
Yeah, well, I think a lot of people are kind of scared. You come out as a Trump supporter in Canada, and the mainstream media will attack you, even if you're just a private citizen.
Well, you know what? I think I have a video here that Justin put on our playlist called "Black Trump Supporter." Was that Drea's vid?
I think that's her first one.
You know what? One of Drea's first vids was to bust the narrative myth that black people, even black people up here in Canada, are anti-Trump. And she's had a lot of videos on that theme. And she's done some outstanding reportage about Black Lives Matter. And just if you have that clip, and again, here I am interrupting your flow on the Super Chat, Sheila, but I do see this on my playlist here that just put together.
Yeah, let's watch.
Here's Drea and Black Trump supporters. Take a look.
Protests, and you kind of just said, hey, those are my people.
Right, absolutely. Because I've been preaching the truth, realizing that this whole COVID situation is all bullshit. Let me mic up.
Oh, sorry, I'll just hold it.
Okay. Yeah, I just been realizing that this whole COVID thing has just been all bullshit. Propaganda, ways for them to continuously keep these borders closed. The whole lockdown just had a whole effect on our whole immune system, our whole health. And they just want us sick. And the perfect timing with this election coming up in November. And now, I'm an American citizen. I actually been stuck here in Canada since this whole situation has transpired. Yeah, so.
Okay, so you're seeing both sides of everything.
Right.
What do you think about Canadians' obsession with hating Trump? What do you think that's all about?
It's the propaganda. And I really think that I would advise people to use. For me, I didn't really know too much about politics, but what I seen was there was a couple of times there was headlines saying Trump said this, Trump said this. And after thoroughly investigating and watching the video or whatever it was, whatever media or content was being promoted, and I actually got to see what Trump was actually saying. It wasn't whatever the headlines were being pushed. So for me, I've never seen in America, honestly, in all my life, I've never seen, and not to put labels on it racist, but white media attack a white man so much. I've never seen it ever in my life. So I think that obviously there's something that he must be doing right, because these people own all the major media outlets, and I know that they put propaganda out just for people to believe this narrative, that narrative, but if people do the research and just dig a little deeper and have an open mind, that they'll realize that Trump is actually for the people. And I think that just America has just pressed this narrative that I think that, people just assume, people, most people are sheep. It is what it is. I ain't here to play no games, but I feel like most people are just sheep, and they fall into this way of thinking because that's how most people think. So
right.
My advice is for people to just do your due diligence, do your research, just dig a little bit deeper and kind of block out the noise, the white noise, and everything that you've heard, and just kind of be informed for yourself. Not like being informed based on what this person has told you, that person has told you. But just do your own research and have an open mind and discover your own opinion.
And then what about Black Lives Matter? Do you think that ties into any of all this, or?
But Black Lives Matter is government. Black Lives Matter is what's homeboy's name?
Marxists or?
No. George Soros, government, Boule. Like, so Black Lives Matter. The movement has been hijacked. It's not. The movement has been infiltrated. So, and then when you really look at it, what Black Lives Matter only when it's police brutality. Black lives don't matter when them 6 children got murdered in Chicago on Father's Day. Where were they at then? They wasn't out marching and protesting and this and that. But Black lives only matter when it's a police taking a black life, but not when another black person is taking another black life. So that whole movement is bullshit, and it's just a form of distraction to keep us distracted, and to keep more separation amongst the people, to keep us divided. Divide and conquer. It's a simple war tactic.
For Rebel News, telling the other side of the story from the streets of Vancouver, I'm Drea Humphrey.
I like Drea so much. I think that was her very first video. She's done such
was her first
reporting. It's just great to have her. Hey, Sheila.
Yeah.
While I was, I had seen that video before, so I took that time to do some Googling. And this is a question I was talking to Ben Weingarten. I sort of embarrassed myself. I know nothing about odds making. I know nothing about betting. So I didn't know how to read certain odds. Justin, I just sent you what I had dug up there, and forgive me for this little detour, but we saw an odds maker in America. What was it called? Bovada? Is that what it was called? And on their Twitter feed, it had a way of describing betting that I was unfamiliar with. I'm familiar with Ladbrokes in the UK because I see it everywhere and I follow them on Twitter. So they say like 2-1 or 7-3 or whatever. They say it as a ratio. From what I Googled there, how to read and calculate sports odds. So if you scroll down here, and just give me 1 minute here, go down to American Odds Explained, just a little further down. So when you see minus 150 or plus 230 or any other 3-digit number with a plus or minus in front of it, you're dealing with American betting odds. Okay, that's what we saw. So what did we see back then? Do you remember? Was it Trump? So Trump, I think, was minus 250, or maybe it was 185 or something like that. So but it was a minus, and that's the important part. The minus and plus on the sports betting line indicates both your prospective payout and whether you're betting on the favorite or the underdog. Negative numbers signify the favorite on the betting line. The negative number indicates how much you'd need to bet to win $100. Okay, so I'm going to stop there. Can you go back to the Bovada tweet? So remember what we just read. The negative line is how much you would need to bet to win $100. So Trump is minus 250. You would have to bet $250 to win 100. So you put 250 at risk, and if you win, you get 350. If you lose, you're out 250. That suggests to me that the odds strongly favor Trump. And I see some other numbers there, minus 340, minus 400. If Bovada, I know nothing about Bovada. This is the first I've ever heard that. If that is a major bookmaker, a major odds maker, and why wouldn't it be? I don't know. Can you go right to the very top? I just want to look. Minus 330. That is so significantly pro-Trump. So to win $100, you got to bet 330. And for the underdog, the number refers to the amount of money you'll win if you bet 100. So if you bet 100 on Biden, you'll win 235. So you'll get your money plus 235 back. That is... Okay, so I hear in my ear that when Arizona was called, that changed the odds, but Trump is still the favorite. And go right to the very top. I just want to, the very top of the Twitter feed, because I want to, not only the internet's, up higher please, the internet's best online sportsbook, casino, blah, 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 34,000 followers. Okay, I don't know anything about Bovada, so I don't know if they're large. I don't know how much money they have here. But if this is a large bookmaker, and if they're favoring Trump, that's interesting to me. You add to that what Ben reported about foreign markets. Very interesting. All right, well, thank you for letting me do that. And Sheila, I'm looking at the maps, at least I don't know what sites you're looking at, but Pennsylvania, Trump's ahead, but only half the votes counted, where I see it. Ohio,
51%, yeah.
Ohio, Trump's ahead, 88% counted.
I've got Ohio with 94%.
And that you're hearing 94 on Fox. And what's the lead?
Trump's leading by, looks like 8 points, over 8 points there.
Yeah, that's hundreds of thousands of votes. I think he might win Ohio.
Yeah,
now,
and Michigan.
I don't want to talk about Michigan because I know Detroit's going to break my heart.
Yes. I'd like to see, like, it looks like rural, if I drill down on Fox, because they give you the by county, it looks like a lot of the rural counties are already reporting on Fox, and that's why Trump's up in Michigan by 11 points, with a little over 50%. Go ahead.
Wayne County, which I think is the county in which Detroit is located, only a quarter of those votes are in. So I think the bad news is yet to come in Michigan. So I wouldn't want to take it too seriously. Again, I'm just trying to keep my heart from being broken again, Sheila. Minnesota, sorry, whoops, I'm looking at the Senate there for a second. Minnesota, I just don't see Trump winning it. I think the Ilhan Omar club is too big there. Iowa, I think that's pretty handily going to go to Trump. I don't know, Pennsylvania, Trump's ahead by 500,000, but who knows what shenanigans they're going to do. I don't know, Sheila, it's looking exciting. What do you think?
I think we're going to be up all night.
You know what?
Here all night.
I'll stay up till 7 a.m. if it's to ensure I don't go to bed thinking Trump won, but actually he lost. What we heard, Ben, I don't know if you were watching when Ben said he was on an overseas flight.
Yep.
Like a 12-hour flight kind of thing to China. And when he landed, he got the news. I don't know if there was online internet or something in the air. Imagine not knowing. Imagine just being so tantalized. I would rather go to bed thinking Trump lost and wake up to the other news, is obviously what I'm saying. Okay, well, I'm going to try and ramble a little bit less. I've been drinking lots of little, drinks and stuff, and I had a tiny snack. I've got the energy, no problem. I had a Red Bull. I don't want to get wacky, so I'm going to put the brakes on the Red Bull for now. Sheila, do you want to go Gatling gun, bam, 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 through the super chats?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Okay, let's go. Distracted Yogi gives us $6.99. Thank you for the reality check. Ghost Rider gives us $6.99. I cannot go one day without watching you. Well, why would you want to? Wonderful journalists all over. Thank you, Ezra and Sheila. Christopher Peguin gives us $5. 70% of Canadians would vote against Trudeau and Freeland, but would support Biden and Harris, even though they have the same platform. Makes no sense. Trump. Sino Nim gives us $10. Your exposure and popularity and legal stronghold surely helps the world. Grateful for you, Rebel. Yeah, we're going to do our best to free the world. Kells gives us $10. Rebel Media needs to become a cross-country phenomenon. I think we are. Except we don't have a lot of people currently, right now, or anybody really, in the East, the Far East, but maybe that'll change. Bigger than Dan Bongino, Rebel Party of Canada. Oh, I don't know. Dan Bongino is huge, by the way. I've noticed that since there was sort of a collapse of the Drudge Report, since it was sold, Dan Bongino is just skyrocketed.
Oh, he's taken all the people who Trump. I mean, I like Drudge. I think he sold. I think he checked out. I think he cashed out. Good for him. Yeah. It's a shame that the website still bears his name because it's.
His name is everything, though.
Yeah.
You're buying the name. If you're buying the Drudge Report, you're buying the name.
That's exactly
Anybody
right.
can aggregate news.
That's right.
Craig McDonald gives us $6.99. Hi, Craig. If Biden wins, should I sell my Florida vacation home ASAP? I'm not giving real estate advice. How bad will financial markets react with a Biden victory? I'm scared. I'm less scared than I was 4 hours ago, but still apprehensive. SK gives us $13.99. Thankful for the real news. Todd Bilson gives us $5. Love you guys. Keep fighting the good fight. Go Trump, go. Faye to Hamchuck gives us $5. No super chat though. Steve Millard gives us $10. Let's get Trudeau NDA out in the open. Love you guys. John Deputy gives us $50. Thank you very much. Love your work, guys. Would Ezra mention Rocco Galati's new update about Bill 218? I'm not sure.
I haven't seen Rocco Galati's update on that. I did a show. I did my live stream the other day on 218, so I have about a half hour's worth of work on that myself, of commentary. But I am unfamiliar with Rocco Galati's work on that. I interviewed Rocco Galati on his earlier challenge to the pandemic lockdown.
Okay. April Bell gives us $25. Agree with you that Canada has become Marxist. I got depressed yesterday, a mix of dread and anticipation. Hearing you both helps, and I don't trust the mainstream media. The evening news is so biased. Aaron Dewick gives us $5. Pray Trump will win. Jerry Glower gives us $10. No message. Mr. Dupree gives us €5. Hey from Ireland. When one of us Irish goes to war, we all go to war, figuratively speaking, of course. But we are a great crake, though. Paul Businski gives us $100. Paul, thank you very much. We need to wake up the conservative movement in our Canadian society, because if not, we will all be in communist chains, or at least controlled by communist China. Crystal Savage gives us $25. Thank you for honest news reporting. Both my husband and I want you guys all the time. John T. Singus gives us $2. Comey's tweet wearing Biden-Harris merch is gross. I don't know if maybe Justin can find that, but wasn't that vulgar?
It was gross. James Comey, and it was a reminder of how partisan he was and how he destroyed the impartiality of the FBI. And the same thing with the CIA and so many of the deep state nationals. I mean, it is so gross, James Comey, and no one around him would say stop. And scroll down to show his shirt. That was your former top cop for years. Crooked to the bone, partisan to the bone.
I don't know how he thought that was a good idea.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I'm hearing in my ear, who called Ohio for Trump? Fox has?
Fox
Let's
did.
take a look-see. Let's take a look-see. I'm very, very glad to hear it. It's a significant lead. I think it's an insuperable lead. Is that how you pronounce that word?
I'm not. I've never used it before.
I think we're getting there. Hey, I wonder if can we go to that map, like make your own electoral college map? I don't even know what website that is. There's a bunch of them. Because if we plug in Florida, Georgia, Texas, North Carolina, Ohio, and Iowa, how many more are needed? Do you need Nevada? Do you need Pennsylvania? Do you need Michigan? Do you need Wisconsin? I don't think you're getting Minnesota. What's that? Okay, so slap it on the screen there. Let's work on this together. Slap it on the screen, Justin. So let's go ahead and assume that Florida and Georgia go Republican. Clickety-click, and then Georgia, and then North Carolina, let's assume it, and then let's go for Ohio. So what's our number there? 247.
Click Texas.
Yeah, Texas is already. That's just moving it from lean to for sure.
Okay.
So 247. So you need 23 more.
I feel sick. You need Pennsylvania.
So what's Pennsylvania? You're not going to get Virginia. Click Pennsylvania. 267, and you need something more. I mean, I don't think you're getting Michigan, folks. I think Trump's got a lead, but Wayne County hasn't come in yet. Even if he's got Pennsylvania, which we have in this simulation here. Oh my God, it's close.
I feel sick.
So give Arizona to the Dems.
Yeah. New Mexico, Colorado, Nevada is leaning.
So it's 260 to 267. Trump needs both Pennsylvania and Wisconsin. I don't think he's getting Michigan. I'm pretty sure he's not getting Minnesota.
I think he's going to take... Yeah, I think he's going to take Wisconsin. He's 71% of polls are reporting, and he's beating Biden by 4 points.
Okay, so let's say we give Wisconsin to Trump. Can you give Wisconsin to Trump there? Okay, that's 277, but take Pennsylvania away. And is that how the night is ending? Are we ending Biden 260, Trump 257, and then a week of lawyers fighting over ballot fraud? Is that how the night ends? Now, I got to tell you, if Trump doesn't win Wisconsin, or alternatively Michigan, this whole conversation's moot. Now, give Wisconsin to the Dems and put Michigan in the Republican. I don't think that's going to happen. That's not enough.
You need Pennsylvania no matter what.
You need one of Wisconsin or Michigan and Pennsylvania. Now, let's say you get Wisconsin and Michigan, but not Pennsylvania. Then you got it. So you need 2 out of 3. Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, or Michigan. You need 2 out of 3. You're not going to get Minnesota. Sorry, it ain't happening. Obviously, you're not going to get Illinois. I don't think you're going to get Nevada, but it's probably too early to say. If you had Nevada, maybe you could do some sort of combination. I don't know. Nevada is only 6 electoral votes. Trump's got to get 2 out of 3.
Ugh.
Oh my God, it's so close. Margin of lawyer, margin of fraud.
Margin, yeah.
Holy macaroni. And we will not know Pennsylvania tonight.
For days. No.
Texas, 6-point lead finally over Biden. It's going to Trump. The fact that that was questionable for 4 hours is a shocking warning.
I don't know why Fox News hasn't called Georgia yet. There's an 8-point lead.
Yeah, Georgia, pretty safe. North Carolina, close, but I think it's there.
94% of polls are reporting. So.
Yeah. Well, Pennsylvania, eh? My God, you can't say, I mean, you know that saying in sports, he left it all on the field. Ain't that the triple truth? Ain't that the truth? Trump went full tilt. He had so many rallies in Pennsylvania.
He brought a frack pad to a rally.
Yeah, he did.
You know?
Yeah.
Okay, should we carry on with these super chats here? Jesse McLean gives us $20. Thank you for standing up for what is right and speaking the truth. My wife and I are with you all night from Calgary. Proud Boys Edmonton gives us $5. If you're not in a chapter, you're not a Proud Boy, join us at Proud Boys Canada website. Bernie Moore gives us $5. What happens if Trump loses? How long before communism takes over Canada? Ryan Grant gives us $5.49. Make America great again. Keep Rebel News great. Thank you. Peter Naus gives us $5. Watching from Seat of Wisdom College, Barry's Bay, Ontario. Do you think Roe v. Wade will be overturned? Love Rebel News. God bless. I think it will be overturned, but then the 10th Amendment kicks in. And it just goes back to the states, which I suppose is the idea of the United States, is that the states can make these rules on these sorts of things. For those of you who don't know, the 10th Amendment states that any power not specifically given to the federal government goes back to the states anyways, and that's everybody's problem with Roe v. Wade anyway. Let's keep going. Yuri Rashkovsky gives us $5 Canadian. To people who are afraid that communism will take over Canada if Trump loses, no need to fear that. It's already here. Dwayne Gillum gives us $20.99. Thanks for all the great work. Rebel Canada is so fortunate to have you. Thank you very much. I think we're all so very fortunate to have such dedicated viewers and supporters. Grandmaster Level gives us $20. Is anyone from Rebel News pro-cannabis? Is anyone an advocate for cannabis? Does anybody smoke it on the team? I don't know. I have no idea. Sorry if that's asking too much. I suspect no. Thanks. I'm not me. Holy Tiger gives us $20. Don't be fooled. Trump won Pennsylvania in 2016 when they said it was crooked Hillary's favor, but she lost. Now they say it's Biden. I see a bad pattern again. Trump ahead in Pennsylvania. Trump 2020. American Canadian gives us $2.79 and says Ezra is a sexy beast. Single women love you. Really? Really?
Who wrote that?
Your mom.
Yeah. Oh my God. Beast, I've heard. Sexy beast. That's the new one. That's got to be an autocorrect error.
Yeah. Well, at least we all know your pseudonym, Ezra.
Oh, you know what?
American Canadian.
It's. Was that a name of a film, Sexy Beast, or maybe I got that wrong? That's. I'll dig that up. All right, you keep going.
TNJBL gives us $5. No super chat. Paulo W. $2 Australian. Hi from Melbourne, Australia. Avi. Oi, oi, oi. Adam Seuss. We saw Adam when we were in Calgary a couple weeks ago. Adam Seuss gives us $5. Keep up the great work. Ezra and Sheila, you are bulwarks of journalistic freedom. Thank you very much, Adam. And I guess we'll see you in a few days. Landon Sabarin gives us $10 Canadian. Love Trudeau right where he is. Best figure for pushing end goal Western sentiments higher. Yeah, if I were a conspiracy-minded person, I would say that Justin Trudeau is a separatist plant. PNJM Minor gives us $20.99, no message. Garage Dreams gives us $10. At Trump's first kick at the can, we were all chill. Why you worried now? No, I wasn't chill. I wasn't chill. I don't know where you got that impression from. I think I was more high-strung then than now. Shane Funk gives us $20. Thank you for positive news for those of us who cut the cord a long time ago. Peace. 17 Wildcat gives us $50 Canadian. Very generous. Thank you for being Rebel News. David Cozier gives us $33. No matter what the results are, promise you'll keep fighting, Ezra. Thank you. You're still breathless. I think we're going to fight harder than ever, no matter what happens. Derek Partridge gives us $10 in New Zealand dollars. Go Trump, great coverage. Watching from New Socialist Zealand. Christopher Pequin gives us $2. Fox has Trump leading in Virginia, 55%. Will that hold? I think it flipped again. I think Ezra was right. In Virginia, what's going on in Virginia? Maybe I need to update. I thought it flipped again. I just saw it a little while ago that they flipped Virginia again back to Biden and updated their results. Let's have a peek here. Virginia. No, Virginia right now, at least according to Fox, they've got 67% of the polls reporting, and Trump's at 50%, Joe Biden's at 48.4%, but yet they've called it for Biden. So maybe they're just waiting for those polls where they have those identified Democrat voters to come in, those people who vote in Democrat primaries. MVP gives us $5 Australian. Shout out to Avi. His journalism has shone the spotlight on the tyranny taking place in Melbourne. I think he's changing a lot of things in Melbourne just by being there. Like Ezra always says, when you measure things, you change them, and I think that's what's happening there. Katerina Greer gives us $5. We need more of the Rebel. We're doing our best. We're giving her every single day. Kelly Lamb, check your email, please. $5. Glad we chose Rebel for our election night coverage. It's always a pleasure to hear your witty banter, my friends. Thank you, Kelly. That's very friendly. Again, check your email. Teresa Van Hosen gives us $50 and no super chat, but that is awfully generous. Thank you very much. Mark Cougar again, $10. I was not political in 2016, but very left-leaning. But today I have woken up. Thank you, Rebel News. Has anybody put a clip together on the mainstream media coverage from 2016? LOL. Yes, there's lots of those. I think Sean Hannity has one that he often plays on his radio show of like the people with their predictions and their mockery of Trump from when he first announced that he would run to all the way up to the catastrophic election night predictions. It's he runs it pretty well daily on his radio show. Lisa Proust gives us $2. David, I profoundly admire you. Your work is impeccable and such a happy warrior, isn't he, Lisa? A.H. Hookert gives us 99 cents. No super chat. Jane Bray gives us $5. Love Rebel News and love the Puzzlers video about Roxham Road. Yeah, he did great work there. Mike G gives us $5. Ezra, Sheila, Tamara, David, Keean, Avi. I'm going to throw Drea in there because I think you probably just forgot or ran out of characters. I appreciate you all so much. Thank you. I tell all my friends about you. I love what you do for us all. Thank you very much. Annalisa S gives us $6.99. Menzies, you're looking mighty sexy tonight. Annalisa S, I know that you've got Menzies in the bloodstream. I know you're a regular super chatter, and it's, there's no accounting for taste. Jason Saylor. I love David. He knows I'm teasing. David Saylor gives us $20. Rock on Rebel News from Lethbridge, Alberta. Nigel Hogarth gives us $20. No message. Thank you very much. Jane Bray gives us $5. Someone get a plastic straw for Ezra. Are you tired of hearing him swallow in your ear?
Oh, I'm so sorry. That's so gross. I apologize.
It's like an ASMR video.
You know what? I'm sorry about that. And I need a cough button. You push that button. All right. Well, I'm sorry for swallowing like that.
Sorry for living, okay? Should we... there's
I'm embarrassed now.
Oh, it's fine. But your old friend Shmelmafinga's back.
Oh, yeah.
Gives us $5, says Ezra. Thank you. Matt B, 300, gives us $2. Good evening, David. So glad to see you again. I'm happy to see him in studio with everybody else. Anne Jane gives us $5. A fox writing a note that says, number 1, Shmelmafinga's back again with $5. Canadians are diverse. Canadians are wise. We are the best from the entire world. How are we so naive? I blame the CBC. Jay
Sheila,
Kretschner.
I want to interrupt you, and I apologize for doing that because I see we're still over an hour behind on the super chats, and we got so many to cover, and you're good at motoring through them. But we did tell Ben Weingarten that we check in with him, so I want to do that. Oh, Ben's ready in 10 minutes. 12:15. Okay, I didn't know that Justin was in touch because I was looking. Actually, the schedule that Justin provided ended at 11:30. So I was just sort of thinking that we're half an hour late for Ben. But we've got 10 more minutes of super chat. Do you want me to spot you off for a bit and I'll do some reading? The super chat? All right. Is it Jay Pratchner? Is that the last one we're on?
Yes, Jay Pratchner.
Do you think Trudeau is worse than Biden? They're similar in that they're empty suits. They're empty vessels controlled by, they don't do the thinking. Other people do the thinking for them.
Yeah, I would say that they have the same cognitive abilities most days.
Right. Mike G, $5 watching you at home on the big screen. It feels like being together with people you love, discussing important things you care about. Well, that's pretty friendly, Mike. Thank you. Craig G, $28. Keep up the good fight. Loving the other side of the story. Nice work. Well, the election results are certainly the other side of the story. There was not a single mainstream force in the political media industrial complex that predicted tonight's results, even if Trump does lose by the smallest of margins. And we were just working on that map together. Might be that Trump loses by like 7 electoral college votes. Could be. Not a single mainstream source said Trump would do anywhere near that. Cat Dubs, $5, thank you. Schmell my finger. 100 smackers! Because Sheila needs us as much as we need her. Well, I think Sheila is the quintessential rebel reporter, and we're very proud that she's our chief reporter. Sam Llewellyn, £2. Hello from Wales. Wales, which is in a total lockdown. And I tell you, I'd like to invite you to go to fightthefines.co.uk to see that we have retained a lawyer in Manchester to help fight the fines for any Brit, any Welshman, any Scot, any Englishman. And I suppose if there's someone in Northern Ireland that needs help, we'll help them too. Why not? They're part of the United Kingdom. Kirk Mugie, $14. If Biden wins Pennsylvania, it's all over. So far, Trump is ahead slightly. You know, I'm worried it's going to be a lawyered situation for days. Clayton Robertson, $5. Keep up the good work. Thank you. Adam Daniel Menzies. Thank you, Adam. I'm sorry I'm mispronouncing your last name. Of course, we're very familiar with your excellent work.
Adam Daniel Menzies.
Yeah, that's right. Menzies. I'm sorry, I said Menzies wrong. I apologize. $21. There's only one real opposition in Canada. It's the Rebel with Levant and Reid. Canada will never go to seed. I've always got your back, May Ezra, to get the Trump exclusive interview. Thank you, Adam, and thank you for your friendly comments and your great journalism yourself. I appreciate that. Jane Brave, 5 smackers. Lock and load, USA Patriots. Dan Barry, $5 and lots of hearts. Johnny Top Gun, $10 Australian dollars. I think that's what that means. Trump's got this in the bag. Thanks for supporting Avi and bringing him into your team. Keep up the good work. You guys look like a fiery duo, a la He-Man and She-Ra. Avi's just doing great down under, and we're giving him a little bit of support, lawyering up and stuff like that, and he's just flourishing. He's got a great style. He's a great editor. He's very personable. People love him. He's got that fighting spirit, so he's just doing great. Thought Disruptor, $1. Thank you. John Acton, $20. Ez, your teary-eyed story was amazing, indeed funny. If you cried, I might be slightly concerned. You guys rock. Keep telling the other side. Well, I didn't tell it very well. But the thing is, everyone cried at school. It's just that my kid's mom cried tears of joy, while everyone else's kid's mom cried tears of pain. But my daughter was at least thrilled that she had a story of, well, my mom cried too, but for very, very different reasons. I don't know why I found that immensely funny. Maybe it's not that funny. Ebony Eyes, 91, $5 pair emoji doing bicep curls. Let's keep it up. Thank you. Duke Silver, $10 Trump Biden when they finish counting ballots. Putin will win. If Biden wins, it's China that wins. Don't pretend that Russia is a major strategic superpower rival economically, militarily, cybersecurity, colonizing Africa. No, don't kid yourself. Russia is no friend of the West. Russia is authoritarian. But Russia's economy is weak. Its military is rusting. It's China that's our strategic rival. Trump knows that. Jelena Oberparleiter, hope I'm saying that right, maybe it's Helena, $14. Didn't quite get your message there, Jelena. James Logan, $1, thank you. James Logan, $2. Jesus is Lord. Repent of your sin and trust Jesus. Jojo Beckford, $5. Can you explain why can't Canada have an election? Well, because Trudeau's in a minority government, but he's propped up by enough opposition parties that he can survive a non-confidence vote. Melanie Jacklich, $7, praying for a Trump 2020 win. Oh, it's on a knife's edge, isn't it? Johnny Top Gun, $5. No matter who wins this election, we can all agree The Last Jedi was a terrible movie. Ben Shapiro. I don't think I saw that one, but I sort of tuned out of Star Wars after the first 3. Beyond the Bars, $7. Appreciate all you guys do. Thank you. Kellen McSee, $7. Thanks. Ryan Lalonde, $2. If Biden won, would you believe the election rigged? Well, it depends how he won. If he won fair and square, when everything looked fair enough, I'd say no, he won fair and square. Barack Obama, I believe he won both times fair and square. But if this is shenanigans in Pennsylvania, we saw some of them, and if they're extending the voting deadline 9 days, I do not believe that Biden won fair and square, if that's how it rules. Rin Strang, $25. More to come in 2021. Canada needs a rebel. Thank you for your contribution. Oh, it's going to be interesting days in Canada either way. Don Sharp. Hey, Don, thanks very much. $21. That's nice of you. Hope all's well with you, my friend. Holy Tiger, $5 for Jagmeet Singh. Those cages were built by the Obama-Biden administration. Another gaslighter spewing lies. Well, that's the thing. He's a low-information political leader to begin with, so of course he just parrots the disinformation from the media party.
Yeah, I got a real tough time taking advice about who's a bad leader from the guy who had a lament for the Cuban for the Cuban dictator when he died.
Yeah, and there's a lot of other criticisms I think that can be put at Jagmeet Singh, but it's also irrelevant. I think he's leader of the fourth party. I think the only party he's bigger than is the Green Party. And he should be careful because the Green Party's new leader is a firecracker. Do you want to take over reading some of these super chats, Sheila?
Sure. We left off at T&JBL.
That's right.
$3. It's a pair emoji giving Ezra and I the thumbs up. Mark Leskaler. Could be saying that right. Probably saying it wrong. Thanks to everyone at Rebel News. Thanks, Mark. Justin Rushinsky gives us $5. Ezra Levant for president of the company. Yeah. Curtis Alexander gives us $20. Well done, Rebel News from Newmarket, Ontario. Dam Cube gives us $4.20 Canadian. Trump should go libertarian and legalize marijuana. I think that's a 10th Amendment thing. It's a states' rights thing. I think that's on a lot of the ballot initiatives tonight in a lot of states. The Ladies Mantis gives us $5. How is Tommy doing? Did you know YouTube won't let me say Tommy R in your super chat? That does not surprise me at all.
You know, we talk with YouTube quite a bit about their censorship. We have a contact there who returns our calls, and it is worse than you think. Let me just leave it at that.
Tony Benjamin gives us $36. That's awful generous. In God we trust, and in Donald we prosper. Yes. Jake Reeser gives us $5. Any U.S. viewers watching should support this site. Nevada resident here. This is the purest, honest reporting I've encountered. Oh, well, that's very friendly. James Bradbury gives us $10. David, thanks for covering Caledonia. Native dispute in the car convoy to support Aylmer is growing for the Saturday. I think David will be there. Taxi Talk gives us $4.99 British pounds, supporting Trump and Ezra from the UK. Daughter of Yeshua gives us $20. God has already revealed to his prophets that Trump will win a second term, just as he said he would win the first. Daniel 2:21, it is God who controls the course of the world events. He removes kings and sets up other kings. Derek H. gives us $6.99. If Biden cheats his way in, I think that will just embolden Trudeau to go full-out dictator mode, as it seems he can get away with anything. Yeah, he's propped up by the NDP, so he'll do whatever he does. Campbell01 gives us $5. I'm thinking that this election is being rigged so far by seeing these numbers. God help us. Jane Bray gives us $5 with some hearts for the puzzler. Jim Treywick gives us $4.99 and said she was heard at a pet store saying, "Never mind the tricks," as the dog tender. Schmelmafinger gives us $5. Buying a McKennell t-shirt right now. Good work, Keean. That was such a good video. Donald Anderson gives us $20. No super chat. RJ Duhan gives us $5 US. We are Gucci. Trump definitely has Texas and Florida. Yes, he does. Jessica Thiessen gives us $6.99. Albertan Woke Millennial. Trump 2020. Thank you, Rebel, for your honest news reporting. Apocalypse AI Ask the Pastor gives us $5. No super chat. Ben Chislett gives us $20 Australian. We need Trump to come here with Ezra to Melbourne. Get your own Ezra. Words in Red gives us $7.99 Australian with the pair emoji saying keep it up. Josie Weir gives us $5. Trump for Canada. Donald Anderson gives us $10. Go Rebel and Trump. And I think that it is time for Ben to come back.
There you go. Well, we've almost caught up. I think that
there's like 55 left.
All right. Well, we're closing the gap there. Let's check in with Ben, hear what he's found out as he's gone spelunking around the internet. And then I propose to bring back Keean, who hopefully got that audio thing sorted out. I think it was just that he was going from a speakerphone that had sort of like I think he needed his headphones. And then, because I want to play his scrum with Ilhan Omar, his walking scrum with Ilhan Omar. That was just great TV, and I got a little story behind that one too. But right now, let's go to Ben Weingarten, who's a columnist with Newsweek magazine and a fellow at the Claremont Institute. Ben, how you doing? It's pretty late. It's after midnight, but it's getting exciting. Tell me what you've been reading, seeing, hearing in the hours since we've spoken to you last.
Yeah, so I think the biggest revelation, and I've only seen one reporter put this out so explicitly so far, and it was a Bloomberg reporter, is that officials from Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania have all indicated to different degrees that they won't have final vote counts out tonight, which to me is a disaster for the country. It invites all sorts of potential chicanery in the days ahead. And so I think that's a huge revelation. Now, I have not seen this corroborated by multiple reporters yet. We do know that in Philadelphia, for example, tens of thousands, multiple 100,000 votes are not going to be counted tonight. So that was a given. But the fact that we may not have final tallies in Wisconsin and Michigan is certainly an issue and certainly disturbing. Maybe not at all surprising in the way that this political season is and the way this entire year has gone, but certainly not a positive development. I don't think any American, no matter what your political stripe, should view this as a positive development unless you think it's going to help your side win ultimately. So that's one data point. And another data point, two kind of cross-cutting data points. One, the New York Times is now in their forecast meter. They've pushed Georgia, which was, I think at one point over 70 or 80% Trump, now to tilting Biden at 60% with around 80% of the votes in. So we'll have to keep an eye on that as the vote totals creep towards 100%. Obviously, if Georgia ended up flipping into the Biden column, that makes the Rust Belt imperative for the Trump campaign. It would mean, you'd pretty much have to sweep or at least win 2 out of 3 when it comes to Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. On the other hand, and this is the cross-cutting point, Arizona is a state that, for example, Fox called very quickly, and not only Trump campaign officials, but also Arizona Republican officials have reacted furiously to this, saying, look, we're X 100,000 votes down, but there's over 1 million votes to come, and they're from our counties, and we're projecting up to 2/3 vote in those counties, which would more than make up for the deficit Republicans currently. So you could foresee a situation potentially where Georgia moves into the loss column for the president and Arizona moves into the win column in spite of what was predicted. But it's all a little bit premature speculation, but those are some of the things that are turning this into a more chaotic night. And I think point to the fact that we're not going to know if the president is reelected or if there's a new president for some time, unfortunately.
Well, that is a disaster for the country. It makes me think back in my history to the 1960 election, where the Democrats cheated like crazy to get John F. Kennedy into the White House. Massive fraud, massive proof of fraud. But Nixon made the decision not to challenge it. He licked his wounds and he came back, and of course he was elected president a dozen years later. But he made the decision that for him to challenge that, to call into question American democracy and the rule of law, and to accuse the president-elect of fraud would be so damaging to America that he just would not do it, even though he knew, as everyone knew, that Joe Kennedy cheated the whole thing. How different the Democrats and well, back then it was a Democrat cheater who won and the Republican who declined to fight. Now the Democrats are cheating, and I mean, the governor of Michigan in particular has been a governor who has sparred with Trump, and of course they're going to refuse to allow a Trump victory tonight. That's the scandal here, but the media, they already know the game plan. The media is going to say any declaration of finality, let alone victory tonight, unless it's a Biden victory, they just won't allow. You can see this coming a mile away.
Yeah, they've telegraphed this in article after article. What happens if the president refuses to leave? And then there was a messaging out earlier in the Biden campaign today about, when the networks declare the Joe Biden the mathematical president-elect, then the president must stand down. They've been preparing for this for a long time, for chaos, for litigation, for information warfare, essentially, and propaganda. So they've telegraphed this for us. And so I guess to that end, I appreciate their transparency, but this is clearly not a good thing for the country. The one positive I will take away thus far is if you look at the voting as it stands in Michigan and Pennsylvania and Wisconsin, many of these districts that were the kind of Trump, Reagan Democrat, New Age Reagan Democrat districts seem to be going even more strongly for Trump this time around. So that would imply that hopefully he could beat the litigation and or fraud margin in these states, but I think we're going to have to wait and see. Unfortunately, I mean, again, I'm going on the basis of one report from, by all accounts, seemingly a credible reporter. We know that it's the case in Pennsylvania that we're not going to have final vote counts today. But as for Wisconsin and Michigan, I guess the jury is still out. I haven't seen it widely reported, but it's certainly troubling, to say the least, to the extent these reports are accurate.
I want to show you a tweet from the New York Times a few hours ago. I think they deleted it. I'm showing you a screenshot. Justin, do you have that email and WhatsApp that I sent to you? I sent it to you by email and WhatsApp. Let me read it, so we'll put it up on the screen when we get it. There it is. This is the New York Times. This isn't reporting. This is a declaration. The New York Times said, the role of declaring the winner of a presidential election in the U.S. falls to the news media. The broadcast networks and cable news outlets have vowed to be prudent. Here's how it will work. Hang on. Now, Ben, you're a bit of an expert on matters like the U.S. Constitution. I haven't read it in a while, but when I last read it, I didn't see anything about the role of declaring the winner of the presidential election falling to the New York Times. I just sort of missed that part. But they have declared that, or admitted that, or confessed that. That's one of the most hubristic, condescending, arrogant things I've ever seen. And I think it's even funnier coming from a newspaper owned by Mexico's richest man, Carlos Slim. That's an incredible thing right there we just read.
And then they pulled the tweet down and tried to clarify it, but the cat's out of the bag. You revealed yourself to be these pompous and sanctimonious, arrogant. We can run through the adjectives to describe them, but it captures so perfectly that our media gatekeepers, our elites, think themselves to be so superior to everyone else that they have these roles that we've never given them. We've never granted them these sort of powers. And what has the media done in the last 4 years and the last 20 years to deserve any sort of role like that, of that kind of magnitude or importance? I mean, it's an absolute joke. This is a media that has put forth the Russiagate conspiracy for the last 4 years. This is Democrats saying, Democrats shall determine who the winner is and when we declare who that winner is. That's what this is really about. It's about power at the end of the day and gatekeeping. But I think, once again, the media and the pollsters have completely beclowned themselves during this entire election. And some people hold out hope that there's going to be a reckoning. I don't know. I mean, asinine business models can last a long time if, to your point, there are wealthy backers who are willing to see these things be loss leaders, essentially, and novelty items for them, or luxury goods for them. But the American people deserve better. The world deserves better, frankly. And it's just a joke. I mean, once again, the media is always the loser because they've dug their own grave.
Yeah. I'm just switching gears for a second here. It looks like on the Senate side, we mentioned the two flips. That looks like the Republicans have lost Colorado to the Democrats, and the Democrats have lost Alabama to the Republicans. Are there any races there we should keep our eyes on? Because in Michigan right now, John James appears to be leading, but there's so many votes from Wayne County, that's Detroit, that haven't come in. I think that's a misleading result. Would you agree with me? There's really no chance of John James winning in Michigan.
I wouldn't say there's no chance, but it's very close. I mean, he has a big margin lead, but as to your point, it's with substantial votes remaining in places that are going to be hostile to him. But that said, thus far in terms of vote count, the president, for example, is doing far better in Wayne County than he was in 2016. So that might give a glimmer of hope to John James. I won't say that it's a foregone conclusion, but certainly, obviously, Peters is the big favorite there. No question about that.
You know, there's, listen, there's 50 U.S. states. I'm not even an American. I live in Canada. There's only a limited number of things you can follow out of curiosity. But the case of John Ossoff in Georgia, that oleaginous Democrat, really an outsider in terms of his funding base. What a pleasure to see him going down to defeat there. Like the Democrats pouring money in from Hollywood to try and put Beto O'Rourke in Texas or John Ossoff in Georgia. They're getting too close for my comfort, but it looks like the red wall is holding solid there. Would you agree with me on that?
Yes, and it's the same thing with Lindsey Graham, where I think they poured $100 million in to try to take down Lindsey Graham. And, you know, for whatever faults the incumbent Republicans may have, these competitors would be disasters. So this is money well spent from the Democrats.
Cal Cunningham, the Democrat contender in North Carolina, had an infidelity scandal that had various layers to it. And to my surprise, he was actually challenged on it a bit by the media. I think it became an issue. I mean, you would think that a generation after Bill Clinton's absolute debasement of the office sexually, that matters like infidelity no longer count. I think it was the infidelity, but also the lies, the cover-up, the fact that there was a military spouse involved. I think, if I'm getting my facts straight, did that resonate, or is this just a red wave and we're talking North Carolina? Because it looks like the Republicans are going to hold that and beat Cal Cunningham again, who had so much money behind him.
Yeah, I don't think this is a function of the red wave. I think this really was sort of an October surprise sort of issue, and good on the voters for keeping Senator Tillis in office, because that also would have been a disastrous loss with we can't even begin to think through what the implications would be of a loss of that seat. So, you know, these states, like in North Carolina, for example, we don't want to see, if you're a conservative, you don't want to see North Carolina become a Virginia, but sometimes a state like in North Carolina is starting to look purple, just like in Arizona is starting to look more like a Colorado, and North Carolina is starting to look more like a Virginia. So it's very important to retain these seats and hopefully grow majorities in the years to come. And, you know, those are some of the bigger looming clouds in this realignment of, on the one hand, suburban elites becoming more leftist, and we'll see if that's a Trump-related phenomenon or if that's a broader trend. And then conversely, the middle American labor police veteran becoming a Republican voter. This is a realignment that we're seeing, and it'll be fascinating to see if in a decade or 2 decades you look at the Midwest as a Republican bastion, and then, you know, unfortunately, the South may be a mixed bag.
Yeah, very interesting. Well, listen, it's great to catch up with you. Now, it's 12:30 a.m., and I don't want to keep you up late, but I get the feeling that even if we said goodbye to you for the night, you'd probably be staying up to watch things anyways. Am I right on that?
At a minimum, following on my phone for as long as I can. But I do fear that we're not necessarily going to get any finality tonight. And it's demoralizing, but the fight goes on.
Yeah. All right. Well, listen, I'll have our producer-editor, Justin, stay in touch with you via email. And if you're going to call it a night, feel free to let him know. So we'll leave it open as to whether or not you want to join us again. We've sort of made the commitment to stay very late. I hear your point that very late here could mean days. And we're not going to stay here for days, but we'll stay here. We were talking about 3 a.m. Am I right on that, Justin? So we're committed to stay here to 3. And why don't you stay in touch with Justin if you're up for another round. We've really appreciated your smarts, Ben. You're one of the keenest observers, and not just with a shallow talking point, but with a deep knowledge And I've really enjoyed our interviews on other subjects on the Ezra Levant show. So it's great to have you with us on tonight's election night. So I'll say goodbye now. I hope you're still up and now. I get the feeling you're going to be, because this is like the Super Bowl for political folks. So hopefully we'll talk to you again. But if not, have a great night, and thanks so much for sharing your wisdom with us.
Well, I greatly appreciate the kind words, and thanks so much for giving me the opportunity.
Right on. Okay, take care, my friend. Well, there you have it. Ben Weingarten, columnist with Newsweek, a fellow at the Claremont Institute, and the author of American Ingrate, which is a deep biography on Ilhan Omar. All right, well, I think we have to call the puzzler back. You know who I'm talking about. I'm talking about Keean Bexte, who was working on a Trump train puzzle earlier tonight. We were trying to have a chat with him, but I think we had an audio problem. I think we got that thing solved. Do we have Keean Bexte? We're just giving the lad a call right now. Taking notes on everything here. I learn a lot from Ben. I think he's a really good egg. And we got Keean Bexte. Hey, Keean, how you doing out west there?
Good. How are you?
Good. We had a little audio issue. Sounds like it's all solved. I really appreciate that. Now, Keean, our American special guest all night has been Ben Weingarten, who wrote a biography on Ilhan Omar. And one of your most viral videos, not just on YouTube, but it went in all sorts of social media, and then it was turned into the meat of a political ad, was when you found Ilhan Omar first after the revelations that she had a sham marriage with her brother for fraudulent purposes, immigration, whatever it was. And I remember our conversation. You said, oh, Ezra, I'm going to go to Washington and find Ilhan Omar. And I remember saying to you, Keean, that's crazy. There's 1,000 journalists in Washington. They'll find her in a second. They know where she hangs out. We're here in Canada. The idea that we would go down to Washington and find her is such chutzpah. And I remember saying, oh, go to Minnesota. And you went to Minnesota, but then you went to Washington. And I couldn't believe it. You found Ilhan Omar before any reporter in Washington. And I don't think she was hiding, because you found her in a field, a lawn, on the Capitol. She wasn't holed up in a hotel. She wasn't like Hunter Biden hiding. She was just there. No one in the Washington, D.C. media party even bothered to try and find her. You found her.
Yeah, and like you said, it was not hard. And I found her, but other journalists knew where she was. There were other journalists there when I was there. Ilhan Omar was in the field, on the congressional lawn, at a Stop the Muslim Ban is what it was called, this event. And there was other journalists there covering that story. But when it came to that stunt.
I think we froze up there a second. We had audio issues, got them fixed. I think we got a little frozen video. Why don't we play that great, I call it a walking scrum. Do you have that video handy there? All right, we were just setting the whole thing up. Here, take a look at Keean.
And I'm going to ask her some questions. Let's see what she says. Ilhan, if I could get a moment of your time, could you tell me why you filed illegal tax returns in 2014 and 2015?
On the speech committee?
Can you tell me definitively or not, is Ahmad Elsi your brother?
For the markup?
Yeah. Is he your brother?
We're in the middle of the legislative briefing. We're going down.
Is he your brother?
We're going to which one?
It's Foreign Affairs. I'll go with you. Can you tell me definitively, yes or no, is he your brother? And why can't you answer that question?
The remarks you gave me earlier.
Why did you refer to him as your child's uncle on Instagram? And why did you lie on court documents saying that you hadn't seen him since 2011, when in fact you'd been talking to him all the time on Instagram?
Sir, we're not doing ambush interviews.
This isn't an ambush.
You can send me an email.
Why are you so afraid to answer these questions?
Thank you. So we have budget and HVAC.
How can anyone take you credibly on the student loan tax file when you were cheating on your taxes in 2014? And how can you call for Donald Trump's tax filings when nobody can trust you on the file at all? And why are you scared to answer the questions?
Excuse me.
What are you hiding?
Trying to find my phone at the moment.
So that you can go on Instagram and talk to your brother? Now, I don't know why Ilhan Omar is so afraid to answer very simple questions. If I asked you, did you marry your sibling? You know what the answer to that is? No, at least it should be. I don't know why she's not answering these questions. I don't know why she's so scared. It certainly makes her look guilty on a bunch of different counts. Thank you so much for following this story. If you want to pitch in to my coverage, please go to rebelinvestigates.com. There you can pitch in a few bucks to help cover the cost of my flights and the Ubers that it takes to follow congresswomen like this around. For the Rebel.media, I'm Keean Bexte. Hey, thanks for watching. I hope you enjoyed our...
That was great. There was even a little moment of humor there where he told her where she was going. That wasn't all. Keean went back to Capitol Hill and scrummed her again. Can you find that other video where he asked Ilhan Omar, would she disavow the violence? I think we got Keean back online. Let's put him on now. We'll set up this. Keean, we got you back. Your second video, I think it might have actually been the first one. You asked Ilhan Omar to disavow, I think it was an Antifa violence. Is that right?
Yeah, it was. There was an attack on an ICE facility in Washington.
By ICE, just for our viewers, that's the immigration. That's a U.S. immigration police.
Yeah, so there was an attack by an Antifa assailant on one of those facilities, and I was in Congress attending one of the committee meetings, and it just so happened that the whole squad was coming to party. So Ilhan Omar, Ariana Presley, AOC, and I asked them pretty clearly, will you condemn this violence? And I mean, it was pretty fitting foreshadow to what the next presidential election was going to look like, because they're not condemning the violence that that is gripping the United States right now. What we saw in Kenosha, they were big fans of that, which I suppose was to their detriment. Obama, in the last, when Obama was running against Mitt Romney, he actually won the county that Kenosha is in by 57%. Now Donald Trump is reporting 2-1 in that county. So it looks like the riots are not paying off for the Democrats, and they really should have condemned them when I asked them to.
Let's take a look at that right now. We got the video of that.
In Washington over the weekend. It's easy to condemn terrorism. Will you condemn it?
Is it clear?
Antifa firebombed a facility in Tacoma over the weekend. And it's an ICE facility. Will you condemn them for that? Will you condemn Antifa for the attack in Washington?
We'll be making statements.
It's easy to condemn a terrorist attack. We're wondering if you'll condemn the ICE attack again, the Antifa attack against an ICE facility in Tacoma, Washington over the weekend. No? Do you condemn Antifa for their violent actions against American law enforcement?
Okay, so now you're getting in the way of me walking, so I'm asking you to please back up. Sir?
Do you condemn Antifa?
What I'm condemning is a lack of journalistic integrity, and you're not respecting my physical space right now, and I'm going to ask you to step away.
And Antifa didn't respect the integrity of that building.
You can give me a card and we can respond.
So you're not going to condemn them? This isn't a journalistic ethics thing. I'm asking questions that CNN won't. Will you condemn Antifa?
Sir, asking one more time to please scoot over.
Now, these questions that I asked them were very simple, and of course they didn't really have much of an answer. Now, I waited as the committee meeting where they were going to grill Kellyanne Conway, I waited for it to conclude, and as I did, members of the media who are typically waiting outside of the doors where staff and members walk in, I saw a few heads poking out into the hallway, and after I sort of stepped into the shadows, they all sort of fled out, and I was able to ask them all the same question and kind of got the same results, but I did get an answer from one of them. Would you like to condemn Antifa for their attack on an ICE facility?
Well, obviously, any attack on any facility is something that we shouldn't condone as the United States government.
Thank you. Why is it so hard to condemn terrorism? Well, it's hard for the Democrats, I think, because a large part of their grassroots support, their activist support, would be alienated if they did condemn Antifa as a whole. I think that's a serious problem in American politics, and particularly in the Democratic Party. And I'm going to be very interested to ask presidential candidates, presidential nominees going forward if they will condemn Antifa, just as Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, Ilhan Omar, and others refused to do today. For the Rebel.media, I'm Keean Bexte.
Keean, that's great.
Yeah, I mean, it was fun to be able to do that. That was in the before times, before the pandemic really hit hard.
You've had a few interactions with Ilhan Omar. Now she recognizes you, and she's less chatty. There's something about having access to the Capitol Hill building. You have to, you can't be physical. You have to, go through metal detector, etc. But they really do give media access close up to very senior policymakers, legislators. You have more access in the White House and the American Congress than you do in Canada's own Parliament, because they have the First Amendment down there. They allow all sorts of reporters there, don't they?
Yeah, and the First Amendment doesn't just apply to Americans, it applies to anyone on American soil. It was a little bit harder to get into the White House. It's very easy to get into Congress. But, I'm really proud of the fact that we're able to.
Keean, I'm sorry, I'm hearing in my ear that Biden is speaking, so I'm going to cut you off and we're going to go straight to a feed of Joe Biden. Oh, we're just grabbing that. We'll have that in a second. I think it's a very strategic move by Biden to speak. I predict he'll say, hey, everybody, let's put this on ice for a couple of days.
I'm surprised he's still awake.
We knew because of the unprecedented early vote and the mail-in vote that it's going to take a while. We're going to have to be patient until the hard work of tallying the votes is finished. And it ain't over till every vote is counted. Every ballot is counted. But we're feeling good. We're feeling good about where we are. We believe one of the nets has suggested we've already won Arizona, but we're confident about Arizona. That's a turnaround. We also just called it for Minnesota, and we're still in the game in Georgia, although that's not one we expected. And we're feeling real good about Wisconsin and Michigan. And by the way, it's going to take time to count the votes. We're going to win Pennsylvania. Yes. I've been talking to folks in Philly, Allegheny County, Scranton, and they're really encouraged by the turnout and what they see. Look, we could know the results as early as tomorrow morning, but it may take a little longer. As I've said all along, it's not my place or Donald Trump's place to declare who's won this election. That's the decision of the American people. But I'm optimistic about this outcome. And I want to thank every one of you who came out and voted in this election. And by the way, Chris Coons and the Democrats, congratulations here in Delaware. Hey, John, the Gov, yeah, the whole team, man. You've done a great job. I'm grateful to the poll workers, to our volunteers, our canvassers, everyone who participated in this democratic process. And I'm grateful to all of my supporters here in Delaware and all across the nation. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And folks, you heard me say it before. Every time I walk out of my grandpa's house up in Scranton, he'd yell, Joey, keep the faith. And my grandma, when she was alive, yelled, no, Joey, spread it. Keep the faith, guys. We're going to win this. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Your patience is great. Let's walk over here.
Short message there.
I'm surprised he's awake.
Yeah, he's surprised he's awake. He forgot his lines. His wife had to be there to remind him where he was and to talk about the governor and where to go. He put on a brave face. This is not the result they thought. They thought they were going to, sorry, go ahead, I hear in my ear. Trump just tweeted, I will be making a statement tonight, a big win. Now that's manifestly true. He has had big wins. Florida, Ohio, Indiana, Iowa. These were places that were contests. Georgia, not sealed, but strongly leading. The states in question, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, I think Minnesota's gone to the Democrats. Arizona, pretty close. I think that's going to the Democrats. Nevada, too early to say. Here's another tweet by Trump. We are up big, but they are trying to steal the election. We will never let them do it. Votes cannot be cast after the polls are closed. Well, you can see things shaping up, isn't it? So he's not saying they won. He's saying big wins. Can you go back to the first tweet? Let's read it carefully. If you can grab that Trump tweet from a moment ago, I just want to see it. I don't think he declared victory or that he won, as in won everything. He said, I will be making a statement tonight, a big win. Well, maybe that is categorical. We are up big, but they are trying to steal the election. We will never let them do it. Votes cannot be cast. So we are up big is very true. I will be making a statement tonight, a big win. That's rather more conclusive, isn't it? Has he tweeted anything else? Scroll down a bit, please. I think that's it. We're looking really good all over the country. That was 6 hours ago. So it is a fact that Joe Biden's got to be scared with the result because no one in the Democrat, liberal, media, political, industrial complex thought Trump would be a contender. But a win by one electoral college vote or a win by 100 is still a win. Ronald Reagan beat Walter Mondale by winning every single electoral college vote except for the state of Minnesota. Every state except Minnesota and D.C. But so what? The biggest win or the slenderest win, a win is a win. If Joe Biden wins by one vote, by one electoral college vote, he still wins. I don't know. Momentum is with Trump for now, but you drag this thing out another week or 9 days, as some Democrats are talking about, that don't look good. What do you think, Keean?
It all depends on which votes are the ones being counted, and it's really hard to tell that right now. I think that Pennsylvania right now is actually looking really good for Donald Trump. I'm not an American. I'm not an expert, but from the numbers that I've been looking at, Pennsylvania does look good. So does Wisconsin. And I think by the math that I've been seeing, if he gets Pennsylvania and Wisconsin, I think he can take this home if he gets Georgia, which, I mean, I don't think Georgia's really up in contention. I think that's sort of a fantasy of the left, and maybe a fantasy of the people behind the cameras at Fox News. I don't know what they've been doing today. I've been sort of going between our coverage and their coverage here tonight, and their disdain in calling Florida for Donald Trump and their early calling of Arizona when even CNN wasn't doing that. It really makes me wonder. And Tucker Carlson, actually, I recommend people go to check out what he said about this. He said that the majority of the mainstream media really needs to be fired and learn how to change a transmission and put up drywall, because that's actually honorable work rather than misleading the American public as much as they do, whether they're in the mainstream media or pollsters. I think that the big takeaway from this election and what Donald Trump really won on, and it all came from the second debate, is the resource vote. It was overlooked by Joe Biden's campaign. It was a weak spot going into it, and he made sure he lost a lot of those votes in the second debate when he said that show the video of me saying I'll ban fracking. I never said that. And then Donald Trump did exactly that. Joe Biden vowed that he would ban fracking, and that caused Democratic candidates, to disavow Joe Biden. That actually happened. I think it's the 2nd district in New Mexico. Choctaw Torres Small, I think is her name, disavowed Joe Biden. An incumbent Democrat in the House of Representatives had to disavow the Democratic nominee because he said that he was going to put about 30% of her constituency out of work. And that same thing is translating to Pennsylvania, and it'll translate to the rest of the Rust Belt as well, I think.
Well, let me talk about a couple of things that Biden said specifically. He talked about Pennsylvania, and he referred to Allegheny County, which is the county in which Pittsburgh, one of the major cities, is. Philadelphia is in Philadelphia County. Obviously, Biden leads there fairly significantly, 3-1. So there's about a 150,000 vote lead there. So with half the votes counted, let's just say that stays on track. So another 150,000 votes for Biden in Philly. Now, Allegheny County, it's 1/3 counted. Again, extrapolating, you're going to get another 150,000 votes for Biden before the night's done. So that's another 300,000 votes for Biden. I'm playing mathematical pundit here. So you add 300,000 votes to the Democrats in Philadelphia and Pittsburgh. Trump's still ahead if I'm reading the results right, because right now he's got a lead of about 600,000.
Yeah,
let me read a note from the New York Times. This is what the New York Times says. If there are a significant number of mail ballots outstanding at the end of the night, the reported totals could be relatively stronger for Republicans. I don't really understand what that means, other than they're suggesting that the Republicans might even have greater strength. So who knows what kind of chicanery the Democrats are up to, but Pennsylvania right now is looking strong for Trump. Michigan, because Wayne County, where Detroit is, well, you know, let me just look at it right now. Yeah, only 1/3 counted. I don't know. Trump's he's got 41%, but I'm worried about the uncounted votes there. Maybe
that was 41% Wayne County?
Yeah, in Wayne County,
that's better than I would
Trump has 41% of the vote, and 1/3 are counted. So he's behind by. Pardon me?
What was going on in Philadelphia was they quit counting the mail-in ballots tonight, and that means that the remaining number of mail-in ballots to count is about 200,000. They counted 70,000. There was somewhere between there, and what they counted and what's left over added up to about 300,000, which means that if Donald Trump secures Pennsylvania tonight with real votes cast today by over 200,000 votes, there's no way that the mail-in ballots will be able to contribute to bringing it back to a Joe Biden win. If 100% of those ballots voted for Joe Biden, and whether or not Donald Trump is able to squeeze out a win over 200,000, who knows?
Well, look, I don't understand all the ins and outs of the mail-in ballots and whatnot. I think Minnesota is going Democrat. I just don't think there's anything that's going to change on that. Earlier today, I was poking around with Justin on the map, and I think that Trump absolutely needs to win 2 out of the 3 remaining, Pennsylvania, Michigan, or Wisconsin. And if he loses Georgia, God forbid, he needs to win all 3 of them. Arizona, I think Biden's got that. Nevada, too early to say. I don't know. I mean, Joe Biden thought that he would be president now because his whole world said, oh yeah, sure thing, Trump's going to be crushed, orange man bad. The people seem to say otherwise. Very interesting, very interesting. The one thing that does irk me is that Texas ever came so close. Now it looks like the Trump lead in Texas is expanding. Now it's an 8-point lead, but that still don't make me feel good to see Democrats that strong. Keean, any last comments before we say goodbye to you for now? Because we got some super chats I got to catch up. Anything else you want to mention? Anything caught your eye?
Yeah, I wouldn't be. I mean, it would have been nice to see Texas. Everyone likes to think it's a great conservative place. Demographics are changing in Texas, which is obviously a problem. But Donald Trump also didn't spend as much resources there as he could have, which is fine. And he needs to win 50%. Like you said, it doesn't matter if he wins by 70% or 50%. He just needs to get past that 50% mark, or more than Joe Biden. Really, just it's all about making the vote efficient, which is why the Democrats will win the popular vote. They are going to get millions and millions and millions of votes from California, but that doesn't change how many electoral college votes they get from that state. So I think from the folks that I was speaking to in the United States, it was sort of tactical plan strategy of the Trump campaign to not spend so much resources in Texas, and really getting it between 50 and 55% means that they spent resources, time, money, and talent more efficiently in other states. So I mean, it would be nice to see a 65% win in Texas, but it doesn't have to be that high.
I get your point. It just gives me a foreboding for the future. I just checked California. They haven't even counted 2/3 of the vote, and the Democrats are ahead by 4 million votes there. So that shows you the wisdom of the founders and their electoral college, because basically if every state, they could slosh their surplus votes into other states, California would basically make the entire country Democrat. Yeah. It just would. I mean, by the time all those votes are counted, there's probably going to be 5 or 6 million surplus Democrat votes in California who want to share their state's wisdom with the rest of the country. Well, Keean, great to catch up with you. Congratulations on your good work. I understand that Twitter is literally blocking one of Trump's tweets. Oh my God. We are up big, but they are trying to steal the election. We will never let them do it. Votes cannot be cast after the polls are closed. That is being censored by Twitter.
I noticed that actually there's something interesting. I mean, it's not a big deal, but the spelling of polls was wrong when that tweet was up on the screen earlier. It was P-O-L-E-S.
Right. I think he deleted it and retyped it, and then they slapped a ban on it. Imagine censoring the President of the United States.
It's a shame.
Well, it's interesting, and I wouldn't doubt that the censorship that we ourselves have experienced, plus countless millions of others, helped to tilt this election by several points. And if Biden does indeed win in the end, which is quite possible, he will have the Twitters, Googles, YouTubes, Facebooks of the world to thank for it. And they will continue to censor for him because they are even more to the left than he is. All right, we'll say goodnight to you for now. Keean, thanks for your help. And boy, what a night, eh? Very close.
Certainly. Good night, Ezra.
Okay, good night. Well, it is 1 a.m. here, and we've got 2 more hours that we plan to be here. I mean, I suppose if everything is frozen in amber and we're all told to come back in a day for some of those counts, there would be no point to stick around. But I am curious to see what happens when all the today votes are counted in Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. I want to remove any doubts from Georgia. I'd like to see what happens in Arizona, and of course Nevada is interesting, even though it is a rather small state. It has 6 electoral votes. Just a reminder, the American system, it's actually similar to the Canadian system, and when you think about it, we have 338 electoral votes. We just call them districts or ridings because you can get 100% of the vote in a riding and still only win it once. And that's the same thing with electoral college votes. So California, you're getting super duper duper majorities there. You only have 55 electoral college votes. Very interesting. Sheila, what do you think? What do you think? Could it be closer? Oh my gosh.
It's very close. I was right to be nervous for the last 3-4 days. What is going on at Fox News? I have no idea. They have their on-air talent calling out the network for calling things, for not calling things. Like, why is Georgia not called yet? Mm-hmm. Why? I mean, that's crazy. And why did they call Arizona so soon? What took them so long to call Texas? I don't know what's going on over there. I really have no idea.
Yeah, I don't know.
I have no idea. Boy, it's 1 a.m. in the East, is it not?
Yep.
You guys are really, I mean, I'm pushing the outer limits of my eyebrow pencil right now. It's been on my face all day. But you guys, it's 1 a.m. for you guys. That's a long day since we first spoke at 8 a.m. Mountain Standard Time. That's when our workday started. So,
Well, Justin, how are you holding up? You doing A-okay over there? He says he's doing good. He's going to come in a bit late tomorrow. That's fine. We got a few other folks here. Margaret's here and Yankee's here. And
Yeah.
I didn't look. I just took a very quick break a few moments ago, and I rushed out of the room, so I didn't quite see who all is here. But we got a little pizza going on, and you know, we're just we're all so curious, like the entire world is. The entire world is watching, and very interesting. To me, my favorite part of the night is at Miami. One of my favorite cities in the world. I don't know if you've ever been to Miami, Sheila. Miami is sort of a thing where Eastern Canadians go to. It's not really a place where Western Canadians go. It's such a lovely city. It's so beautiful. It's so cool. It's so fashionable. I mean, Miami Vice, and how many shows are headquartered there because it's so visually stunning. It's tropical. It's cool. In other words, it's a Democrat city. But my gosh, with 95% of the votes cast, it's 53-46. I mean, yeah, the Democrats still won, but those Cubanos.
Little Havana.
Oh, yeah, they came out for Trump. They saved the state. Very exciting to me.
Yes. Little Havana. I saw somebody on Twitter say that Little Havana, the people are entrepreneurial. They hold family values, community, and their religion in high regard. And even more, they dislike the socialism and all the talk of equal outcomes because that's what they floated on garbage away from Cuba to avoid.
Earlier tonight, someone wrote in and said they were from Oklahoma, the Trumpiest state in the union. I had thought that West Virginia held that status. Now, I'm just looking at one source of data here, and Wyoming, about 2/3 of the votes cast, looks like it's 73% for Trump. It's North Dakota 64, South Dakota 64, Nebraska 55, Kansas, Oklahoma 65, Arkansas. You know what? I think that Wyoming gets I mean, West Virginia's pretty strong at 68. I think that Wyoming is the new holder of the title. Who is the Trumpiest state in the union? Wyoming.
What was their percentage?
73.3, if I'm reading correctly here. Now, it's a very small state. States can have, if I understand this right, and Ben's not here to correct me, but the number of electoral votes equals the number of congressmen plus senators. So the smallest states can have no fewer than 3 electoral votes. So, for example, Rhode Island. Maybe they have 2 congressmen, and I think it's the smallest geographically. So Wyoming, North Dakota, South Dakota, because they're so little population-wise, they have 3 electoral votes. Now, that's something that really irks Californians, because North Dakota, South Dakota, Wyoming, their population combined isn't even, let's say, San Francisco's population, but they have 9 votes amongst them. But that's how the founders made America, and it's why it's called the United States. It's not called, like we call our country Canada because it's one country and we have 10 compartments called provinces. But down there, they are states that have united. And you were mentioning, what would you call the 10th Amendment? I have to
10th Amendment.
The states are, states' rights, and the states being the center of the action. And you saw that during the pandemic. You saw 50 states with 50 different approaches to the pandemic. You had New York's Democrats sending virulent people to seniors' homes. Okay, that's what you do in New York. Kristi Noem in South Dakota is going to take a different path.
Yep. It's funny, too. Wyoming, if you look at their results, 91% of their polls are reporting, and they only have, in total, 250,000 votes between the two parties. I mean, it's so small, so small.
Should we get back on the super chats because
there's a lot.
Yeah, all right.
It looks like there's 75 sitting there for us to get to. Words in red give us $7.99 Australian pair emoji saying keep it up. Josie Weir, $5. Trump for Canada. Donald Anderson, go Rebel and Trump. Kim Price Finnemore, $5. I don't get it. Huge rallies compared to 10 chairs in circles. Why does this race seem so tight? New Brunswick here, love your team. Joe Biden's campaign rallies, I described them as a wake for a guy that died that nobody liked. They were very boring. They weren't exciting. But Joe Biden does well in urban areas. He does well in California. He does well in New York. And look at flyover country, where they don't bother to campaign. It's going red. There's just he doesn't need to campaign in New York and California. Let's go. Shmel Mafinga's back again with $5. Keean, I've eaten some crazy stuff too. Yes, even dog. Really? But shirts for my whole family. Don't eat my dog. One day my children will understand. Oh, that's such a good video that Keean made. $13.99 from SS. No message. Dame of the Dammit gives us $5. My mom wants to know what color brown Chrystia Freeland's nose is, and do you think she'll cry the hardest at tonight's election results? I don't know if we're going to have election results tonight. Who even knows? But Biden signaled that there won't be any election results tonight. He basically told everybody to just go home. Just pack her in for the night, go home. Yeah, we'll litigate this tomorrow. He'll get up for the early bird special. Pledgey gives us $5 US. Absolute Chad Ezra, thank you for speaking up. Here's another 5 bones. Margaret Granny McKay gives us $6.99. Edmonton rally on Saturday. We had Trump flags and Trump masks. You got to send me a message because I'd love to go to something like that. Shmel Mafinga gives us $5. Ezra, tough guy. I bet I could meet you and be intimidated, but not frightened. Might I suggest you'd be pretty entertained by Ezra? That's where he really gets you. You think that you're going to get in a big fight and then you're having a good laugh. Joey Bandar gives us $5. Trump for PM 2023. Jack H gives us $5. Canada is under tyranny, medical tyranny. When tyranny becomes law, rebellion is duty. There's a lot of unelected people making laws these days in the medical health bureaucracy. Jack H gives us, that was the same one. Alex McKenzie gives us $20. Rebel News is the last line of defense. Keep up the great work, guys. We will. Alex McKenzie gives us $20. Oh, that's the same one. Andres Mejia? I'm absolutely saying that wrong. Gives us $10 US. California Watcher here. Enjoy watching your channel. Thank you very much. You're one of the news channels I still watch. Don't stop reporting. You're doing a great job. P.S. You're looking beautiful, Sheila. Oh, thank you very much. Like I said, my face is starting to slowly slide off. I'm really testing the makeup today. Webley Pug gives us $50. Thank you very much. When you showed the Censorious Thug clip, I just had to show my support. Oh, thank you very much. Yeah. Did you know that we couldn't get accredited by the Canadian government to go to that Media Freedom Conference? It was co-hosted in London with the support of the Canadian government. We had to go through the UK to get accredited. And then when we were there, the Canadian foreign minister tried to block myself and another conservative journalist, Andrew Lawton, from attending her press conference. And strangely enough, it was journalists from places like Al Jazeera who took our side and said that they wouldn't attend a press conference unless all of us were allowed to go at a media freedom conference. Alexander Batir gives us $5. The only true news. Hope Trump will take. I think we're not going to know tonight. Duke Silver gives us $5. They need more riots. When riots become unbearable, they will come up with a solution to remove remaining freedoms to bring peace. They always do that. Shmel Mafinga gives us $5. I've been watching for 5 hours, and it just occurred to me that you both have the United States flag as your background. God bless America. You know, Mike the graphics guy is just so good. Blurry Face gives us $20. Continue doing great work. Love Rebel and your great crew. I hope your organization grows in the years to come and your voices gain notoriety among the common folk as a true bastion of truth. We've really grown during the pandemic. We've brought on new journalists, 3 of them during the pandemic, which is pretty remarkable because everybody else is shrinking because, as they say, there's no news during the pandemic. Lakshi Kumar gives us $10 Australian. Trump 2020 from Australia. I'm not getting any work done today watching this. The fate of the free world depends on it. Michael Lewis, $5 Australian. Good day from Queensland, Australia. Trump for Aussie PM. Michelle Mattia gives us $20. Thank you for all you do. You need a Quebec reporter. That's like 5 or 6 now, people suggesting that we need a Quebec reporter. Emily Tan gives us, I think we decided that was Singapore dollars. $10. French, Canadian, Australian expat in Singapore. So grateful for Rebel. Trump 2020. Jidam, $20. Conservative from Quebec supporting Rebel. Wow. Susan, 1957, gives us $10. Thank you for all you do. Praying for a Trump win. Anthony John Puther gives us $5. I'm a foreign worker in Canada from India, and I love the honest reporting of Rebel media. Trudeau does appeasement politics. Well, Pedram Boluri gives us $10. Ezra, me, and I guess all the Persians in Toronto would appreciate it if you could do a report on the thief Iranian regime thugs in Toronto with the people, money that are feeding the regime propaganda here. You know, David Menzies has been doing some great work telling the pro-freedom stories coming out of the Persian community in Toronto.
And a great story just a few days ago about a Persian critic of the Ayatollah regime who was murdered in Ontario in the method preferred by the regime. So a shocking report. David is well known and well loved by the Persian expat community, the Persian Canadian community, and he stands obviously with freedom for Iran. So David's really good on that beat. Why don't I read someone, give you a bit of a break,
Please.
Sheila? Unjust on Trudeau, $5. Trump winning Michigan, North Carolina, Georgia, Texas, Ohio with Iowa, Wisconsin, Alaska. He gets $271 without Pennsylvania.
If he wins Michigan.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Michigan and Wisconsin, that's the thing. Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania. You got to have 2 of them. You got to keep Georgia. It'd be nice to get Arizona. I don't think it's going to happen.
Wisconsin is 85% of the polls are reporting right now, and Donald Trump's up 4. I'm nervous.
Yeah, it's the shenanigans that'll do it. That's why Twitter's censoring Trump. Alex Kaiser, $5, thank you. Nick Singh, $5. Hey, Rebel, love you guys from Toronto. And if I were in the States, I'd be Trump 2020 all the way, like all my West Indian family in New York City and Florida. Well, I enjoyed seeing Trump parades and Trump rallies in the most unlikely places, including New York City and Beverly Hills.
The Amish parade.
Oh, can we get that? Can we get that? Barstool Sports tweeted it. I retweeted it. You can find it pretty easy. The Amish Trump train was quite something.
I love seeing that because the Amish by nature are not political. They're sort of like Hutterites in that they're pacifists. They don't always participate in the machinery of politics. So to see them so motivated to fly Trump flags on their buggies, that was beautiful to see.
That was great. If you find that, give us a holler and we'll put that up, Justin. Sandy Blaisley, 10 Australian bucks. Hi from Port Macquarie, New South Wales. We need Trump in Australia to get rid of our swamp. Love you all at Rebel. Isn't Avi doing a great job down there, though? I think he's a one-man army. Just great. Jill Shaw, $7. What does Canada's economy look like if Biden wins tonight? Well, it's a good question. I think he'll dampen America's economy, which will have a knock-on effect on us. I think he will also be anti-oil and gas, which may affect us. Yeah, I don't think it's going to be good. Treeland Truth, $2. Thumbs up emoji, thank you. Godspeed Kelsey, $5. Thank you for bringing real news. You're welcome. Jane Bray, $10. Plastic straws are banned. It was a joke to mock plastic straws being banned.
Oh,
Well,
I thought you were
am
talking about
making
his swallowing noises.
sounds. I'm sorry about that. Here's that Amish parade. Look at that.
Love
Look
it.
at that. It's almost hard to believe that it's a real thing. It's almost hard to believe. Would you look at that? Isn't that funny? I hear in my ear that Avi Yemini is at a pub. I'm shocked to hear it. And he says,
Weird.
So why don't you let me know when we're connected, and we'll say hello to the lad down under. Key, 5 British pounds, no landslide. Seems the corruption is working. War for our rights or communism it is. Well, but it was supposed to be a landslide for Biden, you see. Holy Tiger, $5. Told you about Pennsylvania. But don't worry, Trump will win it. Well, I like to worry.
I'm worried. I'm still worried. I'll just worry. I'll worry for days.
I'm worried. Craig McDonald, $7. If I were to schlep my way to Toronto, could I get a personal tour of Rebel World headquarters from Ezra himself? Maybe. We are in an undisclosed location, though.
It's secret. You'd never find it.
Bryce talks, $5 just got here. You think that Canada will ever have a Trump-style candidate, or will it always be dead fish and drama teachers? Canada is the leader. I hear in my ear that Avi Yemini. Sheila, I'm going to say quick goodbye to you because we need the line to call down under. But we'll come back to you, Sheila. You
Sure.
keep poking around. Let me know what you find. And
I
then
will.
we're going to go to Avi Yemini, our chief Australia correspondent, troublemaker at large, and I think a one-man wrecking ball for Dan Andrews' tyrannical regime. And I say those words, I choose them carefully. The lockdown in Melbourne, Australia, in the state of Victoria, is the worst lockdown in the world, even worse than the one in Wales right now. Let's see if we can get a hold of Avi Yemini. I am told he's in a pub. So using my math, I think it is 4 p.m. I think it's 4 p.m. tomorrow. I think it's 4 p.m. on Wednesday in Melbourne, Australia, if my math is right. It's hard to do the time zones in my head, and it's daylight savings. All right, you let me know if we got the connection. Oh, I hear the lad, I hear the bloke, and now I see him. Avi Yemini, as I live and breathe. How you doing, mate?
I'm trying to get the camera. G'day, guys.
Well, what a pleasure to have you. You know, it is 1:18 a.m., late Tuesday night, so I guess you could say it is Wednesday morning here. We've got 5,000 folks on the live stream who've been with us for a very long time. We're all very curious how it's going to go. What are you doing? Are you at some watch party at a pub or something?
We're at the pub. We're watching, I don't know if you can see it properly. We've got, right now the rules around pubs are you can't have many people in a pub, so we have a TV there, and we're sitting here. And listen, we're in Australia. We're ahead of time, so we can tell you what's about to happen. Trump is going to win.
Well, you know what? I hope so. I'm still nervous, but I'm far less nervous than I was 6 hours ago. I think he's had an incredible night.
He has, and there's been ups and downs, and I can't lie. We've gotten a little bit nervous here at times, but we've stayed strong because he's got this. He's going to win.
Now, are you at a party? Are those your personal friends? Are you just there?
Yeah. So should I show them?
Sure. I'm just curious. Like, are you with?
It's my brother. I've got my brother here. Hold on. Let me introduce you. Does anyone here not want to be seen? By who? By thousands on Rebel News.
Hey team, how you doing? Hey everybody.
That's my brother. If you can't tell.
He's so handsome. Are you sure you're brothers?
That's my brother from another mother. He's got the right hat.
Oh yeah.
My jumper.
Right on.
So it's all, and they have the TV here. The owner here is I don't know if I'm allowed to say it loudly. He's a big Trump supporter in the heart of socialist Victoria.
Wow. Well, you know what? There's an underground army, and I'm sure that you're welcome at any pub in the city. because you have been fighting for freedom and against Dan Andrews' illiberal lockdown. So,
well, these are the guys. These are the guys that have suffered through that.
Yeah.
You know, right now is in this room. I don't know if you can see the size of the room. It's not a small room. You're allowed.
You normally have 100, 200 people in that room.
Sorry?
Normally you'd have 100 people in that room, but the lockdown.
100 people easy, and you're not allowed more than 20 people while we have 0 cases of coronavirus.
Yeah.
So, if Biden wins, this or worse is the future for most of the United States. So we're going to stay strong. Trump has this. We're already celebrating the win because in Australia it's tomorrow.
Right.
Tomorrow he's won.
Well, listen, my friend, I told you this even just today on our daily staff call. I want to thank you not only for doing great journalism that we love to broadcast, but I truly believe you have been the man of the moment. You have been the seed crystal around which Australians have decided to form a resistance to the infringement of their liberties. I truly believe that your journalism and activism has helped free your countrymen, and it's impressive and inspiring to watch.
I appreciate it, but there's no way I could have done this without the support of the entire Rebel team. So I'm not alone. You can thank me all you want. I've been at this for years here, and in the short 2 months, it's been 2 months already, by the way, Ezra.
Wow.
In the short 2 months since my first arrest, my first day at work, we've managed to do more than what I've managed to do here in years. So yes, I'm happy. I appreciate all the support you give me, but and it's just not me. I'm not alone. We're in this together, as they say. As Daniel Andrews has said plenty of times in Melbourne, we're in this together.
All right, mate. Well, I'll let you get back to your friends and your brother. And thanks for the update. And good luck to us all. Take care, my friend.
Cheers, mate. Thanks.
Right. There you have it. Avi Yemini, our chief Australian correspondent. What a good egg. And if you haven't been watching his videos, well, my gosh, you're really missing out. They're provocative. They're entertaining. Sometimes they're hilarious. Sometimes they're terrifying. But they're always informative, and they tell the other side of the story. Some great Avi videos over the 2 months he's been with us. One of the most touching was when he took the case of a homeless man who was given a massive $1,500 fine for being out past the curfew. Well, the man's homeless. He was living in his car. Avi took the case. We've assigned a lawyer to that gentleman, and I'm very proud of that. I encourage you to find that video, which you can find on our YouTube channel. Well, it is 1:23. Let's bring Sheila back and let's catch up a bit on the Super Chats. Sheila, how you doing? I'm looking at my maps. I think you and I are looking at different maps, which is good. Is there something that has evolved in the 15 minutes since we've said hi to you that you want to bring to our viewers' attention?
It looks, they had, at least Fox News had Nevada leaning pink, and it looks like it's flipped back to Biden now.
Still very early there.
Yeah.
I mean, what's the percentage of votes counted according to your data source? Mine says it's just 5%.
I've got 49% Fox News is reporting. Biden at 51.8 and Trump at 46.2, but not a lot of votes cast. It looks like there's only about 50,000 votes between the two.
I don't know why people are saying Georgia is still in contention.
I don't know.
But it makes me nervous because that's sort of a must win. North Carolina looks pretty seriously Trump country. There's almost 100,000 votes more for Trump than Biden, and it's 95% reported. Pennsylvania, again, 2/3 of the votes are reported. Trump has a 700,000 vote lead, according to my source here.
Yep.
But again, it's the two biggest cities in Philadelphia County. You have only half the votes in already. Montgomery County, a very Democrat place. And, of course, Allegheny. I don't know. Like, those are the vote-rich cities, and they're the shenanigan cities, too. That said, Trump has a 700,000 vote lead now, so you could get a lot of Democrats voting, and Trump would still be leading.
Yep. In Wisconsin, Fox News has 86% of the polls reporting, and it looks like it's over 100,000 in Trump leading. So,
boy, it's a nail biter. You know, I was talking to a good friend earlier today who's sort of a rhino, Republican in name only, sort of a what we call a red Tory up here, and he said, Ezra, you're going to be very, very sad when the morning's over. And I sort of chuckled because, you know, I like to hear the other side of the story from my side of the story. You know what, Sheila? I oversample people who disagree with me. I oversample critics. I follow my critics too closely because I'm so confident in my views. I think I must surely read my harshest skeptics and critics because how do I know if I'm wrong? I feel so sure I'm right. I have a team around me that emphasizes my points, generally doesn't contradict them. Surely I must oversample from my own critics. The problem with that is, and I try and sort the bad faith critics from the good faith critics, but the problem is if you're really oversampling, if you're really, really soaking in your opponent's narrative, you gaslight yourself, you brainwash yourself. And I feel like I've fallen prey to that a few times. Also, like I said 5 hours ago, I don't want to break my heart, so I'd rather go in pessimistic and be pleasantly surprised than the opposite.
I remain pessimistic. I'm anxious. I don't know. When Trudeau won, I knew he was going to win. Yeah. When Kenney won, I knew he was going to win. Mm-hmm. It was easy. Mm-hmm. But this, I don't know who's. I'm very unsure. I'm used to knowing the outcome and being confident in the outcome. I don't know it. I don't know it. We should get to some of these super chats because, oh my goodness, there's 92 sitting there. So, boy, we have the most generous people in all of, I guess, the YouTubes. Unjust Untrudeau gives us $2, says Trump can get to 274 even without Pennsylvania victory. I'm not sure. I'm just anxious. I'm pessimistic like Ezra. Mumu Ma gives us $4.99 New Zealand dollars. Paramoji giving us a thumbs up. Jessica McDonald gives us $5. Love your work. Thank you very much. Darren Turner gives us $2.79. You're so sexy, Sheila. Again, there's no accounting for taste. Francois Desbiens gives us $5. Keep up the good work. You're the best for real reporting. Thank you, Francois. Key gives us $4.99 Great Britain pounds. Anyone who accepts the World Economic Forum is ill-informed. Wake up because this is life-changing. Serge Vinkov gives us $5, and we have a little dancing pair emoji. Rob Starr gives us £5. We need Rebel News, someone to work in the UK. Well, Ezra, you have a little project.
We just rolled out a UK video yesterday, but it is true. We need boots on the ground there, and I want to make the right choice. We've had some good luck and some bad luck over there. And we've had some, Tommy Robinson was our most controversial employee for a couple of years. I'm looking for someone who will report on the controversial stories, but maybe who won't be such a source of controversy themselves. And I support Tommy because I think that he is a lightning rod for the issues of the day. And I think he has been unfairly maligned, and I think he has been persecuted by the state. Frankly, I believe he's been physically tortured, the way he was treated in solitary confinement. That said, I wouldn't mind a little more normalcy, and I wouldn't mind a more even-keeled reporter. But Tommy's an activist and remains that, and he fights like hell, and he will till the day he dies. And by the way, I hope he dies a natural death many years into the future, because there are death threats on his life all the time. And I hope that he and his lovely family remain safe.
Yes. Yeah, it's what is happening in the UK is such a big job that you want somebody who can talk about the controversy and not be the controversy. And unfortunately, Tommy is always the controversy. Steve gives us $5. Wonder how Trudeau's tune will change when Alberta stops equalization payments. I don't know if we're going to stop them. I think Jason Kenney talks really big and he wants to reevaluate equalization. But will he ever withdraw us from it? I'm not so sure about that. Holy Tiger, again, gives us $5. Okay, enough about Pennsylvania. What's the Rebels' opinion on the major stonewalling by the Liberals on the multi-committee meetings on the WE documents?
Well, I mean, obviously we're for disclosure. We think it's outrageous. But we've gone one step further. We have sent a carefully crafted letter. Could you go to auditwe.com, Justin? We hired a law firm to analyze WE's conduct, and we, as a charity, because they're a registered charity, and that means they're given certain privileges under the Income Tax Act, but in return, they must conduct themselves in a certain manner. If you're a for-profit company, you can basically do whatever you want with your money. You can put it in a big pile and burn it. But they're a charity, so you see we have a letter. Just scroll down a little bit to show the letter, because I think you see where it says, please read the letter for yourself. So here is the letter that our law firm filed. And how many pages is this letter? Just scroll down. This is to the Canada Revenue Agency. It's quite a few pages, and it details the sections of the Income Tax Act and of charity policy that the WE charities have violated. And just scrolling. So this was sent to the compliance auditors at the Charities Directorate of Revenue Canada, requesting, actually scroll to the very end, because we sum it all up in the last paragraph. So this was drafted, as you can see. This is not a journalistic document. Let me read the last conclusion. We ask that a review of the charitable status of WE Charity be undertaken. There are reasons to believe that WE Charity may be improperly funneling money to Me2We, which is not a qualified donee under the Income Tax Act. Furthermore, WE Charity's accounting may be inappropriately intertwined with the for-profit organization and may be lacking adequate board oversight. Moreover, its unusual and arguably extreme acquisition of significant real estate assets suggests that it is carrying on a business that is not a related business of that charity. Lastly, there is evidence that WE Charity has supported Trudeau, his cabinet, and the Liberal Party of Canada. All of these issues suggest that WE Charity is in contravention of the Income Tax Act and should, therefore, have its registration as a charitable organization revoked. Yours truly, Jensen Shawa Solomon Dogood Hawks LLP. So is there a page count on that? Was that like a 20-page letter or something? Is there a page count? 27-page letter, and some of it is obviously giving evidence and tweets and stuff like that. You can see that. My point being, it's one thing just to kvetch about it, but we hired a lawyer, a law firm, to file a formal complaint to the CRA auditors. I feel really glad we did that. You can read that at auditwe.com. And if you want to help cover the cost of lawyers, you can do that there too. All right, that was a little detour, but I wanted to show we have a hell of an answer to your questions, what I wanted to show you.
We are also doing something else, though, and I want to toot my own horn there. We filed access to information and freedom of information requests into just about every school ministry and school board all across the country to find out exactly what we wanted to talk to other people's kids about. And we've been slowly working our way through those documents. And if people want to help us continue to do that work, because it's expensive and so time consuming, and we have the help of a researcher, they can help us at rebelinvestigates.com.
Yeah, thank you for reminding me of that. I mean, to know what we was doing to our kids is very important. All right, where are we? Shalom Kiwi, 50 smackers, also in Quebec. Thank you for doing what you do. Well, that's pretty friendly. Footloose, the three-legged cat, $10. Thank you, Ontario. Trump needs to win. I'm not ready for socialistic Canada. Trump too cute. Al Martin's $5. The DNC rigged their primaries vote counting against Tulsi Gabbard. I'm a fan of Tulsi.
I kind of like her too.
And Communist Bernie and for Biden, including lying about coin flip results on video. Oh, absolutely. I mean, I'm glad that Bernie Sanders is not running because I think he has strengths that Biden doesn't because he's a real commie. I don't want him to win. But there's no two ways about it. He was robbed twice.
Yep.
Micah W. $10. Thank you, Rebel. Love you all. Thank you, Micah. Blanche St. Street Winery. Thank you. $5. Stephen Sewell, $50. A pear emoji riding a rocket. That's pretty fun. Tad Mason, $5. Biden to come out and prematurely declare victory. I thought he was going to do that. He sort of almost did. He tried to pause everything. Lesbian Towel, $5. California just voted in favor of not giving Uber drivers and gig workers no worker benefits. Is the left wing even for the worker anymore?
No.
No.
Emiliano
Salgado, 50. I think that's Mexican currency.
Yep.
Pesos, I think, is what it is. Everyone who is with Trump say, "Estoy mamadismos TPM." I don't know what that means. I'm just forgive me on my Spanish. Unjust on Trudeau, $5. Biden's speech is just setting it up for a fight in court.
Yep.
Recounting in some states. Trump will just take this. He's leading all those left. Well, yeah, I think that's prescient. Annalisa S., $7. Pelosi's bragging about keeping the House. Bad, bad, bad. Well, I don't think that was in question. I don't know if she's made any gains yet. Looks like the Senate remains as it is, which is good. Yep. I was worried that all three, I was worried that the presidency, the House, and the Senate were going to go blue. And at least the Senate holds the line. And you know what? A lot of things to criticize the Senate about, but I tell you this, boy, that Mitch McConnell put judges on the bench.
Mm-hmm.
Jose Sanzana, $21. Jay Sekulow, Department of Justice, one of Trump's lawyers, is concerned that there's something going on with the counting the ballots in Pennsylvania. They've stopped counting tonight. Oh, is that? I've heard that. Is that true? Panzer King, $21. Thank you. Rob Starr, £5. I'm Joe Biden and I'm running for China and Cheese King. Al Martin's $2. 223 Biden, 212 Trump via Politico. Okay, well, that doesn't tell us, though, where it's going, because where's it going? Panzer King, $21. Thank you. Miss Bliss, 10 Australian. Thanks for the honest analysis, guys, and helping us down under. Well, listen, Avi's doing the hard work down there. We're just delighted to support him. Brutally Honest, $10. Red Vision, 2020 Perfect Vision. Steve Millard, $5. Black Lives Matter. Biden's laptop matters. Get up the great work, guys. Cheers from Alberta. Thank you. Lewis Talbot, £5. It seems Trafalgar polling was absolutely right. I was very skeptical of the polling methods. They were very brave to risk their reputation. I have the same confession. I saw them. I thought they're too positive. I don't want to repeat that. They look like they're skewed Republican, but it looks like they were accurate. Emiliano Salgado, 100 pesos. Thank you. Can you say hi to Elver Galarga? Huge fan. Keep up the good work. I don't know who that is.
But he likes us.
There you go. 17 Wildcat, $10. Thank you. Cam McMaster, $5 from Bend Over and Loose Stool. Isaac May, $7. Thanks. Patriot Girl American, $10. Thank you for supporting President Trump. I love my president. God bless. Heavenly Lion's Distinctive Canadian Wines, 2,000 Japanese yen. No message. Thank you for your support. Midnight Rider TV, $5. I predict Biden will not go any higher than 237, and Trump will win 291 or 297, depending on Nevada. I don't know how you get that math. I don't think that's happening.
Nevada's going to Biden.
Yeah.
With 65% of the polls reporting.
Yeah. Isaac May, isn't a little too late for Biden to be out? Please, someone get him back to the old folks home. Yeah, and Trump was doing 5 rallies a day and finishing at 1 a.m. Oliver Tomlinson, $6. Yes, Avi, sink him, lad. Oh, he's sinking them every day. Jordan Rich, $21. Thank you. Garrett Waugh, $5. Do you think Trump will send lawyers to Pennsylvania to prevent Democrats from cheating if they decide not to count the votes? Oh, the lawyers were there on the ground. That's for sure. Al Martin's $2. CBC Trump wins. CBC Trump win 293 to 243 because Biden wins 49.9% popular vote. Okay, I don't know what you mean by CBC. Do you mean the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation? Jordan Friesen, 100 smackers. Well, thank you very much.
Wow.
Jordan. Justin Trudeau's a steaming cow pile. And finally, I think we're caught up now. Mm-hmm. Kevin M. Clerks, $5. I can't believe Twitter just censored the President of the United States. Well, believe it. I mean, they started with Alex Jones, but I wasn't Alex Jones, so I didn't care. Then they went to Gavin McInnes, and they went for Tommy Robinson, and on and on and on. And now they're censoring the President of the United States on election night. What won't they do? They consider themselves the masters of the universe. Now, I'm looking at my map here, and it looks like Minnesota is pretty much locked in as a Democrat state in terms of the presidential race. Wisconsin, Trump still has a lead, and about 80% of the votes are in. Boy, I hope that goes. Michigan, I'm going to click on there, and I'm going to look at Wayne County. That's Detroit. And Detroit, 79% of the votes are in, and Trump has an impressive 44%. Now, I'm going to, oh, sorry, that's Oakland.
Scared.
Wayne County, I was wrong. Oakland County.
Did you give me false hope?
Wayne County, that's Detroit. 37% of votes counted. Trump has 40%. So you can extrapolate really 2 times more of a lead here. I'm going to see what Wayne County was like in 2016 because I want to see if that's changed. Because Trump really made an effort to court the black vote.
Yes.
And Detroit is a fairly black city. And I want to see what Wayne County looked like. Wayne County, in 2016, if I'm looking at this right, thank you for your patience. It was 30% for Trump, 67% for Clinton last time. Expressed another way, last time, I'm going to jot this down so I don't forget it. So 4 years ago, Trump got 29.44%. Clinton got 66.78%. Last time, Trump got 229,000 votes. Hillary got 519,000 votes. Okay, so that was last time. So that's more than, Hillary got more than double Trump's vote in Wayne County last time. Let's go to Wayne County this time. Trump up from 30% to 40%. Biden compared to Hillary down from 66% to 57%. So the gap last time was 37%. In Wayne County, which is a fancy way of saying Detroit. In Detroit, Michigan, last time, the Democrat candidate beat the Republican by a whopping 37%, otherwise known as 290,000 votes in that one county. Today, the gap is not 37%, it's 17%. The gap is not 290,000 votes. Of the 37% votes cast, it's 51,000. So if you triple it, let's say, Trump has a significant growth in Wayne County since last time, if Wayne County's results stay the same they are, but just as the ballots come in. I'm not very articulate, it being 1:44 a.m., but this is my long-winded way of saying, sure, Detroit's going Democrat, but Trump narrowed the gap from 37 points to 17, and that just might be enough to let the lad win. That's my homemade math.
I'm scared. I'm very scared.
Forgive me if I was too gobbledygook with the numbers. I was just trying to, and I don't have any deep insights here. All I did was I looked at what Wayne County did last time compared to Wayne County this time, and from what I can see, Trump has significantly narrowed the gap. Obviously, Trump's not going to win, but I say again, my delightful surprise of the night was, can we get that Trump for Latinos for Trump ad one more time? Because I need a little pick-me-up. But if Miami-Dade can close the gap so significantly, Trump did not win Miami-Dade. Oh no, the Democrats won it, but they barely won it. And that's what liberated the whole state. Wouldn't it be something if Detroit, which is a largely black city, didn't go for Trump, but went more for Trump than anyone thought? Wouldn't it be something if that gave Trump enough breathing room to win in the rest of the state? I would like to ask Ben about that. I don't know if he's gone to bed. It's 1:45. Ben's done for the night. Okay, fair enough. Listen, he did a great job. He did a great tour of duty. Who would go to bed now? Like, even if we were done now, Sheila, I would go to the other room and I'd scavenge around for some cold pizza. and I would watch some more results. Are you?
Yeah, I'd put Fox News on, plus my phone and maybe my computer on my knee. Yeah. I just would be doing it alone without you and approximately 7,600 of our closest friends and viewers. I can't believe there are that many people still watching. Thank you so much.
Let me tell you one more thing about Miami-Dade. Let me know when you got that I'm voting for Trump Latinos. You got the live version. Okay, I am ready to be entertained. This is what they played when Trump was in town with the rally.
Yes.
I will vote for Donald Trump. Let's do it. Latino for Trump. I will vote for Donald Trump.
Bueno, señoras y señores, everybody, let's sing this song, everybody, together, okay? I need you loud, because I want to Trump hear that song, okay? Again. Yo quiero que todo el mundo lo cante fuerte, para que nuestro presidente la escuche, ¿ok?
En español bien ahorita. Bien ahora.
So,
tranquilito.
Come on. 1, 2, 3, go.
Oh my God, I will vote.
Everybody.
I will vote. Come on.
Repeat.
Oh my God, I will vote.
Come on.
I will vote. Hey,
for Donald.
Oh my God, I will vote. Let's do it. I will vote.
Repítelo.
Oh my God, I will vote. I will vote for Donald Trump.
I
will vote for Donald Trump. I love my freedom. I will vote for Donald Trump. Everybody to the right, are you ready? Just my side. I will vote for Donald Trump. Let's go. Land of the free, land of the brave. I will vote for Donald Trump. Come on. I will vote for Donald Trump. I will vote for Donald Trump. I will vote.
How much fun is that?
So much fun.
Oh my God, I wish I was there. Just cool, just the rhythm. They got the mood. You know what? That is great. And by the way, when that was playing, I was enjoying it. But I was also looking up how Miami-Dade County did last time versus this time. And can I just make this one point? So this time, Miami-Dade went for the Democrats by a margin of 83,000 votes. So 83,000 more Democrats than Republicans in Miami-Dade. But the rest of Florida was enough to swamp that. You know how Miami-Dade did 4 years ago? It went with a 290,000 majority for Hillary Clinton. So more than 200,000 people, presumably if they were living there 4 years ago, it's the same people, but
yeah,
give me that. More than 200,000 people switched and left the Democrats there. if I'm doing my math right. Last time it was 624,000 Dems, 334,000 Republicans, net 290,000. 290,000 Democrat surplus in Miami-Dade that the rest of the state had to counter. This time, only an 83,000 Democrat surplus. So in fact, 207,000 fewer Dems, and the rest of the state easily brought it to Republicans. That's amazing. If you didn't love Miami already, you got to love it even more now.
It does look like they quit counting altogether in Pennsylvania. The reporting stalled out at 64% of the polls. It's been like that for, I guess, 2 hours now.
That's a scandal in itself.
Especially they're still counting in Wisconsin.
Yeah.
So why can't they continue to count in Pennsylvania?
Because they want the whole 2000 Al Gore hanging Chad BS all over again.
Yeah.
Absolutely, they do. What's your thoughts on Wisconsin? My data source suggests 80% of votes reported, and Trump has a 4% lead.
I've got 88% of polls reporting, and Trump has a 4% lead. So that looks pretty good, because that is, 110,000 just about that he's leading by? That makes me less anxious.
Yeah. Now, Michigan, my source says 63% of votes counted. What does your Michigan source say?
I've got 65% of votes counted, and Donald Trump is up by 9, it looks like. That looks good.
Yeah. I mean, when that Wayne County numbers come in, but I think my whole point is showing you the Miami-Dade change of the Cuban Americans coming over. I don't know what parts of Wayne County we're reporting and what, I just don't have that information. But if we can extrapolate from what we do have, it suggests to me that, incredibly, Donald Trump has narrowed the gap in Detroit. And if he does that, maybe he can win it. If he wins Michigan, 16, and Wisconsin, 10 electoral votes, that's 26 right there. Is that enough to do it? Does anyone remember when we went on that page before? Justin's reminding me, if he won 2 out of the 3, he's got it. Yeah, he's got to get Georgia. And Georgia, I don't know why everyone's shy about calling it. More than 90% of the votes cast. Trump has a 2-point lead. I mean, think about it. If Trump were going to lose that lead, my source here says there's 9% of the vote left, and Trump has a 2-point lead. So that
I've got 7% of the votes left to count, and Trump is up by 2.5.
2.5. So that suggests that it would have to be. Yeah. Yeah, Alaska was Republican. So for Trump to lose Georgia, of the remaining 7% that need to be counted, 5.5 need to, sorry, my math is wrong. Something like 4.5. They have to be 2-to-1 Democrat, is what I'm saying. That ain't happening. I don't think.
I hope not.
If you go
and North Carolina, I don't know why they haven't called that yet. I mean, it's fairly close. They've gotten, at least according to Fox News, 94% of the polls are reporting. There's a 1.5 point spread, it looks like, between the two, and Trump is up. What is that? About 80,000.
Yeah. I think we can give North Carolina and Georgia to Trump. Arizona, I think that's going to Biden.
It's going to Biden, yeah.
It's just 6% gap and 80% counted.
Yeah.
Nevada, closer,
but
I think that's going Dem also. I think that's going to the Democrats. So can Trump win 2 out of 3, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania? I think he actually can win all 3. Let's assume that they try and steal Pennsylvania, as Trump said and Twitter censored.
Yep.
I just learned that in Nebraska, Biden has won a single electoral college vote because there are a couple of...
Right. They split them.
That's right. So it looks like that happened in Nebraska. So one of the 5 electoral college votes goes to the Democrats, but I think still the math holds that if Wisconsin and Michigan go Republican along with Georgia and North Carolina, I think Trump has it. Do you want to go to that page where you were before and we can click those numbers in? Because wouldn't that be something if Wisconsin and Michigan, and I know that's a big thing to think Michigan can do it, but Trump went to Michigan a lot. In fact, we sent Andrew down there. So yeah, so let's give one of the Democrat, you've already got it, one of the Nebraska seats. You see how it's striped there? So you've already
and Maine divides them up too. I've got Maine blue and pink on mine.
Oh, is that how it works?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, I take your word for that. I don't know enough about that. But if this is the map, you'll notice that Nevada and Arizona are Democrat. Minnesota and Illinois are Democrat. Ignore Pennsylvania. Give Maine to the Democrats.
Biden.
Yeah, the Biden. If I'm looking at this right, Trump still wins, whether or not Pennsylvania votes for Trump. Now, I think Pennsylvania did vote for Trump, and there's just shenanigans.
I do too.
I think that's why there's shenanigans. So if Michigan and Wisconsin go to Trump, it's over. And they can try all the trickery in Pennsylvania they like, because it don't matter. Oh my God, I wonder, could it be any closer? So amazing. I can see why Ben went to bed, because if we're waiting for Pennsylvania, we got to wait.
Yep. They quit counting 2 hours ago.
Yeah, well, that's a good reason to stop following them. Michigan, only 2/3 of the votes counted. Wisconsin, 4/5 counted. Let me poke around and see if there's anything else interesting to talk about in the Senate. I don't think so. Each party flipped a seat. There's still some results to come in. I'm not thrilled with what I see out of Arizona. It looks like the Republicans might lose an incumbent there. I do not like the looks of that. I think the Republicans are going to hold Georgia. I sure hope so. I think they're going to... Oh, I hear in my ear that Trump may be coming to speak pretty soon. I look forward to that very much. And the thing is, it's only 2 a.m., so Trump still has an hour left.
He's still up. Yeah.
Joe Biden is in his hyperbaric chamber with the oxygen pumping and all of that.
He probably sleeps in one just like Michael Jackson with the bones of the Elephant Man. But Trump's running on KFC and Pepsi. He's at the peak of performance.
And by the way, on the House side, I mean, obviously a lot of the controversial ones have not yet reported, but of the 300 and something seats that have been called, Republicans have held their own. Now again, those could be the really safe ones, and the ones yet to come could be a massacre. I should say that, believe it or not, the Republicans picked up a seat in western Minnesota. That's incredible. Maybe not incredible. I don't know my geography there. So there were 3 flipped seats that went to the Republicans, 2 flipped seats that went to the Democrats. Now, has Donald Trump or Joe Biden issued any tweets? You say that we think Trump is about to speak. I'm happy to take a peek at those. Do we have any more super chats? Why don't we read some of those, Sheila?
We do. Sure we do. Let me just bring that up. Wildcat, or 17 Wildcat, gives us $5. I don't see a super chat. Emiliano Salgado gives us 50. Oh, Justin? Oh, okay. Gives us 50 Mexican dollars, pesos maybe. Can you say hi to my friend Mo Lester? Sure I can. Hi, Joe Biden. Hi, Justin Trudeau. Holy Tiger gives us $5.
I think I read a few of those without even understanding what I was reading earlier. I just couldn't understand what word I was supposed to be saying, so I don't think I did it right. So anyways, thank you for the 50 pesos.
Twitter censoring the president is not a good look for them after he wins big. Yeah, they're really playing with fire there. Although Trump did have 4 years to deal with them, and he didn't. So you get what you get, I guess.
Yeah.
Love Rebel, keep up the good work. Justin Beaver gives us $5. So very sad for Kimberly Klasick in Baltimore. I was so rooting for her. I know Ezra was too. I hope she doesn't give up on the future. I think she's got a very promising future in the Republican movement. Midnight Rider TV gives us $5. My 2020 presidential prediction, Trump 291 or 297, depending on Nevada. I think Nevada's going Biden. Biden 238 to 245, depending on Nevada, Maine, and Arizona. Those western border states are all going to Biden, and that's just changing demographics. Marcella G gives us 119 SEK. What is that?
Swedish kroner?
Swedish kroner. Thank you. Thank you for, and then your super chat cut off. I'm very sorry. Craig McDonald again gives us $6.99. I think you can trust me. Oh, it's Craig. Yeah, of course we can trust Craig. I think you can trust me not to disclose the location of Rebel World headquarters. I am a good boy. Yes, you are, Craig. Thank you. And Heavenly Vines Distinctive Canadian Wines gives us, what was that? 500. I'm not sure what that is. Oh, Japanese money. Here in Tokyo, lots of mask-free exposures in tight spaces. I'd love to fill you in on the actual daily life here. Only 1,600 COVID deaths, population of 124 million. You have closed borders there, though. And then we're all caught up.
Yeah. Well, Kimberly Klasick, I had hoped that she would do better, but she was running against Kwesi Mfume, who's a big name in African American politics. As I said earlier in the show, I hope that she finds a position. I hope the Trump administration is renewed.
They're going to, if not, Turning Point is going to snatch her up, or PragerU will snatch her up. Yeah. I mean, she's going to have every opportunity in the conservative movement in the world open to her. But I would like to see her use her new platform for the betterment of her city. That's for sure, and I'm sure she will.
Mm-hmm. Well, it is 2:03 a.m. and I'm trying to think of. I mean, I want to stay here until Donald Trump speaks.
Yes.
And I want to make sure they're still counting in Michigan and Wisconsin if we're going to stay here. If they have, in fact, shut down counting like they have in Pennsylvania, then there's no point in sticking around. But the three things I'm sticking around for now, Sheila, are number one, Trump's speech, number two, Wisconsin, and number three, Michigan. I do not think we're going to see any surprises in Georgia or North Carolina. I think Arizona and Nevada are both lost. So it's those two Great Lakes states, Wisconsin and Michigan. Isn't that funny?
I am. Oh, Drea just sent me a text message. She says, this is nail bite worthy, and she'd love to go to sleep knowing who won. Wouldn't we all, Drea? Yeah. Wouldn't we all? It's a little easier for us on the western side of the country, but the folks in Rebel World headquarters, it's 2 a.m. there, a little after. That's pretty late.
We got some new super chats. Let me see where we left off at the last one.
Holy Tiger is.
Holy Tiger, $20. Is that the next one?
Yes.
Hell of an answer on the wheat scandal, Ezra. Here's 20 for the lawyers. Well, thanks very much. Yeah, we're fighting hard on that one. Rob Starr, £2. Ezra, have a break. You know what? I don't know if I should crack open another Red Bull because it takes about an hour for me to sort of get revved up, but I do want to go to sleep later tonight. Lorraine Arames, a button, $25. Hi, Rebel News. Thank you for the other side of the news. I love watching your news shows. Go Trump. Thank you. Duckfield, $5. This really feels like the turning point for freedom in the West. If Trump loses, I think I will end up in a COVID death camp. Oh, my God. Enter Poet, €22. I do not care about election results. I care that the media tells me the truth. Long live freedom of speech. Thank you, Rebel. Well, we fight for freedom every day, I'll tell you that. Graham Smith, 5 smackers. You're looking tired. I know. I don't like Trump, but I like the effect of his policies. I'm pro-Melbourne lockdown. Really? But Avi is a goddamn hero. Good on him. Yeah, you know what? And I love seeing the reaction to him on the street. Everyone knows him down there. And part of it is that crazy head of hair he has. But part of it is he's fighting hard for everybody. Unjust on Trudeau, $2. Georgia, North Carolina, Michigan, Wisconsin take Trump to 270 from 213 now. Mark Edmond, $2. I love you guys. Much love from Iowa. Mark Edmond, $5 on my 8th beer and very high is exciting times for living. Danny Neba, $5. Love you guys. Trump 2020. Trump will speak soon. All right. Keeping my eye peeled. Wade Salome, $5. Pear character holding his belly, laughing out loud. Oh, and one more. Please say Ave Maria 3 times. Well, I'll let you lead us in that, Sheila.
Ave Maria, Ave Maria, Ave Maria. Is she going to appear in here with me?
You know what? There's so many beautiful ways to sing that. So I thought you were going to sing it.
Oh, no. Nobody wants that. I can get one of my kids up to come sing it, though.
You know what? My favorite rendition of all time was Dolores O'Riordan in a duet with, who was the big Italian guy who passed away? The duet. You know, I don't think...
With Pavarotti?
Yeah, Pavarotti. Dolores O'Riordan, who was the singer for the Cranberries.
She just passed too?
I think I knew that. That's very sad.
Yeah.
There was a real strong Canadian connection to the Cranberries. I really like the Cranberries. There was those Irish women. I mean, Sinead O'Connor before she went a little bit crazy.
A little.
Those voices, just unbelievable. All right, Tony Smith, £5. Do you think that Biden could overturn any states with the postal votes still to be counted? Well, yes, I think there's no end to the troublemaking, shenanigans, chicanery, pedophagy, skullduggery, and other ways to cheat. Absolutely, for sure. Do you see any movement on the counts in Wisconsin and Michigan, Sheila?
Wisconsin is consistently with 90% of the polls reporting nothing's moving. And I don't think anything's moving in Michigan either. I think they have 67%.
Well, what I think we should do then is I think we should play a video just to mix it up. Drea did a video the other day called Canadians for Trump. It's a lighthearted one. It's just different Vancouverites who supported Trump. And why don't we watch that instead of you and I just clicking refresh on our computer screen? You know, one of the things I'm glad of is that Drea shows us a side of Vancouver that I really didn't know existed before.
I'm happy to know it exists.
Yeah. So she was at a protest, a freedom protest, and I think she met some Trumpists, and they were happy to say hi. Now, I'll be honest, there weren't a ton of them, but what they lacked in numbers, they made up for in energy. And we've seen Trumpy people in all the right places. I've been enjoying, there's some Yiddish Twitter, and I don't mean Hebrew, I mean Yiddish. And the Yiddish Twitter is all pro-Trump, and I just really get a kick out of it. I'm a big follower of Der Yiddischer Winkel, which means the Jewish corner, the Yiddish corner. So you got the Amish, you got the Jewish, and we got some Canadians in Vancouver too. Let me know when you got that. Oh, we got it. Okay, here go ahead.
I get emotional when I speak about President Trump. He is such a great man. He is suffering like all these nonsense in the media and everything. I just love him very much. I just love him very much. And, Just keep it up. Don't let those bad people take you down. Keep it up. We are all behind you. The whole world is behind you. God is behind you. So I just want to thank you, President Trump. Thank you. And keep on standing up, okay? Yes.
Drea Humphrey here with Rebel News. It is almost time to see if Trump or Biden is going to win the election. But my question is, how many Canadians want to see Trump in office for 4 more years? Now, some people might think there is no such thing as a Canadian Trump supporter. Certainly not one that is a person of color. I'm here to tell you otherwise. Take a look at this clip where somewhere of close to 1,000 Canadians were were chanting Trump's name at the Vancouver Art Gallery.
Trump, 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 Trump.
That clip was from Laura Lynn Tyler Thompson's channel, and I think a lot of people don't know that many people would chant for Trump. So I'm going to ask some passerbys as their opinion on Trump, and then I'm also going to show you some clips that I've collected over time from Canadian Trump supporters. So let's take a look.
God bless President Trump. Yes. We love you. Yes.
Okay, I'm Mexican Canadian and I love Trump. Why? Because he's pro-life. Pro-life. This is the number one, and we wish as Canadian to have somebody just like him. He goes for Americans. He fights for Americans. He's not a politician. He's a businessman. He is not getting any salary for already 4 years. So he's a billionaire who left everything for the people.
He loves his country. He loves his country. He wants his country to grow, the people to grow, have businesses. He loves his people. He's not selling out to foreign agents like the Chinese Communist Party.
I get emotional when I speak about President Trump. He is such a great man. He is suffering like all these nonsense in the media and everything. I just love him very much. I just love him very much. And, just keep it up. Don't let those bad people take you down. Keep it up. We are all behind you. The whole world is behind you. God is behind you. So I just want to thank you, President Trump. Thank you. And keep on standing up, okay? Yes.
God bless President Trump. Yes. We love you. Yes. Yes.
From Vancouver, Canada. All right, Ron, what's the biggest misconception about Trump supporters?
I think that the biggest misconception is that they're all racist, they're right-wing, they're homophobic, they're transphobic, they're all these things. He's against blacks, he's against all these people that, oh, look at him, he's like racist. But what's insane about it is these are just talking points. I knew something was up when the whole thing when they were saying, hey, look at Trump, he's homophobic. Okay, well, when Trump was having his convention prior to in 2016, prior to his election as president, at his convention, the Republican convention, he was up there giving a speech for support of gay rights in the United States. Again, whatever your feelings on that are, it's lies. All the stuff they say about Trump is lies. And what I don't understand is how easy it is for people to just believe whatever the media says.
I think the misconception would be that they're all bigots, they're all haters, and they're not really for freedom of speech. But I think it's the actual opposite. I think Trump supporters are for all those things: freedom for all, free speech. They're to build up America. So it's more of a unity government, in my opinion, than say the other governments where they're trying to separate by certain things such as race or income brackets or things like that. So I think it's pretty good.
Do you think we'll see Trump win 2020?
100%.
Yeah, he won 100%. I like Trump because Trump is first, number one, he's for the nation of Israel, and Israel has many enemies, and right now I believe that any nation that goes up against Israel, God will judge, and I believe that historically speaking, the United States have been very good towards Israel. And I believe as long as she's good towards Israel, God will bless the United States.
Okay, I'm here with Mike. Now, Mike, you didn't know about this protest, am I right? You just stumbled upon it and...
Yeah, we were, this morning, we were going to get some coffee. Last night was quite fun. We had some fun with music, and I heard a big ruckus here, and I noticed that there was a protest here. It was quite amazing, and then it's about COVID, and I agree fully with what people are saying here about COVID. I think it's just a really overhyped bad flu, and I think it's really neat to see people here and a lot of other Trump supporters here. So I made sure, as soon as I saw a bunch of Trump supporters, I made sure to run back home and grab mine, dress up a little fresh, and come join the fun.
What's it like being a Trump supporter in Canada?
Well, it's very interesting. It's kind of a funny thing I like to say, but I'm a part of the trans community. I'm a transnational. I'm very disgraced or just sickened by Justin Trudeau. And with what's going on with Trump down there, the leadership and just the action, I kind of identify more as American now. I hate to say that I'm ashamed to be Canadian, but Justin Trudeau is absolutely destroying our country. So I'm a transnational, I'm a Canadian, but I identify as American.
I actually don't even know what to say, to be honest.
Okay. Is it one of those things where you're kind of scared that if you say the wrong thing, you might get backlash?
No. I think he's trying. I think he's trying to do the best he can with what he's up against, and I hope he does succeed.
So you'd like to see Trump for 4 more years?
Oh, yeah, no, definitely. Yeah, I think it would be good for them, really. Besides the other options.
Hey guys, what's your opinion on Donald Trump? 4 more years or?
Yeah, I would
I'll
like
take
to
Trump
see
for another 4 more years.
Oh, you would? Now, do you think there's a lot of Canadians who would agree with you, or?
I do.
Yeah, absolutely. If you do the research, you'll see he's going against the societies that we don't want. It's COVID and all this bullshit.
Okay, so what about Biden, though? Can you say, is there anything that's good about Biden and his platform?
In terms of his policies and stuff, I don't know. I'm just going basically by his past and, people that he's aligned with. And to me, some of the things, they just don't add up. I don't really like it. I mean, I know a lot of people paint Trump with a really bad brush, but if you look at what he's done for a lot of people that never gets broadcasted, then you would see what? He did that? You're like that? Oh, I've never even heard about that, right? So there's just so much of that, and it's just, I know people right away, they're like, oh, if you associate with Trump, you're evil, you're sexist. I'm like, oh man, and it's like, people are so brainwashed to think that way. It's just like, you can't even have a conversation with them sometimes, so it's just like, you know what? Sometimes I want to be like, I'm not even going to bother, but then I'm just like, that's not a good approach to have, because, if you can, show people a little bit, maybe they might come around or look for themselves a little bit more, but,
All right, thank you guys so much. Hey, do you guys think Trump should be in office 4 more years? No? All right, have a good day.
Well, there's so much to like about Trump. I like a lot of this stuff. I like his policies, his Step 1 Act, the Johnson Amendment, the funding that he's did for the black colleges, his realism, the way he can he makes me laugh when I listen to him. Yeah, I just like what I hear.
So what about the people who say, oh my gosh, that's crazy, you're a race traitor because he's so racist?
Right, well, they don't know that Trump has done a lot for the black community. The coalition with Jesse Jackson, and there's so much stuff that he's done, so I just think a lot of people are ignorant,
Do you think there's a lot of Canadians who are fond of Trump?
Oh yeah, well, what they say, if there's one, there's more. So I like Trump. In fact, I want to make Trump dinner. Tell me what you like. I want to make it for you.
Well, it's always great to have Sheila out in the field, and you never know who you're going to meet when you do streeters, as they're called, or little man on the street, or vox pop. And I think over the last month, we saw so many little organic spontaneous parades and flag waving. And I think people who were sort of hidden Trump supporters for years felt like it was okay to come out and fly their flags. And even tonight, maybe that's what there is. Maybe people who were hidden even from pollsters, who either didn't answer pollsters or lied to pollsters, flew their flags today, metaphorically speaking. Now, Justin, I sent you a link from the CBC state broadcaster, and I have not gone to the CBC state broadcaster all night. Why would I? I don't need to read Liberal Party propaganda, but I just did because I was killing time while I watched that video. I put it in the WhatsApp link. I can send it to you by email. I basically just went to cbc.ca and I clicked on their live results, so you can find it that way just as quick. And I've been looking at American sources because, of course, it's an American election and they have much more resources and they know what they're doing. But I clicked on the cbc.ca website, and then I clicked on the live results. They call it CBC News Interactive. And I just want to show you the first thing that I saw. Scroll down a little bit. Whoa, right there.
What is that?
So they're showing you that elected or leading, they're calling it Democrat win or Democrat lead, Republican win or Republican lead. They're saying Trump's got it 293 to 244. Now, I think they're jumping a gun a little bit on Pennsylvania IA, but they're just saying leading. They're not saying it's in the bag.
Yeah.
Imagine the gnashing of teeth and the wailing.
Oh, that's
at
got to
the
pain
CBC.
them.
Whoever was the CBC liberal who had to make this graph and post it and publish it and click publish, the pain. Yeah. The pain. They thought tonight would be a jubilation. Trump speaking. We're going to it right now, Sheila. I just heard Trump speaking. Here we go.
Okay.
I'm excited. I wonder where he is.
Not stand for it. I want to thank the First Lady, my entire family, and Vice President Pence, Mrs. Pence, for being with us all through this. And we were getting ready for a big celebration. We were winning everything, and all of a sudden it was just called off. The results tonight have been phenomenal, and we are getting ready. I mean, literally, we were just all set to get outside and just celebrate something that was so beautiful, so good, such a vote, such a success. The citizens of this country have come out in record numbers. This is a record. There's never been anything like it. To support our incredible movement, we won states that we weren't expected to win. Florida, we didn't win it. We won it by a lot. And we won the great state of Ohio. We won Texas. We won Texas. We won Texas by 700,000 votes, and they don't even include it in the tabulations. It's also clear that we have won Georgia. We're up by 2.5% or 117,000 votes with only 7% left. They're never going to catch us. They can't catch us. Likewise, we've clearly won North Carolina, where we're up 1.4% or 77,000 votes with only approximately 5% left. They can't catch us. We also, if you look and you see, Arizona, we have a lot of life in that. And somebody declared that it was a victory for, and maybe it will be. I mean, that's possible. But certainly there were a lot of votes out there that we could get, because we're now just coming into what they call Trump territory. I don't know what you call it, but these were friendly Trump voters, and that could be overturned. The gentleman that called it, I watched tonight, he said, well, we think it's fairly unlikely that he could catch. Well, fairly unlikely. And we don't even need it. We don't need that. That was just a state that if we would have gotten it, it would have been nice, Arizona. But there's a possibility, maybe even a good possibility. In fact, since I saw that originally, it's been changed and the numbers have substantially come down just in a small amount of votes. So we want that obviously to stay in play. But most importantly, we're winning Pennsylvania by a tremendous amount of votes. We're up 600. Think of this. Think of this. Think of this. We're up 690,000 votes in Pennsylvania. 690,000. These aren't even close. It's not like, oh, it's close. With 64% of the vote in, it's going to be almost impossible to catch. And we're coming into good Pennsylvania areas where they happen to like your president. I mean, it's like very good. So we'll probably expand that. We're winning Michigan, but I'll tell you, I looked at the numbers. I said, whoa. I said, wow, that's a lot. By almost 300,000 votes, and 65% of the vote is in. And we're winning Wisconsin, so we're winning. We don't need all of them. We need, because when you add Texas in, which wasn't added, I spoke with the really wonderful governor of Texas just a little while ago, and Greg Abbott, he said, congratulations. He called me to congratulate me on winning Texas. I mean, we won Texas. I don't think they finished quite the tabulation, but there's no way. And it was almost complete, but he congratulated me. Then he said, by the way, what's going on? I've never seen anything like this. Can I tell you what? Nobody has. So we won by 107,000 votes with 81% of the vote. That's Michigan. So when you take those three states in particular, and you take all of the others, I mean, we have so many, we had such a big night. You just take a look at all of these states that we've won tonight, and then you take a look at the kind of margins that we've won them by. And all of a sudden, it's not like we're up 12 votes and we have 60% left. We won states, and all of a sudden, I said, what happened to the election? It's off. And we have all these announcers saying, what happened? And then they said, oh, because you know what happened? They knew they couldn't win. So they said, let's go to court. And did I predict this, Newt? Did I say this? I've been saying this from the day I heard they were going to send out tens of millions of ballots. I said exactly, because either they were going to win, or if they didn't win, they'll take us to court. So Florida was a tremendous victory, 377,000. Texas, as we said. Ohio, think of this. Ohio, a tremendous state, a big state. I love Ohio. We won by 8.1%, 461. Think of it. Almost 500,000 votes. North Carolina, big victory with North Carolina. And so we won there. We lead by 76,000 votes with almost nothing left. And all of a sudden, everything just stopped. This is a fraud on the American public. This is an embarrassment to our country. We were getting ready to win this election. Frankly, we did win this election. We did win this election. So our goal now is to ensure the integrity for the good of this nation. This is a very big moment. This is a major fraud in our nation. We want the law to be used in a proper manner. So we'll be going to the U.S. Supreme Court. We want all voting to stop. We don't want them to find any ballots at 4 o'clock in the morning and add them to the list, okay? It's a very sad moment. To me, this is a very sad moment. And we will win this, and as far as I'm concerned, we already have won it. So I just want to thank you, and I want to thank all of our support. I want to thank all of the people that worked with us, and Mr. Vice President, say a few words, please. Please.
Let's try to unpack now some of what we saw from the president right there as Vice President Pence starts to talk. It is true that President Trump has won the states of all.
Well, let's see if we can find another feed to Mike Pence. I'd like to hear what he has to say. But Donald Trump is spot on. They're stealing it. The vote counting, they're going to bed. Who is going to guard those ballots, guard the counting machines, guard the rooms in which the ballots are stored overnight? You don't think that Democrats, Black Lives Matter, Antifa...
But I really believe with all of my heart, with the extraordinary margins, Mr. President, that you've inspired in the states that you just described, and the way that you launched this movement across the country to make America great again, I truly do believe, as you do, that we are on the road to victory and we will make America great again. Thank you, Mr. President.
Well, now when Trump said he's going to the Supreme Court, I don't know how fast he's doing that. It's 2:30 a.m. Eastern time. Some of the Supreme Court judges are in their 70s. Maybe they're asleep. Or maybe they're up. Or maybe that happens first thing in the morning. I would be very worried about skullduggery.
Yep.
The fact that some vote counters just decided to go to bed, that's not a thing. That's not a normal thing.
Did they not know there was an election tonight? Did they, they didn't realize they have to stay late on election night?
It's your one job. You had one job, count the ballots.
Mm-hmm.
I'm up late, you're up late, all of America and all of the world is up late, and some vote counters decided to go home. And I noticed there's in Western Washington. Well, that's where Washington County is. That's where the frackers are.
Mm-hmm.
The Western Pennsylvania is where the fracking happens, and I would imagine that that's a strong Trump country. In fact, last I checked, Trump was leading by 30% in Washington County. So, absolutely, the Democrats are stealing it. Absolutely, they're going to claim that Trump is stealing it or falsely claiming victory, even though he leads in Pennsylvania and Michigan and Wisconsin. If they would just finish counting those states tonight, we would
just count them
definitively. And, you know, they're mostly done counting. Counting's hard, I know, but have a cup of coffee or a Red Bull and keep counting. But remember, we saw that tweet earlier today by the Attorney General of Pennsylvania, I think it was, who said, if every vote in Pennsylvania is counted, the Democrats will win. Well, hang on, how do you know that in advance?
Yeah.
You don't know that in advance unless what you're saying is, as you say it, it becomes true.
Yep.
Very crazy.
Now, Ezra, you noted in Michigan, there's specific counties where Trump is really moving the needle. And I saw on Twitter, I saw it and I thought, this is too astounding to be true. So while Drea's video was playing, I looked it up for myself. Starr County, Texas. So that's on the southern tip of Texas. Median income, $17,000. The demographics there are 95% Hispanic. In 2016, I couldn't believe this number because I thought the movement here is just too great. In 2016, Hillary won it by 60 points. Starr County went to Hillary Clinton with nearly 80% of the vote. Trump came in at about 19%. Right now, Starr County, Trump didn't win it, but this is how close the needle has moved. Starr County went to Biden by just 5%.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's incredible. And I don't know if that's where the wall is being built. I don't know what the arguments were that would have moved those Latino Americans to Trump? Because I don't.
That's the southern tip, so that's on the Gulf.
I think, yeah, you're right. Sorry, Yeah, you're right. Sorry, I got my maps mixed up. I don't know the borders of Texas that well. I wonder what it was that moved it, because those are not Cubans who hate communism from a personal experience under Castro. Well, listen, I'm interested in taking advice. I think we know that they're not going to finish counting Pennsylvania.
Nope.
I think they might keep counting Wisconsin and Michigan. I haven't heard to the contrary. Arizona and Nevada, they're going to keep counting. Those are likely to go for Biden, although I think we heard Trump protesting because, I heard suggestions that there are strong Trump counties that haven't been fully counted yet. I don't know. I think that it couldn't be clearer. The Democrats are going to do what Trump has always accused them of doing, which is stealing the election, rigging the election. You don't just decide to go home as a ballot county. You don't just say, I'm going home, guys, because I'm tired. That is what you do when you're ordered to do so by a boss who's making the scorched earth decision that they would rather burn America down than let Trump take it lawfully.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's almost right now in Pennsylvania, the Trump lead is nearly 700,000 votes.
Yeah. But you will see the mainstream media universally say Trump did not win. And you will see, as you have already seen tonight, social media censor the president and anyone else who dares to say he has won or has effectively won.
Yeah.
This is the worst outcome. I say again, when Richard Nixon lost to a cheating John F. Kennedy 60 years ago, he said it was a cheat, but I'm not going to put the country through the whole thing of fighting it. I'll come back later. And indeed he did come back 8 years later. It's the opposite here. The real winner was Donald Trump, but the cheaters on the other side, they'd burn the place down. Frankly, they would probably burn the place down either way.
Yeah.
I don't know. I find this, in some ways, exhilarating that Trump has done so strongly when he was so universally written off. But to come so close without just being able to clinch it. Can we find any information about whether or not Wisconsin and Michigan intend to keep on counting? Yankee or Justin, do you have any insight into that? How would we even know that?
It looks like Michigan is continuing to count. There's 71% of their polls are reporting on Fox News. So I think that's up from 67 just a little while ago.
All right. In the meantime, why don't we go back to some of our highlight vids. You know what, just the other day, we played some vids from 4 years ago, like, in my best of. Should we play any of those tonight just for fun?
I like your the case you made for Jews to vote for Donald Trump. That was one of my favorites.
That's, I think it was called What Every Jew Should Know About Trump or something like that. I think I got one small fact wrong. I called one daughter-in-law Jewish who wasn't, but that's one tiny error in the whole thing. But it's a very popular video. Got over 1 million views. Do you know the one, Justin? I think you edited it, in fact. This was a fun video. This was in 2016, before YouTube censored us. So we would get 1 million view videos all the time. Now that almost never happens. Here's a video I did the early days Trump. Take a look.
This video is just for Jews who don't like Donald Trump, and especially those Jews who say he's anti-Semitic. I mean, I hear it a lot, not just from the fringe media, like the Philadelphia Daily News, where this picture's from, but from the Washington Post, the New York Times, the New York Daily News. Everywhere in the mainstream media, they say Trump is a Nazi, a racist, an anti-Semite. So is it true? Like I say, this is a special video just for Jews, especially American liberal Jews. So can everyone else please go watch something that's probably more up your alley? I don't know. What's the least Jewy thing on TV? Duck Dynasty, probably? Okay, thanks. All right, look, my fellow Hebrews, I know you love the Democrats because most of the time being Jewish to you doesn't really have anything to do with the Jewish religion. I mean, at least not since your bar mitzvah. In North America, to most Jews, most of the time, it means just liking Jewish stuff, like Larry David and Jerry Seinfeld and Sarah Silverman, Amy Schumer, and Jewish food and taking a few extra days of holidays. It's a vague cultural pride thing, like bragging about how many Jews won Nobel Prizes or which Hollywood stars are Jewish or half Jewish. So yeah, culturally, most Jews are a fit with the party of the liberal elites, the party of New York and Chicago and LA and trial lawyers and professors and Wall Street types, the Democrats. So it's easy to sneer at Donald Trump, that striving blue-collar billionaire. I mean, look at him sitting in those golden chairs, so ostentatious. No Jew I know would ever be so nouveau riche, right? And the way he talks.
It's a huge problem. The huge problem. That is a huge problem.
Yeah, a noisy, mouthy New Yorker with huge real estate investments. Yeah, what Jew could possibly like a guy like that? But seriously, is Donald Trump really anti-Semitic? Every Democrat I follow on Twitter has tweeted pictures of Trump with his arm out, Heil Hitler style. I mean, of course, you can do that with anyone. So let me answer this charge in two ways. How does Donald Trump treat Jews in his own life? And even more important, how does he treat Jewish issues in his political life? What would he be like as president? Now, in his own life, I'm going to tell you something shocking, and it's actually the reason why I told all the non-Jews to stop watching this video. Here's a fact I don't really want conspiracy theorists to hear. All of Donald Trump's children are either married to or dating Jews. All of them. The most famous of his kids, Ivanka Trump, she married Jared Kushner, who's Jewish, and she converted to Judaism herself. She actually took a Jewish name, Yael Trump. Her kids, Trump's grandkids, are Jewish. They probably call him Zadie. But it's not just Ivanka. Donald Jr. is married to Vanessa Hayden, who's Jewish. Eric Trump is married to Lara Yunaska, who's Jewish. They married under a Jewish chuppah or wedding canopy at Mar-a-Lago, an exclusive club that used to ban Jews until Trump filed a massive lawsuit against the bigots to let the Jews in. And then there's Tiffany Trump, Donald Trump's other daughter by Marla Maples. She's not married yet, but she's dating a Jewish man named Ross Mechanic. Trump has one more kid with Melania. His name is Barron. He's just 10. So it's not yet 5 kids out of 5 who were with Jews, but I wouldn't bet against Barron dating a Jew, would you? That's in Trump's personal life. His company, the Trump Organization, pretty Jewy. Executive Vice President, Michael Cohen. Other Executive Vice President, Jason Greenblatt. Chief Financial Officer, Alan Weisselberg. There's a token Gentile as Chief Operating Officer. Pretty much the Shabbos goy who goes into the office by himself on Yom Kippur. Here's Donald Trump as a parade marshal at the Salute to Israel March in New York in 2004, a dozen years ago. He's been pro-Israel and pro-Jewish long before this campaign. And his campaign? Jewish. Stephen Miller, the firebrand speechwriter and spin doctor who also gives the warm-up speeches at the crowd for Trump's rallies? Jewish. I saw this, Michael Abood, communications coordinator. Sounds Muslim, right? No, Sephardi Jew. Steve Mnuchin, finance chair, Jewish, of course. So everywhere Trump goes, he's pretty much outnumbered by Jews. His own family, his staff, his circle of friends. I wonder if he ever feels like he needs a break from us. But still, I don't know. Maybe he is a secret anti-Semite. I mean, Hillary Clinton says he's racist, and she wouldn't lie about that, would she? Well, here's the thing. It is possible to pose for pictures with Jews and have Jews marry into your family and to speak at Jewish rallies and take Jewish donations. and still be awful when it comes to policies about Jews and Israel and the threat of Muslim terrorism. I mean, Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama, they have plenty of Jewish friends, even though they have been the most hostile administration towards Israel in history. I mean, they lit the fire of the Arab Spring. They gave Iran permission to build nukes. So what about Trump's public policy positions? Well, in June, Trump gave the most amazing policy speech I've ever heard by a politician of any party outside of Israel, where he speaks so plainly and honestly about radical Islam and its war on Western values. I'm sure you have not seen it, because the media prefers to report on and debate the nuances of Trump's goofier tweets all day. But let me play for you 2 clips from that speech. You really owe it to yourself to watch the whole thing. Here's the first clip.
We cannot continue to allow thousands upon thousands of people to pour into our country, many of whom have the same thought process as this savage killer. Many of the principles of radical Islam are incompatible with Western values and institutions. Remember this: radical Islam is anti-woman, anti-gay, and anti-American. I refuse to allow America to become a place where gay people, Christian people, Jewish people are targets of persecution and intimidation by radical Islamic preachers of hate and violence.
Have you ever heard Clinton or Obama or any Democrat talk that way? Of course not. Here's one more shorter clip.
This is not just a national security issue. It's a quality of life issue. If we want to protect the quality of life for all Americans, women and children, gay and straight, Jews and Christians, and all people, then we need to tell the truth about radical Islam, and we need to do it now.
That's Trump. Brilliant speech. And it's not just something he started saying lately during the campaign. Speaking of tweets, here's a tweet Trump wrote about 5 years ago. The White House should stop publicly pressuring Israel on Iran. Iran's nuclear program is the threat, not Israel's right to self-defense. That's great. Here's another from 2011. He said, why is the UN planning to attack Israel's sovereignty and ignore Iran's nuclear program? The U.S. should look at future funding. Here's one more about the United States funding Hamas. He wrote, bad move. Barack Obama released $147 million in aid to the Palestinians. That money is going to Hamas. That's Donald Trump. There has never been a more pro-Israel candidate for president ever. So what about Hillary, though? I mean, she's certainly done the Jewish fundraising circuit in America. She says all the right things at AIPAC conferences, but when she's in the Middle East, well, let's put it this way. She follows the money, which obviously starts with the most anti-Semitic, anti-Christian, anti-woman dictatorship in the world, Saudi Arabia. Hillary loves the Saudis, and they love her. They gave her foundation $25 million, just as a gift. And that's just from the kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Other Saudi sheiks donated to her personally, as did Muslim dictatorships like Kuwait, Qatar, Oman, the United Arab Emirates. Millions of dollars, private gifts to her personal foundation while she was Secretary of State. That's why she kept her email secret, so no one could see the quid pro quo, what was said to the Saudis in return for the money. Clinton's most intimate assistant, Huma Abedin, born in the U.S. but raised in Saudi Arabia, is from a family of Islamic extremists. Huma worked with the Muslim World League, an organization funded by the Saudi government that was used by Osama bin Laden to finance his operations. And even after 9/11, Huma was still working for the extremist Journal of Muslim Minority Affairs with her sister, her brother, and her mother. The Muslim extremism is the family business, and now she's Hillary Clinton's top aide. But Clinton has always been close to Muslim extremists. Even before she set up a foundation to make money off it, here she is more than 15 years ago hugging Suha Arafat, then the wife of Yasser Arafat, moments after Suha Arafat had accused Jews of using poison gas on Palestinian babies. Clinton kissed her after she said that. But you don't need to go back 15 or 20 years. Just look at what Clinton did during her term as Secretary of State. She pushed ahead with the nuclear deal for Iran. She supported Mohammed Morsi of the terrorist Muslim Brotherhood in his takeover of Egypt. And she stood by him as he started to bring in Sharia law in Egypt. And Clinton objected when the Egyptian army helped topple Morsi and restore order. Clinton and Obama were the architects for the extremely hasty total withdrawal and abandonment of Iraq against Pentagon advice. It happened so quickly, it created the void filled by the Islamic State terrorists. Clinton loved to topple steady, stable regimes, especially those that were the most benign towards the West, Egypt and Libya's Muammar Gaddafi. Even though Gaddafi had renounced weapons of mass destruction, paid billions in reparations to the UK for terrorism, and said he wanted to be an ally, Clinton took him out.
As we came, we saw, he died. Did it have anything to do?
Yeah, she helped topple Gaddafi, and she stood by as Islamic radicals took over the country. Stood by as Muslim terrorists murdered 4 U.S. citizens, including the ambassador, blaming it on a YouTube video.
The fact is, we had 4 dead Americans. Was it because of a protest, or was it because of guys out for a walk one night who decided they'd go kill some Americans? What difference at this point does it make?
Clinton knew it was Muslim terrorists, but she was part of the lie to cover it up to protect Obama's re-election chances. Clinton never says the words Islamic terrorism. She just can't say them. She says the opposite, though, after every Islamic terrorist attack. Here she is. She says, let's be clear, Islam is not our adversary. Muslims are peaceful and tolerant people and have nothing whatsoever to do with terrorism. Really? She wrote that just days after Muslim terrorists killed more than 100 people in Paris. Clinton says Angela Merkel, the German chancellor, who's let in 2 million Muslim men in the past year, she says Merkel is her role model. She says she'd increase the number of Muslim migrants to the United States by 500%. Do you doubt it? So, yeah, Jews, I think it's time to grow up a bit. If being Jewish to you is just about bagels and remembering the Holocaust, then vote for whoever. If you hate the Republicans because your family always voted Democrat and you think Trump is a bit much, vote for whoever. But if you actually mean what you say, that the rise of Muslim anti-Semitism and terrorism and threats to the Jewish people and threats to Israel are important to you, then give your head a shake. Hillary Clinton is the most anti-Israel candidate in history who has taken tens of millions of dollars from Muslim dictators, who has a Saudi radical as her most intimate advisor, and who promises to bring in countless Muslim migrants to the heart of America. And then there's the guy with 8 Jewish grandchildren, Jewish advisors, a pro-Israel foreign policy, and a national security immigration policy. Pretty easy choice, I think. For the Rebel.media, I'm Ezra Levant.
Well, that got more than 1 million views. I think I got one of the daughters-in-law wrong, but the rest of it I got right. I mean, he really is. I mean, if you're a real estate developer in Manhattan, you're going to be surrounded by Jews working with you. I mean, if you're from Manhattan, you're going to know people of different backgrounds, blacks, Hispanics. And he was his whole life. He was in the entertainment business. He was in the TV business. He was in the sports business. So he had so many friends in so many different backgrounds. How he got labeled to be a racist is unbelievable to me, because he was so much the opposite of that his entire life. Yep. But the moment he challenged the Democrats, they just went to their go-to, called him a racist. Now, I think a lot of Jews were so overwhelmed by, I mean, he basically kept every promise I listed there about Israel and anti-Semitism and terrorism. So I think a lot of Jews voted Republican. We'll see what the numbers for blacks and Hispanics was. I mean, we'll see what happened in Wayne County. If Trump picked up 10, 20% of the black vote, and if that's what winds up giving him Pennsylvania, that'll be amazing. I'm just worried they're going to steal the whole thing.
Looks like 37% of the votes are in Wayne County. Biden's up 17, but I think that's expected. Antrim County, I think that's next door, maybe, is Biden at 66 or up 64 points over Trump, with 36% of the vote coming in. But it looks like just about every other county, really, except for those 2, are really going in Biden's. Like, all the other ones are going heavily towards Trump. So who knows? Just
for a moment, it looks like the Senate, I think they're going to lose I think the Republicans are going to lose Arizona. But other than that, they're going to hold Georgia. They're going to hold North Carolina. I think the Dems are going to hold Michigan. I think the Republicans are going to hold Maine. I think that the Senate is going to stay how it is. I think they're going to lose net one.
Yeah.
That's not bad. On the House side, that's the House of Representatives, 435 seats up for grabs there. It looks like the Republicans have a very small net gain. I mentioned the seat in western Minnesota, in southern New Mexico. There's the Cuban-American win in South Florida. I follow a candidate in Colorado who won. Now, I don't think that was a flip, but I think so far, now there's still almost 100 seats that haven't been declared yet, but of the 352 that have, Republicans have a net 3 gain in the House of Representatives. A gain. Again, I don't know if that will hold up when the last 83 seats are, I'm calling them seats, the last 83 districts are reported, but every single pundit was wrong.
Yep.
The only people who were right were Republican populist boosters.
Yep. By the way, I did some drilling down on Starr County. It's not quite on the Gulf. It's 2 counties over from the Gulf, and it is one of the border wall counties. So they got a big chunk of border wall, and everybody said, everybody, I mean Democrats and people who believe in open borders, said don't build the wall because it's going to make the Hispanic populations angry. Well, no, it didn't. In fact, it did quite the opposite. It had Biden, or at least the Democrats, lose 55% of the swing in that one border county, which is
Pretty
fascinating.
Interesting times. I want to call up. There's a, I follow a lot of Brits, a disproportionate number of Brits, because we have some history there, and we have a lot of followers there. So I like to follow who's who and who's doing what. And Brendan O'Neill. If you go to, Justin, could you go to Twitter? Could you go to Darren Grimes, Darren Grimes, and then Darren Grimes _, and he quotes Brendan O'Neill. I just thought before I read the quote, I'll put it up on the screen so viewers can follow along. Yeah, scroll down a little bit, and that's right there, that image there, that visual. Just click on that. Thanks very much. I'll read this. So this is Brendan O'Neill being quoted by Darren Grimes. So much for the blue wave. So much for the Biden landslide. So much for the final and firm repudiation of Trumpism. All the polls predicted that. The media talked about it endlessly. This would be our moment, they said, and they were wrong again. That is the real story of tonight. Whoever finally wins, the political and cultural elites just cannot read the public. They have no real connection with ordinary people from their self-reinforcing echo chambers of identitarian bullshit and woke crap. They cannot see the vast swaths of people who think differently to them. In fact, not only can they not see them, they just don't give a shit about them. Well, they're still out there, whites, Latinos, blacks, all pushing back against the cronyism and censorship and blather of the arrogant elites and thinking to themselves, we need a new kind of politics. Maybe now people will listen. Very smart cookie in the UK, and of course, what he just wrote there, every word could be said about Brexit.
Yep.
That was opposed by all the fancy pants, all the officials, the entire establishment. And like Brexit was won a referendum in early 2016. It still has not been fully executed 4 years later. So I suppose Brits are used to saying, however this finally ends. Hopefully it won't take as long to find the result of this as it was to find the result of Brexit. Anyway, I thought that was worth reading.
Mm-hmm. We just saw a little bit of movement, but no change in the percentage in Wisconsin. It looks like they dumped another poll in, but still just with 92% of the polls reporting. Michigan, another 1% of the polls reporting, and Donald Trump is still leading by, looks like, 8 percentage points in Michigan.
You know what? If we're playing old videos, can I indulge myself? Because why don't we do this? So there's one more video I want to show, and it's on my mind because I played it on my paywalled show yesterday. It's actually my most watched video ever, Sheila. And it was just a quick video. I think it's not even 5 minutes long. And it was right after Trump won in 2016. And he got into a Twitter fight with some Saudi prince. Prince bin Talal, if I recall. And you don't get into a Twitter fight with Prince bin Talal. Well, if you're Donald Trump, you do. And I just enjoyed the back and forth, and I did a really quick video. You'll see, it was very simple, it wasn't fancy. And this thing was watched 5 million times. Here, take a look at this.
So the Saudis cut a $25 million check to the Clinton Foundation, as you probably know. I mean, it was a ruse. Governments don't need to donate money to charities. They could spend the money themselves directly. They don't need tax receipts, which is what a charity would offer a regular donor. The Saudis could just give money to whatever they like. And look, they're dictators. They're not particularly known for their humanitarianism. Can we be honest, please? It was a $25 million down payment on a Hillary Clinton presidency. It was influence buying. A legal bribe, though I don't think it would have been legal for anyone other than a Clinton to do. Anyways, the Saudis were pretty pleased with themselves. Every poll and every expert said Hillary Clinton was going to win. And then she lost. Wow. I'm guessing there are a lot of voicemails on Clinton's phone, a lot of emails going to whatever secret email service she's using now, asking for a refund. But look at this. Here are a few comments made by Saudi Arabia's most well-known prince, Prince Al-Walid Talal, billionaire, investor, owns huge chunks of Citibank and the Four Seasons Hotel, and also Fox News, and also Twitter. He's a Saudi prince who owns huge swaths of American media. And he lives like you'd expect a Saudi billionaire to live, yachts, jets. Anyways, he hates Donald Trump because Trump is against terrorists. And Saudi Arabia is a global exporter of terrorism. That's where 15 of the 19 terrorists on 9/11 came from. That's where Osama bin Laden came from. That's where the extremist Wahhabi form of Islam comes from. So yeah, I'm glad this prince hates Trump. Would be weird if he didn't. But here's what I'm really glad about. It's that he doesn't own Trump like he owned the Clintons, with the millions of dollars in gifts from Saudi Arabia to the Clintons, from Saudis and the Qataris and the Moroccans and the United Arab Emiratis and a bunch of other Arab tyrants. Trump didn't take Arab state money. So look at this. Donald Trump, you are a disgrace not only to the GOP, but to all America. Withdraw from the U.S. presidential race, as you will never win. That's what he wrote. Really. So you're a billionaire who would, in real life, would just be a beggar riding a camel were it not for the sheer luck that your family dictatorship sits on an ocean of oil. But this desert twerp is going to tell Donald Trump what to do. He kept at it. Here, a little bit later, he did this tweet, and it said, President Obama, your mosque speech shames Donald Trump comments against 1.4 billion Muslims. Thank you for your wise leadership. I love you. So yeah, like you, I'm completely shocked that some Muslim Saudi prince loves the Muslim U.S. President Barack Hussein Obama. And I'm not saying Obama is a practicing Muslim. I'm saying that under Sharia law, he is legally a Muslim because his father was Muslim. And look at Prince Walid suck up to him, eh? But look, you can't stump the Trump. Trump wasn't going to take this abuse lying down. He wrote back. Oh, get this. He said, dopey Prince Al-Walid Talal wants to control our U.S. politicians with daddy's money. Can't do it when I get elected. Trump 2016. How awesome is that? Bam! So undiplomatic. Yeah, you bet it was. Insulting? Yeah, absolutely. But just pitch perfect? Yes, again. Oh, and Trump wasn't even done with them yet. Look at this next tweet. Walid Talal, has your country, Saudi Arabia, taken any of the Syrian refugees? If not, why not? Zinger. Of course, the Saudis haven't taken any Syrian refugees. Saudi Arabia has 100,000 air-conditioned tents sitting empty in the desert. They could hold more than 500,000 people, but they refuse to take a single Syrian refugee. They don't give a damn. They'd rather send Muslim extremists to the West than take any themselves. Great point by Donald Trump. But you know what my point is? Who would you rather have as America's commander-in-chief, in charge of American borders and American security, dealing with other world leaders, including princes from desert oil dictatorships? Would you rather have someone like Trump, who slaps down any uppity prince with zingers, puts him in his place, or the oily Clintons, who saw any foreign leader as a potential source for cash and who preferred to take tens of millions of dollars from foreigners behind closed doors? Yeah, America made the right choice in this election. Don't you think? For the Rebel.media, I'm Ezra Levant.
5 million views. I can't even believe it. It was so viral. That would be impossible for us to do these days because YouTube has a policy of throttling, or as they call it, de-boosting conservative sites and boosting legacy media, liberal sites. So those glory days of 2, 3, 4, 5 million views are gone, but we still plug along as we do. Now, Sheila, it's 3:06 a.m. Eastern Time. That's 1:06 a.m. where you are in Alberta. From all reports, they've stopped counting, at least in parts of Pennsylvania.
Mm-hmm.
The counting in Michigan and Wisconsin does not seem to be moving at any clip. No. Arizona is still a possible win by Donald Trump, but I think the Dems are going to take it, and same thing in Nevada, although it's less than 3 points away. I guess what I'm saying is we had talked about a 3 a.m. cutoff for tonight, and I think given that Pennsylvania is not going to have a result tonight, maybe we should call it a night. If we think that we're going to have a resolution on Wisconsin and Michigan tonight, and if we think that Trump's going to win both, then he's got the election. Should we stay up later? I'm getting a little tired, and I bet the team is here. I will stay up if it seems likely that we'll get that news, but they're really slow too. I mean, I'm just checking Wayne County. Boy, they're counting slowly. Do you think we should stick around, or do you think we should call it quits today and come back tomorrow?
I'm good to go either way. They did only move 1 percentage point in polls reporting in about an hour. I've been writing it down as we go.
In which state? You're talking about Michigan?
In Michigan and Wisconsin, they've only both moved a percentage point in polls in the last hour.
What's your view on things, Justin? Yeah, Justin says that he thinks with both Trump and Biden giving their remarks, both leaders seem to be indicate that we're not going to have a resolution tonight. And I think that's right. But wouldn't it be something if Wisconsin and Michigan resolved tonight? But I just don't see it happening. Maybe they've quit counting for the night too. I don't know. I'm so nervous. Imagine leaving ballots uncounted overnight in some school gym. I mean, the likelihood. Go ahead.
I don't know why they haven't called North Carolina, or at least Fox hasn't yet, and Georgia.
Yeah, I don't know why that is either.
It's weird.
Yeah, I mean, in North Carolina, my source here says 95% of votes are counted, and Trump has a 1.5% lead. So it would have to be extremely lopsided for Biden to pull that out of the fire. And similarly in Georgia, there's slightly more room there, but
Wisconsin's the same way though, boss. Wisconsin,
Yeah.
I don't know why they haven't called it also.
Yeah. That's right. There's a 4-point margin there. I just see that the North Carolina Senate race was the most expensive advertising battle in Senate history. The campaigns spent nearly $260 million on ads. $250 million for a Senate seat. $250 million. That's incredible to me. But in terms of how that went down, the Republican leads by 100,000 votes, and that's pretty much sealed up.
Yep.
Wow. $250 million for a Senate seat, Sheila.
That's outrageous. Outrageous. Think of the things you could have with that money, do with that money. Wow.
You know, the entire Canadian election, and remember that's US dollars, so that's like 300 million Canadian. I don't think the entire Canadian election, all parties, was that much.
No.
I just don't think it was. And what's the population of North Carolina? I don't know offhand. I don't think it's particularly huge. 11 million people. So it's barely a quarter of the, like it's smaller than Ontario. And they spent $250 million on the Senate race alone.
Do you know how insufferable it would be living in North Carolina while they're trying to run a Senate campaign with that much money? Like you couldn't turn on the TV. Yeah. You couldn't turn on the radio. Yeah. It would be nothing but ad campaigns.
Yeah, you're so right. Now, I see that we have a few more Super Chats. I propose we wrap up the Super Chats and then bid people a good night.
Sure. I think we left off at Tony Smith, left us with £5. Do you think that Biden could overturn any states with okay, we did that one with the postal votes still yet to be counted. Yes, we addressed that. Kevin 10 gave us $5. Did you note on foxnews.com upper left corner of the map 2020 live button, hit it and select 2016? Oh, I didn't know that. It would have made my life a lot easier. And see the Hillary Trump results to compare. I was Googling back and then going back and forth. I wish I had known that earlier. Christopher McLeod gives us $5 Australian, sending best wishes from the lockdown city of Melbourne, Australia. Keep up the great work and the fight for freedom. Joe D gives us $5.49. I don't see a super chat. Linda Johnson gives us $6.99. 4 more years of Trump. Here's hoping. That's a picture of my dog sleeping under the desk for everybody. We've got one from Funis, gives us $5. Trump 2020, USA Today, punt Trudeau tomorrow. Truly Steg gives us $10. The UK no longer has a real voice. Tommy Robinson has gone quiet. And Katie Hopkins has been banned. The rebel needs to find someone to be a British voice. There's some Hebrew.
It says, Ezra, keep the Yiddish tweets coming. P.S. Where is Avi? Well, we had Avi on, but he's at the pub watching elections with his pals, and it's the very reasonable hour of 12 noon on Wednesday there. So they're just having lunch. They're at a completely normal time to be up.
Yeah. Fraser McBurney gives us $5. Sheila, I guess my prediction this afternoon was a little optimistic. Yes, I believe it was. But it was fun to watch Rebel News tonight. Have a good sleep. Fraser, I hope we'll see you, or at least Ezra will, on the noon live stream tomorrow. I know you're a regular donor, regular super chatter. Funis gives us $5. Gun control stops killings. Just ask beheaded victims of terror in disarmed France. Leard Kintyre gives us $5. Come on, America. I slept after work till midnight on my 6th beer and need to be at work at 8 a.m. Let's go, Trump. Freedom hangs in the balance. Yeah, my kids get up around here at 6 a.m. for school. That's sneaking right up on me. Kimar Nevis gives us $1. I don't see a super chat. Thank you very much. Melanie Litish, I think. Lich, $6.99. The riots have started, and the election isn't even over yet. It's pretty sad that people would act like animals. I haven't seen any reports of riots yet, but I would not be surprised to see reports of riots. Mark Edmond gives us $5. The USA is the last line of defense for the world. If we fall, who's going to come to our rescue? I was just going to ask Ezra if he wanted to finish up a few of these, but he's yawning.
Sure,
So,
I got the yawn out of my system. Footloose the three-legged cat says, chips in $10. I can't wait to see Trudeau taken down publicly. Well, we'll see. I think you'll be waiting a while. You can't wait, but Jagmeet Singh sure can.
Yeah.
Holy Tiger, $5. Has there ever been a prime minister with more scandals than Mr. Blackface? Well, I don't know all my scandal history. There were some pretty big scandals in
Maybe
years
his
past,
dad.
but certainly Justin Trudeau makes ad scam look like an appetizer. It's nothing. Jordan Friesen, $100. Thank you, Jordan.
Wow.
Thank you, Rebel News, for bringing the truth to the people. Keep up the good fight against liberal corruption. Why should a cow pile get $500,000 straight out of our pocket? Well, thank you for your generous gift. Jason Coroy, $7. Thank you. Character riding a firework rocket. That's a fun emoji. Almost done. Jordan Friesen, $100. Keep going. That is, you know what? I appreciate you saying that.
Very generous.
But I don't think we're getting. I would keep going if I felt like we were going to get useful information by staying up. I just don't think we are.
Yep.
Darren Ellis, $100. Thank you so much. How the hell does this same issue affect multiple states that will determine the results of the election? Love you guys. Thank you. Well, I mean, they're Democrat-controlled states. That's why, especially Michigan. The governor there has a real quarrel with Donald Trump. Jason Coroy, $7. Love you guys. I will send you this every 5 minutes right now to keep it going. I challenge I'll do the same. Listen, that's very nice of you. I just don't think we are getting new info. I'm going to go back to my map here. I just don't have any new stats, and it's slowed
Wisconsin
to a crawl.
hasn't moved. Yeah.
I don't know if that's local precincts aren't counting, if there's a central place that's not reporting, if they've gone home for a nap. We've been told that Pennsylvania or parts thereof have gone home for the nap, and both presidential candidates have given a speech that are premonitions of the future, as in this won't be resolved today.
Yeah.
So while I'm very grateful for the moral support and for the super chats, I don't think we're going to see anything happen. And we have been on the air since 6:30 p.m., so that is 5.5 hours plus 3.25 hours. That is, what's the math on that?
Almost
8
9?
3/4 hours. Almost 9 hours, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
That's a lot of telly. It's a lot of TV.
Yeah.
I appreciate the support, but I think we should call it a night. So to all our super chatters out there, thank you so much for the support. To everyone who watched, thanks for watching. Oh, a couple more super chats just rolled in. I'd like to say a thank you to the whole team, especially Justin, who worked the control booth the whole night. Plus, I don't think I saw you take a break to, I don't know, maybe you got an empty beer bottle there or something. But I didn't even see you leave your post. Yankee was here, Margaret was here. I don't know who else was in there because I really didn't wander around. I grabbed a little bit of pizza when we had the video clips on. I won't lie about that. But so thanks to the team here. Thanks to Mike for making the schmancy graphics. Thanks to our on-air talent who participated, David Menzies in studio and the others via Skype. Thanks to Ben Weingarten, who I thought added a lot. It was really great to have him.
It was great.
And Sheila, thanks to you for being the co-pilot, as you always are, on these super long live streams. Let's just read a few more quick super chats. Pawnee Plains, $20. Thank you for that. DMD BGN.
What is that?
I don't know what that is. BGN currency. I don't know what that is. Bulgarian Lev. I've never even heard of that before. Yeah, well, thank you. Disband NATO. We don't want U.S. Army junkies in EU. All right, there you go. Darren Ellis, $50. Keep going. Tell us a story, Ezra. Oh, I'll just slur my words if I do. Jason Coroy, another $7. How do I send you 250? Don't care. Let's keep it going. Whoa! Kimar Nevis, $5. Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. NA won't be called on election night. Mail-in ballots will be accepted. Dates November 3rd or 2nd. Darren Ellis, 50 smackers, almost like an honest day's work, eh? That's right. Except for the thing is, that's on top of the honest day's work. I mean,
yeah. I put a video in today, and I did an 1.5-hour live stream already before this.
Yeah, so we did 8 hours on this live stream, but we had a full day's work before that too. I don't know what time I got in. I mean, I dropped the kids off in the morning, then I come in, and I didn't go home. So we did sort of 1 day's work, and then we did 1 night's work. Tribute 44, $5. Tell us a story, Ezra. Just one more. Oh, I'm going to invite you to join me in 8.5 hours from now when I do another live stream.
Oh, you're going to be full of stories then.
Oh, I'm sure I will. So I'm going to call it quits now. I got to go home, have a quick snooze, because we have our morning meeting in 6.5 hours, and I'm going to be there. And I got to write my evening show tomorrow. I got to do a live stream at noon tomorrow. There's a lot of things we got to do. But for now, let me just bid everyone a good night. Thank you to our team here, our viewers at home. And until tomorrow, hey, Sheila, I just want to say thanks to you, as always, for holding the fort.
No problem.
And being such an important part of things.
Thank you.
I'm going to say goodbye to everybody. Until tomorrow. On behalf of all of us here and around the world, good night, and keep fighting for freedom.